previously on the LCS.
Shockwave! Oh my god, will they get piercing? Yes, they will!
Dignitas to take the match.
In and out quick enough to get someone to die? Whoa! Counter Logic Gaming in 32 minutes takes down LMQ. Three-person Shockwave back into the fight with Cataclysm. Four's gonna be there down to low HP.
Congratulations to LMQ.
They traded back and forth. This may have been a mistake. Crepo's now ready to go on this one. Altec turns for the last shot. Welcome to Week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live in front of this amazing audience from our studios here in the proud state of California. I am Rivington Bism III, and with me is the double lift to my Aframu, Joshua Jet Leesman.
I'm taking that as common, Riv. It is good to be back, and we have an exciting lineup of games this week.
And we are quickly approaching the halfway point of the summer split, and the road to World Finals is still wide open.
Yeah, this may be the most competitive North American LCS has ever been. I mean, for example, last week was the first time that every team finished a week at 1-1. And we have also never been this late into a split with the top 5 teams only being separated by 1 game. It just makes every game critically important because people all want to break away from the pack.
Yeah, that shakeup may come this week, thanks in part to the 4.10 patch, and every lane will be feeling those effects.
Yeah, teams were just starting to settle into their new lineups this split, and the new patch is going to be a huge opportunity for teams that historically value adaptation, like Cloud9, for instance, to pick up some wins over teams that tend to be a little bit slower at adjusting to big changes.
Absolutely. Over in Europe, they've just concluded their first week on the new patch, so let's pull up some of your favorite moments with the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Yeah, one of those big plays are from Millennium versus SK at the Odd Blue Jay, wrote Cotnex on Candy Panda. That was so good, I don't even know what to say. Here's your number 3.
They've not got there quick enough. There's another minion wave coming in.
Candy Panda!
Candy Panda out of position!
What are you doing?
Kicked and bounced! That is it!
So as soon as Cotnex went in, landed a Sonic Wave onto Freddy, he knew I can get Candy Panda, kicks him back, he's instantly dead here, easy peasy.
That wasn't the only time that happened. It was a bad day for Candy Panda.
Easy peasy. No friendly places for Kog'Maw. You got to be safe when you're on Kog'Maw. Maybe stand behind the tanks.
Yeah, maybe, if you can. Then from Alliance versus Rocket, it's Wicked with the Wicked survival skills at Pablo F. M. Tenez. You shall not pass, Wicked 2014. Let's roll your number 2.
Jankos is definitely going to force going towards it. Zazz is playing this one very coy. That counter-strike will land. The stun comes in. The cocoon comes in. He's going to try and use the blade surge onto you or Jankos. Jankos comes through. Wicked won't go down. No, he survived.
Backed away.
Stuns him in tower range, and they didn't have the follow-up. Wicked should have gone down there. Great play.
Yep, Wicked should have gone down there. I mean, Zazus did have his flash up, but Wicked didn't die. Finally, it's Fnatic versus the Super Hot Crew at Real Matt Roach says, I'm about to dismantle one of the top teams in EU, but first, let me take a selfie. Here's your number 1.
Impaler's full HP, he could be doing damage here as the rest of the Super Hot Crew come in the knockup, the ultimate, he absolutely destroys them. But what a turnaround fight for the Super Hot Crew there.
He just got shredded. Very good ultimate from Selfie.
Just one of those grin ear-to-ear moments when you see all those low health bars as Yasuo. What?
Just 1 Q. Finished off 2 people.
That was so fast, I didn't even hear what you said, just like the cues. Keep sharing your favorite moments from today's games through the global system of interconnected computer networks called the interwebs. Tweet us at LOL Esports, use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. For now, we're going to check the scoreboard to see the teams, how they are lined up in Europe. Pulling away in first, it's Alliance.
Yep, and then in second, it is SK Gaming, followed by surprise Millennium in third. And tied for fourth, Super Hot Crew and Fnatic.
And back over here in the colonies, it's a 3-way tie for first with LMQ, CLG, and Dignitas.
And surprisingly, still in fourth place, it is Cloud9 tied with TSM. And then 3 games back, it's Gerson 6th place with Complexity and EG sharing last.
That is right, and starting off our 4 matches today, we have a classic showdown with Team Solo Mid versus CLG. Start things off, then Complexity will face off against Cloud9.
After that, Evil Geniuses battled out with Curse, followed by a battle for first place with Dignitas versus LMQ.
Indeed, and be sure to head over to LOLesports.com and vote for who you think will win today's matches. Click on schedule, go to week 6, and start locking in your picks.
Yeah, and then stay a while and read up on all your favorite teams and players with stats, box scores, or just rewatch all the games from this year.
That's right. Also there, you can reserve your spot to join our studio audience. Click on the tickets link for all the details. For now, we're going to send things over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. Do you want to be Alpha or Double in this one?
I'm
going to a different bot lane?
Kobe, and you can be LeBron. How about that?
Okay.
Different teams.
I'll be the real king. All right. So the two of us decided to do some community service today. And as part of that, we want to break down a few of the players that we'll be watching this week. Starting with Meteos. So far, he has only won games when playing as Lee Sin, the Blind Monk, and he's actually winless on every other champion. So if Cloud9 wants to reclaim their spot at the top of the standings, they're going to need Meteos to step up.
Yeah, and while Meteos has had success on one champion, Helios has shown a deep champion pool with picks like Nunu. We'll see what champions he pulls out next with the new patch taking effect.
And then from Curse, it's Quas in the top lane. He had a big week last time around and helped his team take down first place CLG. Now in 4.10, we expect a sort of resurgence of 1v1s in the top lane, which is actually a big strength of Quas. And with a relatively easier schedule this week, this really could be his time to shine.
Another player who could do very well is Cutie Pie. He's already been a fan of some of the items such as Ghostblade that got buffed starting today, and Dignitas are going to face CLG and LMQ this week. So they'll happily take any edge they can get to fight to hold on to first place.
If they win those, they're actually guaranteed to just have first no matter what, so see if they can do it. Finally, it's Complexity's jungler Kez. Now oddly, Complexity has found most of their wins over the top teams in the league. Just last week, 8th place Complexity took down first place Dignitas in a decisive match. They're going to see if they can keep that momentum on their side as they face off against Cloud9. Complexity's 1-0 against them. Actually, they're 2-0 against their opponents this week.
Yeah, interesting how things work out that way.
Let's see if they can do it. Of course, now in a split with 112 games, you can't lose track of how important every single game is.
And the LCS preview show recently caught up with TSM's new coach, Loco Doco, who had a first-hand lesson in just how high the stakes can be in the LCS, when they recently lost a friendly wager with Dignitas' coach, Skara.
The nice Dignitas pull.
Thank you, Josie.
Don't go too short.
We can always
Have you done this
hair
before,
grows.
Erickson?
Maybe like once or twice.
Oh, man.
Straight across the front. Make it look good. There you go. Get aggressive like level 1. Right inside. There it is. There's a flash ignite. That's what we're looking
It's
for.
actually a pretty good first cut. It's a little short, maybe.
It's nice. What do you think, Josie?
I think
You got a nod from the
it's
terrace
looking pretty good.
Absolutely.
Looking pretty good.
All right. Beautiful job.
Loco Doco looked like he was about to shed a tear there almost.
You know, it's okay. It was a bold bet that he made, but it didn't pay off.
Well, Freak, I actually didn't think it looked that bad. You know what they say? Beauty is in the eye of the bowl holder.
It was certainly a beautiful haircut. All right, guys, inspired by Loco's new do, we're asking you guys, how do you show support for your favorite North American LCS team? Tattoos, haircuts, signs, shrines, cosplay, they're all welcome.
Yeah, send your answers or your pictures to @LOEsports, and you have to add that part, @LOEsports, if you're sending pictures. So use the hashtag LCS as well so that we can share your responses later in the show.
All right, so you can, of course, catch more of these hard-hitting investigative reports every week on the LCS Preview Show.
And because next week is a supersized serving of league action, you can actually tune in on Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time and 5:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time to catch up on all of the news from the week.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got to take a quick break, but before we go, of course, we're going to kick off our first game soon, TSM versus CLG. But as you're leaving, let's check out what the pros have been saying this week with the All Chat.
Shoot, if you win, you get 2 stakes. I'm pretty sure I can buy 2 stakes anyway. Wanna play some ARAMs?
Do it. Bot. Go now!
Yeah,
Good job!
Morgana first pick. It worked out! There is more Alliance fans here than there is SK fans.
Throw again.
I might as well be in a boy band.
Who's gonna tank?
I don't know. No, we can't.
No, and then You can't roll them trap.
I fucking got it, dude. What the fuck? We can nest with this. We can nest.
LCS small place.
They have no Jinx ult too, it's pretty big. Yep.
Just give it up then. I got it.
Oh
my god. Okay, you're a fucking god. Is anyone super low? No. I have ulti still. Lucian flash, so time that flash. Nice. Nice. Holy shit.
Ball cut! Ball cut! Ball cut! Ball cut!
Nif, stop bullying us.
Yeah.
Bullying. Yeah. Stop making us think we're weird, Nif. Prima donna girl. Yeah. All I ever wanted was the world. On 3, we're gonna sing happy birthday to Helios. Okay. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Ice ball.
I'm grabbing the
wave. Give me kill, give me kill. Okay. You get. Nice. Top tower, top tower.
Get back up. Shifter.
No, stay on shifter. Stay on shifter. Stay on shifter.
I'm crossing next. Comes next. Nice.
We can turn this. We can turn this.
Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all.
Nice. 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 Go, go, go. Oh. Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Good job, man.
But you know what, Kwa? Someone's always gonna be ahead.
Someone's always gonna have your number.
It just so happens that it's your enemy every time.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I want to retire.
not going to be that effective.
Yeah.
Oh! There it is! The ball delivery system! There it is! They get it there by 10 a.m. guaranteed.
And welcome back to the North American LCS. We've already seen some fireworks in this matchup, so let's see what they bring out today. It's Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. This is an old rivalry, you could say, and historically TSM has performed better in the regular season. But this go-around, CLG is the team to beat.
Yeah, and the first time they faced off this split, CLG played a dominating game, taking down TSM in 28 minutes. And like we just saw in that video, the Aphromoo and Link synergy was on full display with that cow ball delivery system. But it was also the game where we saw that miscommunication between Dexter and Seraph when they tried to gank Dyrus really early on in the top lane, if we think back to that game, and ended up giving a double kill to Dyrus. Things have improved for them since then.
Absolutely, but it's a new day, and these teams are facing off on the 4.10 patch.
And interestingly enough, Doublelift has never been the fastest at adapting to changes in the game, but he has also dramatically improved this split and has a much better game sense overall. So it is possible that he will adapt much better this time around and faster. What will also be interesting to see is how the growing rivalry between Doublelift and Wild Turtle plays out, with the possible return of a more traditional laning phase between these guys, because we want to see them lane against each other.
Yeah.
And with the Dragon Gold, all those other things, it's something everyone wants to see. Wild Turtle's also been putting up those big-time numbers. The entire TSM team have showed a renewed focus, really, since their coach, Loco Doco, took over.
Doesn't hurt to have a KDA like that. And there's a moment from CLG and TSM's history that no one can forget. The base race from MLG Anaheim. And according to the pros, the high wire game of Chicken is just as exciting and chaotic for the teams as it is for the fans watching.
They can! He's trying to double back into Nick! Why did he stop? He stopped! And it is going to be... Oh my God!
Base race mostly comes out when one team's behind and they want to make a desperate play.
You're basically pushing a lane, and then it so happens that the opponent is also pushing a lane.
You want to commit to ending the game. Pretty much when the base race happens, both teams are going to think that they're going to win.
They're both going to be now on to the next one. Who's going to get it first? You can see the health bars dropping down. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Vulcan taking down the Nexus. So close right there.
Base races have to be like extremely calculated. It's like you look at your own team. Do they have like the kit for it? Do they have the items for it? It's like, do you have a Corki with Triforce and a Nunu support and stuff like that?
We oftentimes see some pretty entertaining, but in retrospect, sometimes like pretty poorly planned scenarios that come out of base races.
I do not believe it. They're going to go for it. It's going to be an epic base race.
In the first qualification tournament for the LCS, we were playing against Marn, and at the very end of the game, it ended up being a base race.
Cloud9 are going to win out this one. The True Shot Barrage is going to come across, but it's not going to be enough to slow them down.
We had not had basically any experience versus a base race type situation before that game happened.
Team Marn are going to take this. I do not believe the base race has happened. Fantastic performance.
That was the best one that basically decided if we were going to move on in the tournament and have a chance of getting the LCS, so we were out.
It's pretty exciting. It's like a new way to end the game. It's like everyone gets super excited, everyone gets super hypey, and it's just something different. It's nothing like winning a normal game.
Lots of panic, lots of excitement, lots of could I be the hero, could I do this play, and lots of indecisiveness, but you really have to be decisive in those moments.
Go, 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 go. And then whoever victory string comes up, and that's it. And we're like, okay, cool. Close one, guys.
We just take a chance, flip a coin, hope we're faster pushing down towers.
Oftentimes people just make a decision and just run with it, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but I think for the spectators, it's always a fun thing to watch.
And it's crazy to see, even after all these years, all the games that these teams have played, that such an infrequent situation still is undecided by most teams. It's just, we think we can.
You would hope that they get a little bit better at judging the situations, but based on the amount of base races we've been seeing, it's still a whole new ballgame.
That's right, and let's check out the starting lineups as we get into it. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. That's going to be Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Glebe on support.
And on the red side, it is CLG with Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD, and of course, Aphromoo on support.
We did say last time these teams faced off, looking at this, was in week 2, I believe.
The
And
rare
was the win
Alistair
for Team
appearance.
Solo Mid, right. We saw the huge lockdown, or sorry, loss for Team Solo Mid with the cow ball. If they can even get that again, or if they want to, it's 4.10, so it's kind of like a learning experience coming out here. We saw a lot in EU, so will they even revert back to that engagement?
We only ever see the Alistair from Afromer when Leona is picked on the other side. And yeah, with the changes in 4.10, there are non-trivial changes to every single lane.
Right.
80 carries probably the most changed, just because of all the itemization.
And we have one of the most vocal in our game.
Depth. Yeah, and we have a very vocal 80 carry in double lift. Mid lane because of the Athene's changes. Top lane, Doran's Blade, as well as the Dragon Gold to see if we're having less lane swapping. The Dragon Gold has been increased. A lot of different things that these teams have to prepare for, and it's just about how quickly have they adapted, because this is a big game.
How will they fare? CLG and TSM still hovering around the top side of the brackets, but it looks like TSM is going to really want that record that CLG has right now. They'd be able to tie up those scores if they get this win here. CLG has been looking pretty good this season with all the changes they've made as well.
The other interesting thing is that OGN, their league is on the 4.10 patch as well. They have played 3 best-of-2s, so a total of 6 games on that patch. The European LCS has played 8 games on the 4.10 patch. Obviously, these teams are going to have their own slightly unique view on how they change, but one thing that's pretty strong throughout is that Kale's a pretty good ban if you're not blue side, and that was the first thing for CLG.
Kale is indeed a great ban, seeing so much top lane love lately, especially as we were seeing in Korea and all the sorts around the world. Overpower still playing that in mid. We've seen a lot of TF lately as well. A lot of when all these mids get banned out, they're reverting to the end of that champion pool. Sometimes on Link, sometimes on Bjergsen. Lulu gets banned out for another one. See what they have for each other.
Yeah, that's an interesting move by Team Solo Mid. I would say as far as Dyrus's preferences go right now, he's probably Kale and Lulu would be the top 2 for him. So there's a good chance he will default back onto Renekton because of the early laning. TSM really likes to pick early laning powers, and I would expect a first pick Lee Sin from them if it wasn't banned away. Just because Amazing is so dominant on that, and they first picked Lee Sin in their nice victory last week. So that's a smart final ban by CLG.
Taking up Kassadin. Very good play from him. 10-0-4, a play style that Bjergsen loves. Go in and get some kills. That'll set up TSM to pretty much be very focused around some level 6.
And as if Kassadin wasn't already strong enough on the 4.9 patch, the fact that the Athene's Unholy Grail was taken down at Magic Resist, and Kassadin never really built that item in the first place, means that he is an even stronger anti-mage in the mid lane. And if you pick an AD champion against him, as Voyboy showed last week, you just build armor on Kassadin, and it works great with the Iceborne Gauntlets anyway. So a very, very, very powerful first pick in the mid lane.
And this really might sort of tell CLG something. They say maybe that's why they banned out so many supports, lockdowns, and control for a Kassadin. So they're thinking quick. They're trying to adapt now.
Seems like Afromu's got Thresh left.
Yep.
As far as supports.
Boom. That's going to be a new one for him.
All right, so this is mainly because of Glebe's preference for Nami in the past. Last week, TSM was picking Nami when Thresh was still available.
Yeah.
And TSM also really, really liked that with whatever Turtle plays, most likely Twitch in that place. So it opens up the door for a lot of CLG possibilities.
A lot of in and out being picked here. And Lucian as well for Wild Turtle would be a great pickup. The coolest thing as well, we were talking about how all of these regions have already played on 4.10. NA's coming in here as now the 3rd region. They've seen everybody else play, but we've still seen diverse 80 carry builds throughout it. So it'll be awesome to see if these guys will try their own thing or just kind of go with what they've seen work.
I've actually seen Lucian's build any of the 3 main 80 carry items first. I've seen them go Infinity Edge first. I don't like that build. I think Blade of the Ruin King is the most likely culprit for first item, followed by Ghostblade. I've even seen the Bloodthirster build first, as happened in one of the OGN games last night. But I believe Turtle will be doing the Blade of the Ruin King.
Link and Double Lift now. Still deciding out. The picks for Team Solo Mid definitely coming in faster than they are for Chronologic Gaming at this point. A lot of mid lane and jungle focus in their bans.
Yeah, and the 80 carry pick becomes very important here for Double Lift. He has really been tunneling on Lucian lately when he's been picking them. Like it.
That preview show.
I like it, I like it, I like it. So this is interesting. Doublelift, way back in the day, was the old hyper carry man for AD carries. Recently, he's been getting so much better in the mid games on his AD carries, but this is almost like a return to old form for Doublelift. Tristana, also, aside from the itemization changes, had her ultimate buffed in the last patch, where it will scale with Tristana's attack speed, so he will be able to use that knockaway very well in the late game. I really like that pick for CLG.
Great against the Kassadin as well. That's going to be so much fun to watch this game. Always got to love the TSM CLG matchup. Locked in is Renekton and Thresh. That's still going to be a very high-tier pick for support going in last for Glebe. So you can see both teams trying to get beat around the bush here, but get the composition they want.
Yeah, I would say there are kind of the 4 main supports. 2 of them are banned in this game, and the other 2 are picked right now. So that was kind of just what was left for TSM, because a lot of their champions would have been almost picked away from them, with the Shyvana pick by Seraph and then the Nami pick as well that's going to be played by Aframu. So a pretty interesting pick and ban phase here. The other thing we kind of have to highlight is the jungle choices between these guys, because Amazing hasn't won games on anything but Elise or Lee Sin, yet CLG still didn't choose to pick Elise away from Amazing, mainly because Dexter has so much confidence in his Vi play.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of success on it in the games that he's played Vi.
And it almost means immediate aggression, because he continues to build damage, and you can only do that when you're ahead in the game. So Dexter is looking to get himself ahead very early. Seeing the Orianna get popped in. We won't have the Moo Cow coming in, but we still have a great composition that CLG can do some turnaround fights, as TSM looks to be going into this one quite strong with an all-in-your-face composition.
Yeah, especially depending on how they build their items. It definitely looks like it's just like old times as far as the overall strength of their team compositions go. Team Solomid will be the laning-focused team that is stronger in the mid-game, where because of the Tristana and the Orianna in the mid lane and AD carry for CLG, they're going to be the ones that will be stronger in the late game. This might be one of those old-school 45-minute CLG victories, if they actually do draw it out.
I like it. Let's get it going. Let's take a quick look at where the fan vote stands right now while the teams load into the game. And according to LOLesports.com, 52% of you think CLG will take the win. A very close vote.
That is neck and neck. And they're super close in the standings as well. If you want, though, keep spamming those predictions by tweeting hashtag TSMWin or hashtag CLGWin to the @LOLesports Twitter account, and we will be updating that, I gotta say, probably a lot of times throughout the game, because there's gonna be a lot of fans on both sides trying to tweet those hashtags.
And I am excited. 4.10, we're about to start it. Team Solomid and CLG, 2 teams that have a chance to push their own strategies, ones that don't always just want to adapt. So seeing new things, maybe they will stay for that dual lane bottom for the new Dragon Gold. If they swap that, then we can check out why they did it and what their cause was.
And I want to see how Doublelift approaches the new Tristana as well. Because early on laning against a Lucian, you would think it's much weaker. Doublelift has even said in the past that he will never pick Tristana in a competitive game because her kit makes you miss CS.
Yeah, that's true.
Doublelift doesn't tell the truth all the time.
No,
because
he also hated Lucian.
Yeah, honestly. But this Tristana pick could very well work out for him in the late game and maybe even in the laning phase. There's a lot of early power on Trist that people don't respect.
And that's something you consider in lane as well, is when a Tristana can stay even farm, it's almost scarier. Because once she does hit late game, she will more than likely be stronger than you are with longer range. Out of the base, looks like we got consumables in mid. Bjergsen to stay safe. That's normal. Spell Thief on Aframu looking to make some cash monies. And Glebe with the Thresh going for the early Sightstone as Lemonwood now.
Yeah, and the Sweeper.
Yeah, sweet up.
Right off the bat by Glebe, which could give TSM a little bit of an early game edge. But this is the very standard opening. This is what pretty much everyone has been doing, especially in OGN over in Korea. They will place their wards here, but then still plan a late invade, and those vary greatly. We've even seen a little bit in North American LCS, 3 people invading, a top laner, AD carry, and support, while their jungler takes one of their own buffs. And the idea is that they start the game with 3 of the big buffs, because they'll invade the buff and push the enemy jungler off of it while their own jungler is taking like a blue buff, and then they'll collapse back down. and finish it off. And then we don't know if we're going to be seeing lane swaps either. We did see both top laners take teleport, so no changes there. And it does mean lane swapping is more possible.
Yeah, Dyrus is still hanging out down here, so it looks like they may choose to do that themselves. Doublelift looks like he'll be staying. Ward top from Seraph, so he'll be safe for at least a minute. Not too shabby. Got Doran's shield to still Dyrus on the sword, but Doran's blade.
That's a little bit surprising, actually. The Doran's Blade changes for top laners means it basically, Doran's Blade used to give 5 life on hit for melee champions, and now it is a 3% lifesteal, which is early game about 2 health a hit for a Renekton, which is just far, far less. You'd normally think it's a sustain mechanism that you'd go with the Doran shield, but he's expecting to bully Seraph so hard that sustain won't be a problem, and he wants the damage and health from the Doran's Blade.
Well, that even pushes, you know, TSM's picks here to say we want to win early. The Renekton pick kind of pushes that anyways, but still 4.10 with the Dorans, even more. We'll see how that fares out. We are going to get the standard lanes awesome between TSM and CLG, and we'll see if Dexter or Amazing can really make the first impact.
Yeah, classic League of Legends right here. The increased early game gold from the Dragon, I think, will have a pretty big impact on teams not going for the super early 2v0 lane swaps and instead give us more of this action. Now, the Tristana, because CLG got to the lane first, they have the lead for hitting level 2 first, so at least right at the start, unless a very timely hook landed from Glebe, W6D1 and Aphromoo have taken the early little bit of edge in this lane just because they have the wave in their favor.
Oh, double yes, miss. Yep, the explosive shot will mess you up. See how he keeps it. He's 10-3 right now. Great bubbles trying to keep him off the turret. Double shot picking up those 2, and Wild Turtle's doing his damnedest here to clean it up. Just outside of range will mean he's still in this one. Slow going for all the lanes as we would see in standards, and it has kind of tilted in TSM's favor on that Twitter vote. Hashtag TSM win, hashtag CLG win. Crowd is loving it. Getting the rivalry match to start off week 6. Dyrus right in the face of Saris as we would expect, and this is now going to draw a little bit of pressure from Dexter here. Hopefully the rest of the map can make something of it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like even though COG will make some moves early if they come to them, they aren't the ones that need to make the moves. TSM is very much weaker if we get to the very late game of this one, just I think because of the Tristana. Kassadin balances that out a little bit, but just overall with the fact they have the Renekton versus Shyvana unbalances it.
Interesting trade, especially with sustain on one side, but you can see it's actually quite even. Glebe doesn't even have to throw out the shield, just waiting for a hook to land in that lane. It could get pretty scary. Bjergsen forced to farm under the turret, 25-22, so not too much of a gain from either player in the mid lane.
Yeah, we really see CLG successfully shoving in these lanes early on in the game, right? Link is pushing Bjergsen back, W6D1 and Aphro have been pushing the bottom lane back, and surprisingly, Amazing is spending his gank on the top lane as soon as Seraph pushes out. But he's got a decent minion wave of defense. He missed the ward, which should actually mean Amazing can come in for a nice gank.
Seraph burnout just came back up. A nice slice and dice. They have the range. They kind of put Cocoon on the stun as well, but I think they're going to have it. They just close him in for first blood.
What an unfortunate moment there for Seraph. I can see what was going through his head that made him think that was safe. Basically, CLG's early game strategy was to shove in the mid and bottom lanes, and that normally makes you think there's going to be a gank. But Turtle!
Oh, that's the burn!
And it's going to hit!
Explosive shot will still do some good damage early game. They trade it back for 1-1.
Wow. So that was just them shoving in TSM for quite some time with the Tristana. And it's actually a misconception that Tristana is super weak early in the game. She's typically weak in the mid game, but she has extremely high damage numbers on her rocket jump and her explosive shot early.
Is it a bubble?
You can see they've already harassed Turtle down fairly low because it's a sustain lane versus a non-sustain lane. And then I believe they just get some decent damage on. Don't even land the bubble.
Wow,
but Doublelift puts enough damage onto Turtle that he just gets dropped down.
Whew. Wild Turtle, Valken into fights on Corky games. Doublelift, rocket jumping into the fight as well. Only really seeing that from scrims on him, but CLG's bottom lane, known to be one of the best in America right now, start things off early for themselves. Start to get Triss going.
That's just one of the big things about sustain. Even AD carries are able to sustain much less by themselves, that the sustain on a support becomes more valuable. It was just the poke pre-fight that allowed that all in to happen. And then the fact that Wild Turtle didn't dash back in time just meant the death of him.
That's big. Illusion getting taken out in the lane. Known to be the lane bully. Doublelift and Aframu going to work. Amazing. Starting to clear off the map now. They're trying to get a little more pressure, and he goes double pink clear for himself, picking up some extra cash money there. And Dyrus still going super damage early.
Yeah, he's rushing that team out on Renekton because he already has a big lead in that top lane. The ward control for TSM needs to help out that bottom lane right now. Because Amazing was able to take out those 2 early wards, makes it much more dangerous for Doublelift and Aframu to be up this far. And they will always be up this far just based on the explosive shot of Tristana if Doublelift wants to CS. So that vision control was actually incredibly important by Amazing.
It's a very active lane when Tristana is in it, and it's forced to be, like you were saying. Good shots and harass. Glebe almost trading 2 for 1. Better. Doublelift gets away with more damage given.
Yeah, I mean, just the explosive shot alone is dealing 190 damage over 5 seconds by Doublelift. He uses that directly after an auto attack well, and you can see why the harassment is so high right at the start of the game. Gets it again on Turtle, and there's no sustain. He doesn't even have a Vamp Scepter yet, so that's going to stick.
Trying to farm with Ardent Blaze and missing that one as well. You can see how far he's staying back. Catalyst on both in mid. So keep that nice and healthy, and nothing has even come to them.
A little interesting that Lynx actually started with that Catalyst.
Yep.
Because even with the Athene's Unholy Grail nerfs reducing the magic resistance, it's still a very efficient item, but that will be another question, is how do mid laners end up either staying with Athene's or change up their item builds? And based on that Catalyst, it looks like Link is going to be going Rod of Ages on Orianna.
Definitely a late game, I'd say, Jab.
Looks like,
keeping with the Tristana, keeping with the mentality, and it's almost forcing themselves to go into the late game visually. 8 minutes into this one, Amazing making his way back into the CLG jungle, just trying to harass and ward up. Dexter doing the same, so these guys mirroring each other, but you can see now movement from Link. See if they get something out of this. Very, very aggressive towards the bottom lane.
They have so many people down there. They just pinged out Dexter, so I mean, this is basically just farm denial right now. But Dexter gets hooked! Oh no!
Uh-oh. Not able to follow up on that one. Doublelift is still there to give a bit of help. The minions almost getting some HP off of him, but it'll be all right. And now the movement towards mid. Can Amazing make something happen knowing that the jungler's bottom?
Yeah, blue buff being held by Bjergsen. Doesn't look like it. It's going to be a little bit of counter jungle movement. Yeah. A very close early game, honestly, with Doublelift and Afra winning the bottom lane. But Dyrus, honestly, just destroying Seraph early on because of that gank. Already farming between
He's in his favorite spot.
Yeah, they're hoping actually to bait up Dexter right here. As you can see, there is ward control already in the jungle by Amazing, and he is kind of laying in wait, hoping that Vi comes up for the rescue.
You know exactly where the minion waves are in that top lane. Dyrus working it perfectly right now. 84 to 58, and a lot of times we saw Dexter helping Seraph. This game, Dexter's been all over the map, trying to kind of do for the bottom lane, and they said we'll just get Aframu and Doublelift going.
He's level 6 now on Vi as well, which is typically when you get to see the big-time Vi ganks, and where he chooses to go with these ganks is important. Also, some very good ward spots by TSM. That one in particular being swept out prevented the gank on the mid lane, and that's why Bjergsen can get aggressive there.
Slow movements, both mids with the blue buff on. We may see a dragon coming up quite soon here. You still see Dyrus providing pressure in the top lane. There's really nothing Dexter can do about this. He's hovering around the map, going up for Dyrus. Is it going to be that much? It'll give Dragon down to Team Solo mid. So many decisions to make. It looks like Seraph's trying to do it on his own.
Gonna harass. That'll help him out a little bit. It's worth noting, too, just the history between these teams, actually. This is only the second time COG has ever played TSM in the LCS while being ahead of them in the standings.
That's right.
TSM, all throughout Season 3, aside from one time they played in the summer of 2013, aside from that game, TSM has always been ahead of COG in the standings. So it's almost like a mini changing in the guard here as far as power between TSM and CLG, because for so long TSM has just been the North American team, and everyone would always talk about CLG's potential. But maybe for the first time, CLG is getting away from that individual style play and playing better as a team. That's what we've been seeing from CLG throughout the spring split and definitely in the summer. And if they can continue to beat TSM or continue to stay ahead of them in the standings, it's just going to prove that.
It's been a different evolution for both teams and how things have been happening. Obviously, patches play a role in that. See Bjergsen doing well coming in, and now the bottom lane here for Team Solo Mid trying to do things against Doublelift and CLG. Slow rolling as they come into the lane here. I don't think they're going to be able to push too much more onto the turret. But as you were saying, these guys are still, after all those changes, fighting over top spots in the league. It's like a lot has changed, but not much has changed.
It's true. There's more people in the club now of top teams in North America because we have to consider LMQ, Dignitas, and also Cloud9. Who could forget those guys? But they're all within a game of each other right now, so it is anybody's game. It's just this battle is always going to be classic.
You know, it's proof that once higher caliber and better teams join a league, everybody just starts to get better. We see some like Cloud9, Complexity beating teams like Cloud9, Dignitas as they just move on. It's pretty different in the topsy-turvy world of NALCS this summer.
Absolutely agree. Everyone's getting better. But this game here, the vision control around the Dragon, it's becoming that time of game. The next time a jungler lands a successful gank, or if one team can get complete vision control over the Dragon Pit, it will mean a pretty substantial objective jump. This game is within a couple hundred gold of everyone right now, and the Dragon actually needs to be a little bit initiated by TSM. They're the ones that have to pull the trigger on something. It's just really hard for them since their bottom lane, that includes Lucian, is losing to the Tristana lane.
Yeah.
That is really what's holding TSM back right now.
Definitely not something you would think to start off in this game, especially 109 to 100. Usually Tristana is either down 10 or 15 CS, but that's considered okay.
Doublelift used to say, if Tristana leaves the laning phase down only 30 CS, it's a win. So being up 10 CS is more than a win somehow.
It's a win in a bag of chips.
Yeah.
Dexter finishing that Lizard as well, so that's going to be damage output if they do decide to go for the Dragon. Well, like you said, CLG feeling like they don't need to pressure that. The late game team, they're fine where they are right now. Wait, they got the wards to counteract if anything really goes down.
They're going to be finishing that turret shortly. That's why they're pinging down. Dexter's hoping that someone is there to defend it because they want to go for a big-time gank. But, yeah, Glebe, don't do it.
Too bad, so sad. A few more shots. Going to try to deny as much experience, but take it down. Easy on that one. Seraph's still getting pushed in the top lane, and CLG is going to start positioning themselves here to clear out some wards. 3 sweepers, 1 ready on Afromu. They should have the vision they need for this.
Well, teleports up on the top laners as well, but the Dragon going down extremely fast, and TSM was not in position. They might want to steal. Can't even make it in range.
Dexter gets locked up. He gets doubly locked up, triply locked up, and he rides the wave down to the bottom of Davy Jones' locker. Afromu goes down as well, and TSM pulling something out on this one. 2 kills, but the Dragon going over CLG.
Risky, risky Dragon, one would say. If TSM could have moved a little bit faster, that could have been catastrophic for CLG, but based on typical Dragon gold, that is not that bad because it pretty much trades even. You can see the game is still about 300 gold different. It depends on what happens afterwards because the fact that a kill went onto Wild Turtle, the gold is now much closer on the main carries. Take another look at this. Dexter had no chance. Once the cocoon landed, he got bursted down, and then Afromu was trying to draw TSM away to make sure no one else died.
Effort.
And not good all around. It means Wild Turtle is equal to Doublelift in gold right now, and the mid game of Lucian is stronger than the mid game of Tristana. So that little fight there actually kind of pulled TSM's bottom lane back into position.
Yeah, before we jumped into the replay, I was looking at the scoreboard, and I was going to say, even Stevens, except for top lane, look at this. Across the board, the CS is pretty much neck and neck, and with a few kills on the side of the AD carry, Wild Turtle, he's surely going to use that to start getting the team going. The assist onto Bjergsen, his Rod of Age is just finished, so that'll be charging up along with Lynx. Everybody's fight power and their prowess is starting to come to be. Seraph in the top lane, looks like he'll be able to keep safe. Help from Dexter, but I don't think they're actually going to try to make a play on this.
They might just try and shove down the turret a little bit. Or they're just trying to suck CLG's team up towards this point and diminish the map pressure elsewhere. Seraph getting a little low. If that cocoon landed, they were going to go in.
Link is here. It's going to be about 10 seconds on that shockwave, setting this one up. Seraph play the bait game. They don't really have eyes on Dexter just yet. They'll see him, though, as they walk towards the turret. Doesn't look like he's fully hiding himself. Lots of pings. Doublelift. He's very, I'd say, out of position, but he has the wards to be doing it right now.
He wants to be farming.
Yeah.
The time of game where you would typically see Doublelift just in a lane by himself, but he's trying to make an impact here with his Blade of the Ruin King. Big thing about Blade of the Ruin King on Tristana is it tries to supplant her mid-game weakness. She can use the base damages of her spells and the Blade of the Ruin King active to try and still burst people down. But as of now, it's going to be a while until he turns into that late-game carry. He's kind of a caster carry right now, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, CLG has been very strong in the laning phase, and they've seemed to pull it out in this one. The top side, obviously, in Dyrus' favor, but TSM's been getting better at their lanes overall. It was something that would totally be won by Oddwin and Reginald in the mid lane. And Bjergsen kind of did that by himself, and now we're seeing that composition of amazing Bjergsen come together. Mid lane's getting pushed, though. TSM has to respond to this pressure. We see the Dyrus roam coming in. Seraph's still going to be in the top lane, so you can see CLG able to do this with just their 4 members. Try and hold TSM back.
Yeah, but without that turret going down, it just means Bjergsen's getting more and more farmed. He's going to try to be that answer for the Tristana late game, so the more he can farm, the better it is for TSM.
Well, Bjergsen kind of needs to be the all-star for the team. Always was. Like we said, when he came over, he kind of rode that wave. It wasn't even an ego. Everybody gave it to him, and he was on the top of the charts.
Yeah, I mean, we consider his numbers last split. He was top in the North American LCS in kills despite missing 6 games.
Absolutely.
And we look at him now, played in all the games, and coming into this week, he was 4th in kills of mid laners.
Yep.
So he has had a above average season for a normal mid laner, but an incredibly below average mid laner for a Bjergsen, if that makes sense. COG trying to push this down. Bjergsen wants to stop it.
Few hits there. Bjergsen goes in. Doubleth very far on the front line. Dexter's able to take the cocoon as the rocket jump keeps everybody safe. And the game is still just very, very even. Nobody can really break the ice here.
And even to get back to Bjergsen, I think a lot of that just has to do with the changes that TSM has underwent as an organization. No longer the safe fallback of a very supportive jungler in Oddone. At the start of the split, they had a more farm-focused jungler in Amazing who was getting very heavily targeted in picks and bans. In recent weeks, they've been improving greatly. Amazing has become more of a supportive jungler. Glebe has gotten a lot better. Turtle's been performing, and it's allowing Bjergsen to kind of get back to his old self. But it definitely hasn't been the split of Bjergsen, that's for sure.
Right, and even for Amazing, when he was in Europe, he was a super playmaker. So to come to TSM and kind of have to change that play style and then revolve it once more with these patches, something that they're working with. A lot of teams have trouble adapting. We talked a little bit about double lifts here. We're trying the Tristana for CLG the first game. We'll see if it works for them. So far, he's doing pretty good. 20 CS up as he is just focusing on camps all around the map right now.
Yeah, again, the Trinity Force build for Dexter.
Yeah.
So very high damage Vi, trying to get picks throughout there. The BF stored by Doublelift means he's going Infinity Edge second, meaning his big power jump will be in a very long time once he's got about an Infinity Edge and a Zeal. So this would be TSM's time to try and make a play happen, but in order to do that, they need to get deeper ward control. Bjergsen has to get rid of COG's pink wards and find catches in the jungle. There's a blue invade to start it, but there's a lot of opposition by COG watching them.
Very close. Teleport coming in, not seen by Dyrus, so it looks like he gets himself into the brush. Dyrus is on the long walk here. Looks like since they know CLG isn't getting too much just yet, he'll keep it safe. 12 seconds on Dragon.
Yeah, really interesting. CLG teleported down early to secure their blue buff and to get some vision control at the Dragon Pit, but Dyrus can just walk down, so now it will be some 5v5 posturing around the Dragon. With both mid lane turrets still being up as well, it's very easy if one team gets too close to Dragon that the other team just takes their mid turret. And there's a very high chance that a fight breaks out as they move between the 2 main objectives.
And Dyrus has actually gone straight Randuin's after that, not finishing the Tiamat, so their AoE fight ability is just getting better and better for these objectives.
Wow, very surprised he didn't go with the Sunfire Cape, especially considering the very large nerfs to Randuin's Omen.
Sunfire Cape indeed on that side of Seraph. Nothing really coming yet of this Dragon. Amazing.
Whoa.
On it by himself. You can see the vision right now. Nobody on TSM is really in the eyes of CLG. That was taken all by Amazing.
A really questionable strategic call there by CLG. I think they could have manipulated the mid turret for a Dragon trade, but they did a blue buff for a Dragon trade. Dexter went and stole the blue. It's slightly impactful on Bjergsen, and with the missed shockwave, this means TSM might just go in.
Trying to move the ball. Easy turret takedown for them right here. TSM knowing that they're grabbing the mid game, exactly what they wanted with their team's power.
Well, at least while this is happening, Doublelift is in his natural habitat, farming alone in a solo lane.
Just look off to your right.
Yeah. 201 CS, so they do get something back for that one, in a sense.
Nothing's free.
It looked a little sloppy with the missed shockwave.
It was pretty back and forth. I think the fact that they were just completely off of it, knowing that power, knowing they're the late game team, maybe they just knew it wouldn't be the decision. Another Dragon isn't going to be so bad.
I mean, the thing is, we're saying COG is a better late game team, which for the most part they are. But it's not like they just automatically win if they're down 5,000 gold in late game. Gold is very much the most important thing at the end of the game, not just the champions you have. If COG can keep it within 2,000 gold and make it to 40 minutes and then still play the team fights properly, yeah, they're going to win. But if they're playing and taking suboptimal trades and giving away objectives for blue buff control, yet that's still not slowing down Bjergsen's farming on Cassidy, who's still at 203, then they would lose that in the long run. They cannot take more suboptimal trades like that because the gold was pretty much even before that point. And now they're down 2,000.
So looking now at Wild Turtle's build, he does go for the Blade of the Ruined King into Ghost Blade. That's what we've kind of been seeing, but on the other side, we're going to see that into Infinity Edge. So
Reckless did that in his very first game on Lucian in the European LCS and went off. It's like 9-0-14 in that Fnatic game. It is so strong when he uses both of those actives, especially against Doublelift, who is in the process of that mid-game dip in power for Tristana. So if there could be a team fight, the AD carry battle would not even be close in power right now. TSM needs to force stuff.
Mid pressure, top pressure as well. This is going to be a double onto Seraph. Looking for the cocoon, making sure not to stack the crowd control, but they get the Dragon's Descent out. Not going to be too bad as they put pressure top lane. You can see CLG try and rotate.
Amazing, there's a turret hitting him. There we go, but he's lost half his health. That's
it's a little painful.
Not the best, but there's still so much hesitation by CLG to get close to TSM because they know how weak comparatively Doublelift is.
You can see now CLG is trying to make moves. They're always in response. They're not really going to get much out of this other than minion hits on the turret. But they try to get a little bit back off of losing Seraph in the top lane. Using the turret, I should say.
Yeah.
And Seraph's ultimate.
This looks like old CLG a little bit, which is the CLG that they've been trying to go away from for a while because things didn't work out too well when they were just letting the other team dictate and trying to find farm when they could. CLG works much better when they are dictating, but right now they can't, or at least they don't think they can. I think if they caught the right catches with a good shockwave, they could make something happen, but they just do not have the confidence.
It also gets harder because Dexter just builds damage, and he's not getting that much tankier, so the initiations become that much harder. The cocoon just missing, also just missing on the death sentence, and the Ardent Blaze. Woo! Got a few more.
That was very close to disaster.
Yep.
I would have to say.
Twice.
CLG had a suspicion that someone was there, and it's good because TSM at 24 minutes right now has control of that Baron area, which is why they were baiting in that brush because CLG was thinking, holy crap, are they on Baron right now? And that's actually where TSM should have been. You could see with all the hesitation that was on CLG right there, they weren't close to checking the Baron pit. So that actually could have been a pretty quickly bursting down Baron. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but CLG gets out of it unscathed.
TSM definitely looking to break a habit. 0-4 against the teams that are above them, undefeated against the teams that are below them. And hopefully this can be kind of break that. Yeah.
Crazy stat for TSM. It's like they're the most consistent team in the LCS. Always taking care of business against the lower teams, but
consistently consistent. You see the Fnatic, their chart for being consistent.
1-1 every single
all the time. 2,000 gold lead here over to Team Solo Mid, and anybody's game gold lead, if you ask me. 25 minutes on the clock, 3-1 and 4-2 in turrets. Good map control by TSM so far. They're definitely working the wards, and they just have a love for this Baron side right now. They know it could give them something that'll just give them the edge, even if they don't get Baron after the fight.
Well, the longer they wait, the lower their forcing potential becomes. Because when Doublelift gets his Infinity Edge, when Link gets his Death Cap, and when Dexter gets his Trinity Force, a lot of the power advantage TSM had will be lost. And that moment is happening very soon. It's just a matter of pretty much when CLG decides to go shopping.
Wow, yeah. Lots of gold in their pockets at TSM, too.
And Doublelift completed it. Dexter completed his Trinity Force, and Link is waiting on about 400 gold for his Death Cap completion.
This is going to be big. Doublelift is on 4 of Rapid Fire, so he's still trying to level that one up to equal the timing of his Infinity Edge that he just finished. Also, Zerk Greaves. It's going to be some pain, and he's not even going to be full range yet. We'll see if this composition CLG tried to put together, even with getting banned out in 3 supports, to try and shut down this Bjergsen Cassidy.
And this game is getting to a point where mistakes are no longer allowed and still being able to get victory because CLG just hit some very big item thresholds. And I think the advantage TSM had is mostly lost right here, which as you can see, as soon as CLG has those items, let's go to Dragon. Let's force a fight. And at this point, they're incredibly even. Whoever could get the right initiation might actually be the team that comes out on top in this fight.
CLG still trying to pull it out, making Dragon quite enticing here. Damage still being traded back. Dexter charging up the Vault Breaker. Not enough damage really going to come out of this. That fizzles out. A little bit of initiation. Not ready now for CLG. Dragon is just waiting to be taken down.
CLG might just peel for a turret here. They are very experienced in doing this. They fight around Dragon a whole bunch. If TSM moves too far off, CLG just pressures that bottom turret. Even maybe if they just sent Double Lift down there, they could pull off something similar.
So much power.
That magnetism of the Dragon, though, is strong.
The Nami ultimate, Seraph going in with Dragon's Descent, Link's ultimate. TSM can be shut down in the blink of an eye, but if they can get over all of that, it's their deal. There's that one. Seraph going in with the Dragon's Descent. There comes Dexter, trying to get the Shockwave in, not even throwing it down just yet. Link on the backside. There it is. He takes down Dyrus. They still keep going for the kills. The hook on the Double Lift. He goes right through the team and threads the needle. They follow up on the Afromu. What a play coming in from Glebe. And Bjergsen's going to follow up to push Link out.
With the Dragon Steal from Amazing, TSM is much farther ahead. Can he stop it?
Oh! Woo!
Seraph gets out after starting the fight and somehow not dying. All right, thinking about the way that fight worked, we said the teams were very close beforehand, but Seraph's initiation was a little bit ahead of the rest of the team. Watch when he goes in, how long it takes before the rest of the CLG follows up. Seraph's at 33% health before CLG can actually come in and help. If that was an initiation together with Dexter, CLG might actually win this fight. But because they're now on the way out, Seraph is no longer part of the fight, neither is Dyrus, it basically just turns into that even fight. And then that death sentence by Glebe swings it entirely. Double Lift not being able to backline is massive, and the Dragon Steal will increase the overall advantage for TSM.
Lots of wards going over the wall.
Whoa, man.
Whoa, Dexter gets hit up very hard, but he gets DQ over the wall. Keeps himself safe. TSM is not allowing them even in their own jungle now. A great fight coming in for TSM at Dragon.
Baron is the name of the game right now for TSM. They proved that they could kind of win that last team fight. They have vision control, and they know CLG will be a little bit hesitant. How quickly can they peel, and how well can CLG check? Seraph made a big risk to get that ward down, but it's incredibly important that they got it there.
A lot of these ults are back up. Do we have Afromu in range? Seraph again in the fight, taking damage before the team really gets it. Double Lift hit up, and one after the other. The consecutive crowd control again. As Double Lift tries to get himself in range, Seraph is going to find the same result. Link is going to be the next as the domino effect comes into play.
That was TSM pulling the trigger that they really needed to get. They were a little late on it, but boy did they pull it at a great moment. 2 clutch hooks by Glebe onto Double and then onto Afro.
Knowing you have a mid-game composition and acting on it is what TSM has just done. 9-2, 29 minutes into the game, an explosive amount of shock and awe from Dragon to Baron now. Within about the last 5 minutes, and they've taken a 5,000 gold lead. Baron's down, and TSM is up.
What an awesome set of death sentences by Glebe.
Yeah.
That's really what the name of this game has been. The fact that they already had a good start onto Seraph, but then amongst the chaos, he snipes another hook on a Double Lift, and then they're always doubling it with the Cocoon.
Yeah.
The 2 newest members of TSM, Glebe and Amazing, have fantastic synergy this game, and it's allowing the Turtle and the Bjergsen to do great things. Cassian is just jumping on top of the CC targets, bursting them down, and Turtle is just extending his amazing run that he's had over the past 4 games.
You know, Jat, Wild Turtles, he's been getting some kills. Quite a few kills in his last games.
The craziest thing about Wild Turtle this split has been how bad he was in the first 8 games. We'll get to this after this blue buff because TSM might catch another fight. Yeah, Turtle had 15 kills over the first 8 games. In his previous 4 games, he's had 30.
Yeah.
He's now at 45 kills. It's the slump that him and Glebe were in. They had no synergy. Glebe was playing terribly at the start. Wild Turtle was looking like he was dying out of position everywhere, and they turned it on. Glebe has been much more comfortable and confident really since Loco Doco arrived.
Yeah.
You would have to say, because the team just has better strategic planning, and Turtle is the beneficiary of all of that.
And, you know, it was also a lot of shoes to fill for Glebe as he came in, because they said, you know what, you're going to have a voice right off the bat. So along with being a voice of the team, along with trying to coordinate with a new AD carry, took a little time to iron things out, but it seems like they have ironed it out nicely. A little starch added, no more needed. 9-2, 31.5 into this game.
See that now after they have the Baron. Safe hashtaggers. Got to see that before it happens. Still, you can see it's heavily swinging in favor of TSM. They have a big lead here. And the overall gold lead, right? Even if Doublelift gets to that last Whisper, Tristan is still not going to be that strong. It's not like Lucian is a little baby late game. He's still really powerful with that completed Infinity Edge. So TSM's going to be looking to make some big-time moves with this Baron buff. They got 2 minutes of it left.
Oh, so many finished items. Core items hit, the Zanyas as well. We were just talking about the Infinity Edge. We'll see if the Mikhail's Crucible can save Doublelift, because right now he's going to be needing a Mercurial Scimitar if that's not enough. Very close to trying to get in. Dyrus is going to put pressure on the bottom side, and they're just trying to push in the windows on every side of the base right now. Right to the turret, no problem here. Not having the Sunfire Cape, allowing him to stay under the turret and get a better push on.
Still double Randwins by TSM. Oh my!
Doublelift, so close. Oh, there's a bit of burn there.
That was without the Blade of the Ruin King or the Ghost Blade used by Wild Turtle. If he used one of those active items, he would have killed Doublelift.
Got a few more shots of the calling out. Gonna be some turret shots on the Dyrus. That time, he hit somebody with a call. His own call of meek, not calling. And we're seeing the gold lead. This is all that TSM needed now to get themselves to the front of the base, but as long as they don't make too big of a mistake here, they should be all right. Baron's keeping them nice and regened up, and CLG is definitely on their heels as they try to defend here.
Yeah, killing Doublelift would have been an easy inhibitor for them. So even though it was a good play by Turtle to get him low, a misplay because he didn't use his active items to finish him off.
There's a little bit of siege there.
They might even try this 3-turret push. They have so much mobility on Bjergsen. It's very hard for COG to run back and forth between these turret waves, but these turrets do regen a fair bit when you're not hitting them. So TSM will have to focus, and they do not have much of their Baron buff left. They're very much just swinging between all 3 of these base turrets of CLG.
Trying to stretch CLG thin. It's that few wrong clicks that are going to make the turret go down. CLG can't get there fast enough. TSM is really just causing chaos right now. No real risk in this either. Baron buff is just timing out. So compliments to CLG for holding it off, but how long can they do it?
You can see Link is keeping the Orianna ball on top of Doublelift, just in case. He needs to be able to keep that armor and MR on him so he doesn't get instantly blown up like he has the last few fights.
How much longer is it going to be? Still a little bit of time on Baron. Look over at TSM.
TSM wants this turret. It's a couple more hits. Next wave, or even this wave, they want to finish it off. It's just get it.
Throwing it down, only hits Glebe with that ultimate. Seraph, he's going to try to be in the front line for the team. Doublelift again on the backside, instantly gets shredded out to 10% HP. Wild Turtle comes up dominating. Another shot as he gets a double kill. Will there be a triple? They won't have the room to grab it, but everybody participated in those 2 kills.
Yet, with the last amount of pushing, after their Baron buff a bit down, they still have enough confidence to just fly in there and make some plays happen. They knew how much stronger they were than CLG, and they just brute forced that turret down in the end. CLG didn't have enough to fire back on, because as soon as they get a little bit of damage onto Doublelift, he's done for. Bjergsen bursted him to half, so he had to pull back at the start of the fight. The shockwave did not hit a good chunk of TSM to stop this assault, and Turtle from the backline was flying all over the place with his Blade of the Ruin King speed and his Ghost Blade speed. There wasn't much COG could do to run away.
And there's not much they can do to run away either. All those Randuins, such great builds coming out of Team Solo mid here. Dyrus in the top lane played it very strong. And the rest of the team figured Randuins would be the best as well. I guess it's just amazing, but he still goes for the Thorn Mail after that. Dexter coming into 4.10, still going for just his straight damage build. No change there. I don't know if that's obviously the thing that hurt them, but it's not working.
Damage Vi works well when you're ahead.
Right.
It does not work well against a Lucian with those items because he is just shredding through whatever little armor Dexter has just with his Ghost Blade and his bases. Like, Dexter's sitting on 82 armor right now against a 4-item Lucian. and he just has no way of running away. That's a couple spells and a few autos, and Dexter is dead.
Yeah, very hard to get to that back line as well. Wild Turtle's positioning in this game, it's 7-1-3, so you can tell it has been very good. Like we said, also for Bjergsen, his last Kassadin game was 10-0-4. He's assist master this game at 0-0-9, but still, getting everything the team needs to keep it going.
303 CS is the powerful thing. Like, sure, he's not getting kills, but he's still an incredibly potent force on Kassadin.
Oh, yeah.
The start of these fights, he's taking either double lift or link straight to half health. No magic resist items on anyone but Seraph or Aphromu because of the Mikhail's Crucible. So it's very easy for him to just go to a squishy target, chunk them down, and then if he gets turned on, activates that Zhonya's and lets the rest of the cavalry back him up.
Seeing what Doublelift is building, other into his Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv himself. Not going for defense. He wants to match that power and still be the late game hyper carry that Tristana can be. See if TSM can again pull the trigger here, and they're trying to set it up. It looks like CLG will not bite, so TSM is going to go right for the Baron.
Yeah, this Baron should be going down very, very quickly. TSM is just biding their time. They've built up such a large advantage that this late game COD composition, which, as we mentioned, isn't much better in the late game than what TSM has, is extremely far behind because of the 14,000 gold deficit COG faces.
TSM definitely didn't change too much, other than the obviously AD carry builds and the way Dyrus kind of went about his.
Yeah.
But they were definitely not worried about giving CLG those few dragons because they got the kills after. They were kind of setting everything up the way they needed it, and have really carried the game beautifully here to 37 minutes. Definitely longer than their previous matchup. That was 28 minutes long.
Whoa. Doublelift already below half health. So next wave comes in. If Doublelift isn't back there at full health, it's going to be very hard to defend.
If you don't play a lot of Tristana, thinking your range is going to be out longer before 18 can put you in the wrong positioning. Doublelift kind of keeps walking up to the front to get a few shots on, but a crit can also change a fight in your favor from Trist. See if they can do it. A nice calling to the backside, and Doublelift just about eats all of it there with a bit more. It's going to be Seraph going in. 1, 2, 3, he's down. Bjergsen found Doublelift on the backside to start off this fight. It was so fast you almost didn't see it. It's going to be going down on the inhibitor. TSM now owns the base.
And they already have the exposed side, so they are going to end this game a crushing defeat for COG. TSM looking good.
Very nice job as TSM takes down their first team that's above them in the standings, and they are able to tie up Counter Logic Gaming with this score now.
Oh no!
For the inhibitor spawns.
Well,
MVP. All right.
And now they can finish.
They killed the MVP. The game is now about to be over. 38 minutes, 40 seconds into the game, Team Solo Mid takes down Counter Logic Gaming. Wow.
That must feel good.
Yeah.
For TSM. Look at the smiles all around by the entire team. Wild Turtle 9-1-5, Bjergsen 1-0-12. Really, the fact that the overall score was 15-2 means that as soon as TSM got that slight edge, they just destroyed CLG.
Very good game coming in. Aphromu bringing out the Nami. 3 supports banned out by Team Solo Mid. They focused the lane also. Nami's still a good pick, but it didn't seem to give CLG everything they needed.
Quite honestly, early on in the laning phase, Turtle and Glebe looked rough. Dying straight up to level 4 to a Trist is normally not something you could recover from as a lane. But then Glebe landed death sentence after death sentence onto Doublelift. And there was nothing he could do on Trist.
Threading the needle with those hooks, one after the other. TSM didn't feel worried about banning out that many supports as well. And
For some reason,
they drove that team comp as they picked it.
Loco Doco making a big impact as coach.
Yeah.
And see some stunned faces there. Dexter is definitely not happy about that one. Nobody on CLG should be.
Reggie as well. I wonder why Loco Doco's wearing a hat.
Yeah. Maybe something under there he's trying to hide.
Well, an amazing first game to start off Week 6 here. Team Solo Mid taking down Counter Logic Gaming, and really what was just a bring-it-to-you match.
Yep. The Lucian getting it later. The first pick Kassadin ended up making a big impact late in the game. We saw with those sieges, it made the turrets indefensible for CLG. Doublelift, he got a little bit rocked on Tristana. It is not, like, we're not playing the game where you can farm for 30 minutes and win.
No.
Right? And CLG I'm very confused by what they've done because they embraced that. Back in the summer split of 2013, CLG victories, when they went 13-15, their victories took an average of 45 minutes. They were the late game team, and they only won about half the time, and they didn't even make it to Worlds at the end of that. This split, CLG has played the fastest games of any North American LCS team, which just makes it so peculiar that they decide against their biggest rival, TSM, to go back to the Tristana-Orianna composition that has historically only led to mediocrity for CLG. I don't like the choice by CLG to end up going with Tristana or the play style they adopted once they did it, where they were just running away from TSM until eventually they got caught and then they lost.
Right, and even with the Vi pickups, things you want to initiate on. We usually saw those CLG crazy wins with hardly any deaths in the game, hardly them getting any kills. They just win the game by taking out your structure. So now they're throwing themselves into these situations where, like you said, they kind of falter.
Yeah, that means that TSM and CLG are now tied in the standings. This was again CLG's chance to have sole possession of first place. With the loss to TSM, anything could happen.
The caliber is just getting better and better in North America. And like we said, it's so topsy-turvy as well with teams like Complexity who are on the bottom and having trouble against bottom teams, taking out top teams like Dignitas and Cloud9.
Yep.
And Complexity's taken out Dignitas before as well. It's kind of like they have their number. So it's another week where anything can happen for these teams. And right now we saw the wheelhouse game for back in the old history go to Team Solo Mid. So don't forget to share your favorite moments from today by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Right now we're going to throw it over to Freak and Kobe to see what TSM has to say on that last match.
Thank you very much. What's up, guys? I want to welcome Glee Bjergsen. I'm going to put your names together just because I can to the desk. Guys, you played. I even got minor applause from Kobe there. That was nice of you. So, guys, congratulations on the win, first of all. Coming in, new patch, right? You're near the top of the standings, but not in first place like you guys were for much of the spring. What was your sort of your confidence like coming into the game?
For me personally, it was kind of split because I feel like we did really well early in the week and most of the week in scrims, and it feels like we're improving a lot. And then yesterday, we just lost almost every scrim, and it just felt like, oh god, are we gonna lose this too? And it's kind of like a TSM thing where we learn things and then we forget the old things that we were good at in the past, and we just kind of forgot those and lost some scrims off of that. But I feel like this game we did pretty well overall.
You don't think you forgot anything during this game?
I don't know, not really. I think not that I really noticed.
All right, so starting out in picks bans, though, CLG gave you Cassin. This is kind of a thing that CLG have a pattern of doing now because Link has said he's fine with laning against anybody's Kassadin, and they like to pick this Vi into Kassadin, and last time they did it, they got a lot of lockdown very early. But this time, I don't think you got hit with one of those ultimates till you already had a Zhonya's. How do you feel? Did you guys expect them giving you Kassadin?
We knew it was a possibility. We were playing some Kassadin scrims and stuff like that because we knew that they were very comfortable playing against Kassadin with that exact comp. And we've been scrimming against teams that pretty much pulled out almost the same comp with Ori and Vi or Lee Sin jungle, stuff like that. So I'm pretty confident playing against it because I think Kassadin is just really, really strong and you can play it against almost any pick. But I think the way Link plays the laning phase is, against Kassadin is a lot different than any other mid. And he freezes the wave from level 1, unlike a lot of other players. And it makes you push your wave towards him, which sets you more open for gank. So I feel like Link actually plays this matchup extremely well, and I was very surprised.
Glebe, I actually want to press you then on this. So Bjergsen said you guys have played, you guys practiced for Kassadin multiple times. You guys have played against similar types of compositions. You were ready for this. What was then the game plan coming into the game?
When we picked Kassadin, the basic game plan was to just get strong lanes for top and bottom and try to get 2v2 lanes so Kassadin can't get pushed around too hard, because once he gets levels and starts to get his items, he becomes like a really big menace. And as soon as you start to win a team fight a little bit, his R is just so good at chasing and closing down fights that you can go in and get more kills, and once you have that small lead, it's really easy to snowball it with Kassadin.
Speaking of starting to win team fights, we have a pretty good replay of you guys winning a fight around Dragon that Glebe plays a very big role in, hooking double lift here. Can you walk us through this one? Bring this up on your screen because this hook goes right onto double lift. I know some people say double lift kind of is a heat seeker for skill shots, but walk us through.
All right. So at first we had Turtle pushing mid, and then they go for Dragon and we start to fight it. I miss one hook at the start, and we go on Seraph because he jumps in, and we just start fighting, just trying to kite back. But later on, like the Oriole gets Dyrus, we know it's down, and my hook comes back up. Double actually flashes, and then at this point...
Did you expect him to run into that, or who were you aiming for there?
That hook, I think I was aiming more for Link than double, but just seeing the animation sometimes, players will reactively flash, and he ended up flashing right into it, which let us win the fight really hard. And then not even from just winning the fight, we also got Orianna and Tristana flashes down, which are really big because that means for the next couple of minutes going into any fight, we know it's a lot easier to focus them.
So you guys always make sure you track like the big cooldowns. Will you do that for every champion, or just like the important ones?
Try to do it for every champion. It's a lot easier early in the lane phase because flashes get blown a lot less often, but it's really good idea to keep track of like all the flashes, and then minor summoners like heal later on becomes harder to keep track of, but just knowing when all the flashes are up is really big for starting like team fighting.
Okay, so I actually want to call your attention then to like the early laning phase, because Tristana is one of the new champions that have come out in this patch that seems to be popular because of the item changes and whatnot. You guys had an early deficit in the lane. I want to ask sort of what happened there.
Oh, okay. So in that early lane phase, we just misplayed a bit. Double lift jumped on top of Turtle, and I shot a hook that was supposed to hit him, but I ended up missing. And once the hook missed, I didn't have much CC left, so they were able to both all in and flash and go for the kill. 2v2, Nami does pretty well in general versus Thresh lanes, though it can kind of depend on the AD. But there, we just made a little misplay, and the second we made it, they capitalized on it and got a kill.
How do you turn that back around afterwards when they're ahead?
Once they're ahead, it's not too much to do to turn it back around. We knew the other side of the map was doing really well, so we just tried to farm as much as possible under turret and do double golems to just minimize their lead and stay as close as possible. Because if we called for ganks bottom and had our jungler come bottom, there's a chance that Vi could be waiting, and if that were to happen, we'd probably be weaker 3v3 and just have a bigger chance to lose the game.
Now, playing against some of these newer picks like Tristana that are coming with 410, how do you guys overall feel like you're adapting to this 410 patch, and how much has it helped having a coach that's actually living with you?
I think having a coach that's living with us helps a lot. He can keep us informed of lots of new strategies or what's being played in different regions and things like that. And overall, we've been adapting pretty well to the new patch. There's a lot to take in on this patch, like the different ADs you can play has changed completely. Like a lot of ADs, Tristana, that were never played before are now actually really strong. But overall, I think we've adapted really well to the patch.
What do you think it has changed about TSM?
What?
What do you think, like, what has TSM, like, has it changed, like, the identity as a team? Like, CLG went back to, like, old school Tristana split push style. Like, has TSM, like, changed how to look at the game now?
Yeah, it changed a lot. One thing that's changed is, like, the top lane pool. This patch, tanks aren't played as much. Actually, that game, 2 tanks are popular now. Or 2 tanks are played, but with a new patch, like a lot of times you see non-tank champs top lane, so that's one thing I think that's changed a lot.
All right, well, let's get back to the game here. We have another replay. Let's bring this one up on your screen. This is a Baron fight for you guys. Glebe, since you took the last one, Bjergsen, walk us through here.
All right. We just decided that we've been dancing Baron for too long, and we're tired of it, so we wanted to force the Baron and get a fight as fast as possible. Again, Glebe actually hits a hook on double lift into a cocoon from Amazing, and that just seals the fight. And like Glebe said earlier, Kassadin's Rift Walk can just chase people down. And after getting that 1 kill on an important target, we just chase them down. There isn't really too much we can do.
Yeah, so it seems like that was working really well for you guys overall. And you closed the game out. You guys took that one pretty well. You're guaranteed to be in second place now at the end of the day, because one of Diglett House or LMQ will lose, and of course CLG already has. Do you guys feel like, both with how the season's going and how you're adapting to 410, that your top 2 North America, is that like where you stand right now?
I think it kind of depends on the day and the week. Sometimes we adapt really fast to new champions and we just feel really strong, and then sometimes we forget the old basics like I was talking about, and we might not be as good as some other teams. But I definitely think that we're top 4, and it all depends on the day, because all the top 4 teams are really good and can all be #1.
Speaking of top 4 teams, you guys are going to face LMQ next, and they're a very different team from CLG. Have you forgotten everything you know about playing against LMQ?
I'm not sure if we knew too much about playing LMQ. They did beat us, but no, we have a plan going against them too. So we'll see how that works out. We were more scared of CLG this week just because they've been performing really solid, and they have really good mid-late game decision making, and that's something where I feel like they could have outperformed us. But this game we just got the lead and we didn't let it go.
All right, well, guys, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. You guys could be first place at the end of the week. You guys win tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, but we've got more going on. I'm going to take a quick break while we give the minions the time to catch their breath, because they don't give enough love. But when we return, we're going to jump into our next match, Complexity versus Cloud9. Stay tuned.
Orion, ball down, going for hook.
Kill Ship! Kai, kill Ship! Kill Ship! Kai!
Dyrus. Alright.
I got W. We can win. We can win.
Double. You got double. You guys are stronger.
We can chase. We can definitely chase.
Okay, we can turn. We can push them in. Push them out.
He's gonna go in. He's gonna go in. Double lift. Look at double lift.
Got it. Double lift.
Double lift.
Good job. Look at Syrup. We can chase. Link Syrup. Good link. Go. Link. Yes. Fair. Cheers, Syrup.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the NALCS Summer Split. We're shifting into gear for our next fight. It's Complexity versus Cloud9. So far, Complexity have shown they can punish any team that dares to overlook them.
Yeah, they actually defeated Cloud9 in Week 1 and then most recently took down the #1 Dignitas last week and then looked very good doing it. And it's interesting because in the games they win, their opponents are actually making some big mistakes and then Complexity plays very well after that. However, against EG last week, they got obliterated by a team that's in the bottom of the standings because they didn't have a good early start.
Right.
So one win doesn't make a streak for Complexity, and we have to see which Complexity shows up today.
Absolutely. The same could be said for Cloud9, who have had games where they look to be back to their dominating ways, only to stumble again.
And honestly, last week they had a shot to pull themselves into a tie for first, but instead LMQ beat them and took that spot for themselves.
Yeah.
So Cloud9 once again ended the week kind of in the middle of the pack, which is not where they're used to being. It's the first split where Cloud9 have yet to hold first place. Halfway through the split, the 2 down defending champions need to step up and start taking care of business.
Well, in the tough streets of the North American League, teams can't afford to make mistakes in the early game. Or as Cloud9 learned the last time they faced complexity, it will cost them the game.
I feel like Cloud9 got a lot weaker, like ever since like last split. We ended up taking the game off of them because Robert got a triple kill and it just kind of snowballed off that.
The double bust could go over to Robert X. Lee. That is huge for an AD carry. A second kill to come in. Absolutely for Robert X. Lee. A third kill to come in.
I think against complexity, making the littlest mistake is basically going to lose you the game. Any sort of small advantage that you can give away, it's going to lead into a big snowball.
They had to switch a player recently, like Kez for Broken Shard, so that always sucks when you have to make a roster swap, especially when you have no control over it. It's really bad. I guess they're adapting to having Kez in the team.
I mean, I've been only in this team for like a few weeks, so we're still trying to work on our synergy. We just got to learn to play consistently, because every game we've been losing so far has been very snowballish, so we just have to work on that.
Well, it seems like they have everything in order of what's causing the losses. Hopefully get the early game lead to give them such a dominating win as usual.
Absolutely. Complexity knows how to play when they're ahead, but not so much when they're behind. They just keep trying to make big plays with goal deficit.
That's right. And for more on this match, let's sound it down to Kobe.
All right, thank you, Riv. I'm here with the Complexity coach and analyst, Mr. Koobs. Now, you guys, being in last place, you receive a lot of criticism from the fans. A lot of teams have been going with these social media blackouts. Have you guys actually decided to go with that, or have you embraced it?
I think social media blackouts for certain players and teams work, but I think for us, I've worked with my players to have it not affect them as much and just look at it in more of a upbeat and motivation, kind of, in the sense that, hey, no one believes in us, we have a couple fans, let's go hard. So I think for us it's all right, and as the season progresses, I think hopefully that criticism kind of dies down and we become a stronger team.
Well, you guys definitely have a big chance here. A new patch changing up a lot of things. On this 4.10 patch, it seems like a good opportunity for you guys because you have a lot of players that like to play champions that are not very popular among a lot of other players. What do you think of your team's chances with this 4.10 coming in?
I think 4.10 has been an interesting patch in the sense that obviously the big one is AD carries, who are changed with the Infinity Edge changes and the nerf to lifesteal in the Bloodthirster. I think what we see now a lot, and it goes over all the scenes, is you're seeing a lot more of the support style top lanes with Lulu and Kayle. Now OGN's running Gragas top a little bit. And the supports, we're seeing more Nami, a little bit of Sona. So I think the picks in general, whoever adapts the fastest to each meta usually gets a huge advantage. And I'm very confident that we have done that, and I'm really looking forward to see how we do today.
All right, well, you're facing Cloud9, who has historically been one of the best at adapting. Now, you guys have beaten them already, though. What is the team's confidence like coming into this one?
Well, that first game was our first one in the LCS, and although I don't think we played very well, neither team really played, I think, their A game per se, but we were able to get that win. So heading into this one, we have had Kez now for, I think it's our 4th week with him. So I think we're very comfortable, and going into this game, if we bring our best, I think we have a chance, and that's all you can ask for in this game.
All right, well, good luck. We are now going to send it back to the guys at the desk to get this game started.
Thank you very much, Kobe, and let's do that right away. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Complexity. That leaves Westrice in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, probably in mid lane, I promise. Robert X. Lee at AD carry, and Bubba Dub at support with his stash.
On the red side, of course, it is Cloud9 in blue shirts. Balls in the top lane, Vitios in the jungle, High in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And we'll see if it is true. Does Cloud9 adapt the fastest? Can Meteos get Lee Sin?
I know. Doesn't matter because it's strange. So much of Cloud9 in the past has been other teams trying to react to them, right? So much of the top is like, there's questions teams ask. How do you get to the top? How do you become the best team? Right. A lot of people say, look what the best team does and mimic it until you become the best. But what that ends up often doing is if you're mimicking a strategy, the best you can become is slightly worse than the team that you're mimicking because they've been doing it for longer and they're better at it. So when Cloud9 came on the scene, they had a very fresh and new style of play, but it hadn't necessarily been seen before. And then now, when they're in the middle of the pack, they keep trying these new things. That's why we see Meteos being one of the only jungle Rengar people that have tried it in North America. That's kind of why we see High playing mid lane champions that other mid laners haven't been favoring, like the Fizz when he played Kha'Zix a couple games in a row, or when Sneaky and Lemon Nation are the first to try out different AD carry and support combos.
Yeah, like the Ashe Zyra, right?
Exactly, like the Ashe Zyra back in the summer when they were such a dominating team. And I really do feel like this 4.10 patch is a big opportunity for them to set the standard again as far as what becomes the best picks, because I think the other teams in the previous patches had really caught on, and they were 100% on it, and Cloud9 kept trying to do different picks that just weren't any better. And maybe their analytical skills now can give them that slight edge over the other teams.
Remember in the beginning, they would always be like, we look at what Korea thinks is OP, and then we play it to our style. They would take it, but they would try to match it. They twist it. They do what they needed to. And it always worked out for them. Now, will that mistake happen? We look at Complexity. If they can grab that early lead, they know how to carry a snowball. But how do you stop that if that's the only way to really bring out the W?
I know, because in one side, you don't just want to play safe because then that'll allow Complexity to bully you.
Yeah.
You just have to play comfortably, right? You just don't.
That's true.
You can't be afraid of making a big mistake. Otherwise, you're going to make a big mistake or just end up doing nothing.
Right.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 should just play this one comp.
This is also another time that Cloud9 looks at somewhat of a different team. Last time this was with Broken Shard. Now Kez is there. Yeah, they've seen Kez from week to week play against other teams, but it's still a different dynamic they're bringing as they match up. Now we're going to be heading into Champion Select, and we'll see what kind of homework was done pre-game as we get into the Complexity Cloud9 match.
Well, the Rengar ban.
Rengar homework. There it is.
Yeah.
And like Complexity's manager coach said, there's been a lot more focus on the kind of AP supportish top laner. So Lulu, being a flex pick anyways and has been for a while, she's out of there.
Wouldn't be shocked if we saw another Kale ban as well. Although I don't know how proficient Westrice actually is on the champion. The notebook of Lemon Nation, of course, trying to make some smart choices. A lot of homework to be done by Cloud9, their analyst Charlie, obviously by Complexity, their coach Koobs.
Looks like it won't be a win. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, looks like Cloud9 just lost. No, not really. Of course, we have to just keep reiterating. For some reason, Meteos has not won a game this split when he's not playing Lee Sin, but has a 100% win rate when playing it. Obviously, two junglers being banned away from Meteos with the Rengar and the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He's a great Elise player. He just hasn't been able to find success with this split.
The Kale does get forcefully banned out. They probably squeamed a little bit. Would have wanted that on their side, maybe. And he gets his jungler right away.
Yeah. They really targeted Meteos heavily in this pick and ban phase. Lucian would still be on the board, but that's not necessarily what Sneaky has been tunneling on. We know sustain supports are much stronger. There's no need to take a jungler very early unless they just want to do the rest of their picks via counter picks. This will really kind of tell us what tier list of champions Cloud9 has put together in their heads.
Hive brings out Ziggs. Safe play in the middle with some siege to himself. Falls onto the safe play of Bernectin. So not too much shown by the hand of C9. Like you said, comfort. We brought in with the patch changes.
Balls is a great Renekton player, and Renekton has relatively, in power, been buffed this patch, just because there is more likely to be an isolated lane scenario in the top lane, because more teams will be unwilling to swap up there because it costs them more in Dragon Gold if they give that up. And lane bullying is absolutely important up there, especially since he has sustain built into his kit as well. And then the Ziggs is twofold. It shoves in lanes, it also denies the pick from Prowler.
Tristana being picked up once again. Damn. This is going to be for Robert X. Lee this time. This is also with Lucian up on the board. One of the most picked AD carries at the moment.
So they picked
everybody
Tristana,
up on the board.
They picked Tristana over every AD carry in League of Legends. So no Caitlyn, no Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw was actually banned in pretty much every single OGN game. And immediately they pick a stronger laner in Caitlyn.
One of the favorites of getting that Infinity Edge in her build and really having a power spike just from how she can build. One of the only, not only I should say, but one of the ones that can favor an eye edge first. Sneaky knows he could have a strong lane here. We see that Prowly's going to be on Yasuo this time.
Yeah.
Is that Sona? Yes, it is.
An interesting thing, Tristana's ult can be Yasuo ulted on top of.
Oh, yeah,
which is
displacement.
kind of cool.
Right.
If they want to go with that. So giving a little bit of extra Yasuo synergy. Prawley liking the AD mids with the Athene's Unholy Grail nerf. Might be looking to attack Ziggs a little bit. And this support pick by Lemon will be interesting. If they go with Thresh, they might end up losing the sustain battle if they get hit by a few of those explosive shots, but the kill potential would be higher. This, though, gives them a lot more kiting ability.
Very safe game there. A lot of AD coming out of the side of Complexity on this. Looks like they have a team that isn't going to be really able to activate on anything in those early games. Maybe they can, maybe they can't, but that's a very squishy bottom lane to start with.
Yeah, little curious about Complexity's overall team composition. They are a team that has typically won only when they pull far ahead in the early game, because they do have good map movements and know how to close out games and make plays when they have big gold leads. But it's very hard for them to get a big gold lead when they're weaker in all 3 lanes early in the game.
Yeah.
So they're kind of at the mercy of Cloud9 in this one.
It's something that hurts coming out of Champion Select when you kind of feel that sinking, knowing the lanes are right up and better than you right away. The game's about to get underway. We'll see if that's all true. So let's gaze into the future and see who will win. According to you, at LOLesports.com, 85% of you say it's going to be Cloud9.
As long as it's not over 90%, safe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be seeing that down. Sure. If you see things going south for Cloud9, though, update your vote by tweeting us at LOLesports. Use the hashtag COLWin or C9win. We'll be checking that back to get real-time reactions. Or if Cloud9 is winning, just keep voting for them. Push that over 85%.
It's going to be a tough game for Cloud9 or for Complexity. I don't see Cloud9 really letting themselves fall into any mistakes. Last time we saw Meteos go in with the Kazakhs in the game we talk about where Complexity got the early triple kill. He was pretty low on health. It's kind of an unnatural thing for Meteos to do, go into a gank when it may not work.
And that was also in week 1, where Cloud9 was very recently reacclimating themselves to high in the mid lane. We do have to keep that in mind.
True.
The lung surgery that he had in the offseason, and the fact that they played with Link and then back with High. It's been a bit of a recovery process.
All right, game 2 of week 6, I should say.
Yeah.
As we get on Complexity coming off the blue side, Cloud9 coming off a red. We get this one onto the Rift. You can see Elimination getting the cuff stretched out, and he's ready to play. Spell Thieves on both of the supports, going to be bringing in some cash money in the early game. And we see, again, Balls likes the Doran's Blade as well to Westrice's shield.
Yeah, well, it's the aggression of Renekton. He holds the early game edge so clearly over Shyvana that he just wants it for the AD. I'm actually a little surprised we're not seeing longsword Renektons, because that would build into the Tiamat fast.
Right.
If they're really bullying that heavily. But of course, that would make them weaker to ganks, and the early game ganks of Kez are quite potent.
Seeing them getting themselves back into a very good situation. Kez can make the moves to get himself back in the jungle if he's been put behind. A very smart jungler. Good addition to Complexity. We'll see if they can use that to get themselves back up in the standings. Looking into this game, Cloud9 7-5. Complexity is 3-9. Looking to put a win in the column. Elimination on Morgana this time definitely won't make it easy in the duo lane. Looks like we are going to get that standard matchup. The early sweeper clear, very nicely placed. Could have been anywhere.
It makes the invade much more possible or dangerous. It really forces Complexity into a big sense of unease, and they'll have to do some guesswork.
1 CS for Sneaky. He's feeling pretty good. 73-27. It's starting to shift. People remember last game.
1 CS not changing people's minds, for sure. And last game we mentioned how TSM had lost to every team above them in the standings and beaten every team below them.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons Cloud9 still appears as such a strong team is against teams in the top 5 of the LCS. So that's kind of the cool kids club that's happening this split. They're 5-3. They're actually doing very well against the good teams.
Right.
It's the teams at the bottom they've been struggling against. They've lost to Complexity and they've lost to EG, which puts them in the middle of the pack.
Right.
It's the consistency that Cloud9 needs to reattain if they want to make the top of the standings.
Yeah.
And those types of things start by beating Complexity up.
And you can almost see that with the times of what happened in this last game. Cloud9 did lose, but it took Complexity 25 minutes after their first inhibitor to close out the game. It's a little longer than usual, so Cloud9 still put up a fight. They still knew how to keep themselves in the game. Could be harder if they get the edge first. Meteos on the red buff. He's going to be getting that for himself. 2 buffs to each jungler now. Let's see if they can make an impact here coming out of the jungle. Kaz a little bit slower here, and it's going to be top lane already for Meteos.
A little bit strange here. Meteos is incredibly low.
Yeah, saw that.
Right now on Evelyn. And if he would have walked into that brush and there was an Elise laying in wait, it would have been death. But because of the early ward they put, they knew where Kez started. So they know Kez is in the red jungle, meaning he's safe to gank at low health if Westrice overcommits. But with the place the wave is, this just looks like wasted time.
And Renekton on full fury, a dangerous thing to be looking at just out of range. God, I think any Renekton player can relate to the W just there.
They may have been able to force the flash if that would have landed the stun. Another bind on Bubba.
Whew, Sona taking some good hits in the early game, not the tankiest.
Yeah, do have to note that Bubba has went with the Spell Thief's Edge on Sona, and one of the reasons he is so aggressively pressing up is he's trying to get his stacks out. So he wants to get the gold generation, the extra damage from the Spell Thief's Edge harassment passive. And he's getting a little bit punished for it health-wise, but obviously because he has sustain, he hasn't died yet.
Probably trying to stay safe. One wall there, and actually very nice. It's going to keep the lane from pushing as well, so that works nicely in his favor. So much harass coming in from high. Loves playing that aggressive early game.
Yeah, look at the sustain. Bubba back at full health already.
This is working out very well for them. Bubba hasn't even chugged the mana potion, so they can kind of stay here and trade back and forth. Sustain is definitely getting some love in the bot lane recently.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing here with Sona. As long as they're not getting bursted out, they will out-sustain, and Sneaky hasn't built lifesteal items yet. So even though that trade looked so heavy-handed, Robert X. Lee is going to be healing up pretty soon now, and Sneaky's having a little bit of trouble.
As bad as this looks in the mid lane.
Oh! The CS is close.
Yeah, CS is
that
close.
was bad.
Wow, that was very aggressive from Prolly. Meteos in the right place at the right time. Kez couldn't even get in the initiation.
Whoopsie-daisy. That was a bad move. Going forward after being so crushed in the lane, and Meteos just with exquisite timing on Eve there. Makes the counter gank not a real possibility.
Big for him. You can see even with going down, yeah, he stayed up in CS, but Complexity is going to have to worry about pink wards as well. Sinking money into that just out of base. Probably is going to have to keep safe from Meteos and more ganks. Push down in the bottom lane, staying sustained. But that range is giving Sneaky a bit of an advantage here. 38-34, pretty even still.
Yeah, but this is not the type of game Complexity wins. Typically, we talked about it right from the picks and bans. They pick lanes that are typically going to be in danger or get bullied early, and then what moves are Complexity really going to make? Cloud9 is absolutely at home. Back when they were successful, or the most successful, it was in the game where they could just pick lane bullies, rely on their laning power, and then let Meteos make very smart, efficient decisions and be kind of that carry jungler that everyone had him first picked in fantasy because that's what they're expecting this split.
Hey, don't rag on me.
Hasn't have to. Did you pick Meteos first?
Maybe.
All right.
I did. 6 minutes into this one, that first kill hovering on the side of Cloud9, giving about 1,000 gold lead. Whoa! Dragon's Descent. Some quick sixes here in the top lane. They're fighting back and forth. I don't know if Westrice really wanted to do that. Dragon's Descent in, flash out.
So that happened.
Oops.
Yep, burns his flash for a couple CS.
How do you repair that?
Yeah.
Do you call the jungler up? Because now
no.
you know that lane is pretty much in his favor.
You don't. We saw Glebe talking about it last game. Once they lost early on, he was saying, yeah, I mean, we could have called our jungler down for a game.
Yeah.
But then Vi could have been there and it would have been turned around, especially against an Eve who they have almost no vision of. He's got to fend for himself.
Yeah.
And without a flash, it becomes even more difficult.
The flash. He was also down almost 20 CS on that engage, so you got to know that Renekton's going to hurt. Coming back into the lane, the Giants belt's the thing to have, I guess, right now. We'll see. Coming around the backside, those pink wards have not been utilized in the bottom lane, rather, I should say, purchased. Robert X. Lee with these little sidestep hops really working for him.
Yeah, that binding was perfectly positioned by Lemon Nation. If it wasn't for the flash of Robert X. Lee, it was death. Can he get the blue?
So close. Uh-oh. So close. Goes to Kez, though.
He just straight up timed that one. He thought...
Needed him, probably.
Because Cloud9 knew exactly when it had started as well, it was a rough guess by High. Just about gave it to him. They would have really loved to have a blue buff on Meteos as well. so he can get a lower cooldown on his Eve ultimate, as well as just spam hate spikes more in the jungle. But so close.
CS as well, close in the mid and the AD carries. Really, it's going to be balls here to give Cloud9 the upper hand. Got to look at both of these compositions as well. Everybody kind of wants to go for damage. It's going to be perfect for the objective fights. High just throwing in Mega Inferno bombs as the rest of Complexity tries to get into the middle. Could be dangerous. Like we said, that early lead is a necessity for Complexity.
Yeah, and I don't think they're getting any closer to having an advantage in this game, especially looking at these item builds. It appears like Robert X. Lee is going Static Shiv with his first item, which is not going to help against Caitlyn's Infinity Edge Rush. Generally, your Static Shiv or Zeal type item comes after your big AD item.
Right.
And it also doesn't give any early lifesteal for Robert X. Lee.
Very plateaued on damage for sure.
Yeah.
Hit a crit, it'll help, but you're not going to crit with
But
any
if they catch
damage.
something like this.
Oh, Lemon Nation! Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say, it almost worked, but they ping-pong back and forth, and he does get himself a kill. So maybe he can just finish the item he needs.
It's about if level 5 or 6 Sona walks into the brush against 3 people, kills happen.
Yeah.
So a really nice lay-in wait by Complexity, knowing Lemon Nation's patterns. A little bit telegraphed right there. Lemon Nation wanted to get ward control in that brush, and Complexity saw it coming.
This is good. This means Complexity can now hold these positions. They're somewhat putting pink wards down. It's going to slow Meteos down a little bit, and that's exactly what they need. Westrice is doing well for himself in HP, but he's still hurting on that farm, and it's going to come big when they need the team to get together. Robert actually a little harassed there. Sneaky going to push this one out, try to deny some CS maybe.
Yeah, mainly the timing. It means they can shove in the lane generally before Robert X. Lee gets back. So really timely ace in the hole based on the ward control in the lane brush, hopefully making up a little bit for Lemon Nation getting caught out of position.
He did just finish the Static Shiv. It looks like they will not worry about bottom lane either. They are going straight to mid here. They're going to try to create their own pressure in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be... They obviously rely on the sustain of Sona, so they don't need the lifesteal.
Right.
Well, Meteos gets spotted by Westrice and has to skedaddle.
Oh, maybe, possibly. He's got the flash. He's so waiting on this one. He just wanted to draw a little more pressure. He gets out, though, has to blow that. Westrice still very hurt in the top lane. You can see it. They're calling a lot of Complexity members there as well. 3 members in the top lane. They put Trist. Robert X. Lee against Ziggs in mid now.
So some lane swaps, yeah, by Complexity. Probably now putting himself into a 1v2, meaning I don't think there's any way he defends this turret properly. Maybe Robert X. Lee can shove along the same lines as High and get some farm back, but he's also not going to have much immediate power in the mid lane. It looks like Complexity has downgraded both of their lanes by swapping right here, and they're going to probably lose this turret.
Probably can't do much but put up a wall after that. It's a very low or very high cooldown. Goes down, knows it's going to be the lane going down, so he's there for the farm, but now this is to be pushed in High's face. It's just going to give him more farm if they don't have to move or decide to do anything.
Not good moves by Complexity so far, putting themselves in this 2,000 gold deficit despite the nice catch on 11 Nation, and the laning supremacy of Cloud9 will continue here.
And it looks like they know it as well. Even being stronger, they want to hold this lead very slightly. Nothing with Dragon yet. 4.10 has definitely shown us the early Dragons, not so much anymore. The standard lane slowing things down as well. Pressure for Prawley. Just trying to get Sneaky to not back. He is 9-7, so he can take a few shots and try to deny this CS. But it looks like Complexity, there we go.
Yeah, they're hoping for vision control around Dragon, and they hope that they went back at the right time so the Meteos couldn't help them. They may be able to burst this one down fast enough, and Lemonation's a little bit squeamish about checking these brushes, so it was very good timing by Complexity to get in there.
Definitely see where that kind of Static Shiv kind of comes in. Oh, Kaz. Looking dangerous on this one. Really getting that E attack out, and then you get the Static Shiv damage on your auto attack. So it's a little more, but like you said, not having full damage for a fight is very scary. Trist still looking to ramp up, though.
And considering that Trist had the Static Shiv, and they're losing top lane, and they're down in gold, and they're missing their bottom lane turret, the fact that they just straight up got an uncontested Dragon is incredibly impressive by Complexity. Or it's just a really big failure by Cloud9. That's probably the bigger story here. They should have had ward control, and they should have timed their backs better, because a Dragon like that against a team that is behind cannot happen if they want to become a #1 team in North America.
Whoa, that Static Shiv definitely putting on a little extra damage with that auto attack. Lemon Nation down to half HP from a few shots in that explosive shot burning down. Pink wards still on the minds of Complexity to keep eyes on Meteos, but they got to get them down. Being in the inventory is not helping too much, and it looks like Kez is trying to do that right now as they head out towards blue. Cloud9 with that timer as well.
So Kez actually tracking Meteos quite well right now. Oh no! Stolen by Prawley.
That's not going to be a satchel charge as well. No rubber duckers will be had here. The heal goes out. He was kind of just waiting. He knew his limits. Good pressure by Prawley, though. Complexity's still trying to make moves. Sometimes something that gets them in trouble when they're down in gold.
So quite honestly, we criticized it when it happened. Prawley going down to the bottom lane and Robert coming to the mid lane. Has worked out great for Complexity. Prawley has gotten isolated things against Sneaky where he can push him in. And he's playing very comfortably. It's kind of switching up their playstyle to something Cloud9 hasn't necessarily faced in a little while, because who in the right mind would swap Yasuo bottom against two people? But Cloud9 decided to match by keeping the Caitlyn on the Trist. They want to try and deny Robert X. Lee's Trist farm. As far as Robert farming on Trist in mid lane, if it's a 1v2, he'll get more farm. And Cloud9 swapped a little late. They ended up losing on both sides of it, and Complexity's somewhat coming back here.
Quite interesting Shiv bro build they got going on here. Oh my gosh! Oh, he flashes too! Oh, whoops. There's an error. But they do save him. He gets out alive. Very back and forth. When you're dodging that many skill shots, what do? Got to try to get in front of all of them.
Apparently. Bubba dodging so well he can't even take one when he wants to. Flashing through the ace in the hole. Oh dear, that really hurts their mid lane chances here, knowing the flash is down on Sona. But Prawley's getting the side turret.
Still working that blue buff that he stole from High just a little bit ago. But that doesn't stop them from trading turrets in mid and bottom lane. That's 2 for Cloud9 right now. Trying to open up the map. They have the last one in the top lane. Guess where they're going?
Yep. They're trying to get all 3 down. They're trying to regain control. They do not want this game to descend into chaos like their last one did against Complexity. They want to shore up their play, be as crisp as possible, and not make sloppy plays like they've made a few against Complexity in the past.
Complexity just throws another 300 into the pink wards, placed out by Bubba Dub towards the dragon area, trying to get a little bit of pressure for themselves. And they do clean that up. Still got some time on dragon, like we were saying. We do see that the Theme has been built up by High. Still goes with that for the regen, helping himself out. But the Static Shivs, pretty interesting for Prawley and Robert X. Lee here. A little extra damage added in the fight, but right now, Prawley's using that to push.
Yeah, really good amount of farm that Prawley's been able to pick up since leaving the mid lane. The 80 carries and mids are very adequately farmed, and considering the Renekton versus Shyvana matchup, which looked so terrible for Westrice early, being down only 30 CS at the 16-minute mark, and now that he's hit level 11, if he can complete his Sunfire Cape, which he has enough gold to, his strength will be somewhat adequate to that of Balls. Not looking that bad, considering the very dire-looking opening.
Right. Do have to take note, though, a second time we're seeing Renekton Shyvana match up Doran's Blade to Shyvana's Doran Shield. Renekton, again, coming out on top, so not many changes there. We'll see if Dire Westrice can make an impact in the team fights, because they're definitely not getting out of a mistake early game on Cloud9. Held solid here. Probably, once again, going in hard, but he kind of waits on this one, making sure they have the initiation that they want. And that was very good control and not going too hard just for Balls.
They go too far in, Meteos would have been able to turn.
No.
And they were very respectful of the Eve. They didn't use any of their cooldowns, but they did get the ultimate of Balls. Probably, though, sticking around too long.
Oh, that's exactly what they were worried about. You think about it, it's definitely going to happen. A few more hate spikes, the flash happens. But it's also going to be the rotation here coming from the middle lane. High throws down the Mega Inferno. Kez getting hit up. He flashes into the wall. One more hate spike. The repel's bringing him only to the few minions that are near. Great job, Balls, getting the kill.
Just like old times for Cloud9.
What just happened?
That too.
All right. All right.
Getting back to the bottom lane, though. Balls and Meteos just winning out in the 1v2 and 2v2 situations. Balls looking to be that pillar of strength that Meteos can go to, meaning any 2v2 that Meteos goes into in that spot, they will have an edge because he knows how far ahead Balls is. It really allows them to manipulate the power. I don't even know what happened mid lane. Just a big misplay from Robert X. Lee.
Trying to go in. We can see probably getting a little too feeling secure.
Exactly. He felt secure because Ball's ultimate was already down, but he no longer had Kez backing him up. And it just meant that the level 10 Evelyn basically could have taken out Probably by himself, but the Renekton was there just for the backup. This was curious. So he...
Oh, he jumped the bomb. He was going to die from the bomb on the backside, but he could have jumped up to the river brush and not. There's a whole lot of valiant effort.
I think he thought he was dead because High came
Right,
behind him.
right.
And he jumped in at the hope of getting a kill.
Good replay there. Definitely sorted out a bit.
But with another turret, look at the gold. It's still close.
It is. It is only 1,000 gold difference in anybody's game gold difference. Infinity Edge is very close for Robert Exley. Different, like we said, 4.10 is going to bring us some new pages in the book to be written here, and Robert goes for his attack speed crit item before that damage item. See if it works out in the long run, because that's where Triss is the best.
One thing that's very strange is, where is the map pressure from Cloud9? It's something that used to be second nature for them. They would have so much control. Yet, we look at the game now. Complexity is making all these mistakes, right? But they have the map pressure. They have ward coverage in the blue buff. They just pressure the top turret. They get an uncontested dragon. And they're actually, after this, going to be ahead on gold by 100. What? Complexity is winning right now against Cloud9.
Wow. Super
because
even.
they scale better late game, too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Game-changing Yasuo plays. Like we said, you can have Robert Exley or Westroyce procking those out, and probably himself. A lot of fights to be had here. And right now, Cloud9, like you said, doesn't have the pressure to act on them. Probably maybe focused in the bottom lane a few times, but the team is moving off the ball right now for Complexity. 20 minutes in, tying up the game at 4-1, so they're doing it by avoiding Cloud9.
Yeah. For the most part, I mean, and when Infinity Edge gets completed onto Robert Exley, he's going to be very powerful. He didn't go for that Blade of the Ruined King build to try and get him through the mid game. He's going straight for the late game, and he's actually getting pretty close to that point. About another 600 gold, and he can complete his Infinity Edge on Tristana.
Little harass, good movement by Kez. Oh, okay. Still missed out one ward. An unfortunate incident. So we have
Balls in the top lane. Are they going to try and catch a fight here?
Oh, half HP before you can even enter the fight. Westroyce almost going down before his team can react. And it looks like Cloud9 with 3 is pushing off 5 in the mid lane. You can see Yasuo on the right side dispersing on the minimap. Robert's there as well. That's not really the spot you want to enter a fight. There's no peel if Robert actually comes in here.
Yeah. They are pushed back right now. The amount of free harass that Westroyce took there really hurts their overall map pressure. It's now back in Cloud9's favor. They do not have the ward control, though. And here's a fight.
Robert Exley jumps straight into the fight. Flashes out a Soul Shackle. The teleport coming in. Balls on the backside. Are they going to be able to stop him? Cannot crowd control under the turret. The crescendo was already used. He has free reign in that area. And Complexity is now trying to backtrack to take out Balls. Robert Exley is forced to rocket jump over the wall. Balls in another 1v1 situation. The other one was actually a 2v1. They're not even stopping. Low mana here for Cloud9. Can they get the false security? The flash from Westroyce. That one connects with the dragon. And it looks like even though Cloud9 is back and forth, the tug of war is in their favor.
Yeah, what is going on this game? It is just a little bit crazy. It's very reminiscent of the first Complexity Cloud9 game, where both these teams were not playing their A game, but it was close. I think Robert Exley was trying to ult Sneaky back into a Yasuo ult, but Prawley was so far back that he couldn't combo. So it wasn't clean, and Westroyce came in from the back and still managed to finish off High anyway. While Westroyce was trying to fend off the whole team, Balls was also doing the same thing under a turret, which meant when all was said and done, it was a 1-for-1.
Really? No, I'm just kidding. So much chaos right now coming out at the base. The front turrets here leading into the inside of the Nexus is really where all the action going down. Complexity able to fend off. Cloud9 trying to just get them into a false sense of security in each one of these fights. Right now, High's actually a little down on damage. He hasn't gotten a lot of kills in the game. They have the siege pressure, but it'd help if he had a bit more AP as well. Probably's looking for that second item threshold. Pretty slow game from the standard lane matchup.
Yeah, I'm still very impressed that Robert Exley tried to pull like an insect Lee Sin type kick on an 80 carry. He's going to try to rename that one to the Robert Exley if he could pull it off successfully. Good lord.
It is true. Because you still had Westroyce to ult in as well.
A, it didn't work, and B, he burned his flash. But if it did work, That would have been pretty impressive.
I was
Because he would have gotten the reset on his jump if
Yeah.
they can instantly kill someone, they can just hop right back out.
Favorite thing in the world. Just say, king me. Keep going. All the way. Infinity Edge is finished on him. See where he has that rapid fire if he scaled it up all the way. It's sitting at 4, almost to 5, so we'll get max speed on that, 90%. Just coming at your face, and it's going to hurt. Level 12, and he's up against a level 11 Sneaky, so if he can get in range, that's definitely going to start hurting. Down to the bottom lane, this should still be a turret for probably no problem.
Yeah. What I keep seeing here from Cloud9 is they're not able to pull the trigger on any of their advantages. There's Prawley split pushing off the side lane. Meteos would want to flank and find an initiation. They had lane advantages that they were unable to capitalize on. They've gotten a few kills, but they didn't transition those into objectives. And they really need to make something happen. Otherwise, this Complexity team is going to get another victory over Cloud9.
It's kind of, we mentioned it a little bit before, they're both just fight teams. Nobody has that poke. It's got to be right in the middle. Where's the Mega Inferno Bomb coming in? It's actually down. Hive's going to be hit up. The Soul Shackle's not enough to peel the fight. Kez puts himself in a good spot. A flash from Prawley to save that. Tries to get the ult down. Last breath not working. The shots from Robert XP. He gets headshot on the way in, or it was just a crit. But the red buff now onto Sneaky. The power cord coming out from Bubba Dub in his stash. And it's going to be Meteos and Balls running for the hills.
Oh my God, Riv. This game, 3 for 3, not a clean fight. Westrice starts it by kicking a field goal. He doesn't hit a single person with his Shyvana ultimate, but watch the ultimate of Tristana onto Hive with the Yasuo. They still pull the combo. Crescendo missed from Bubba completely, yet Cloud9 was so zoned here. Sneaky was dancing back and forth for most of this fight. Balls is spending most of the time walking around instead of focusing, and because of that, we end up getting this close fight. Sneaky got the crit right before then. Otherwise, this was an ace by Complexity. Even with all of the misplays by Complexity in this fight, they still almost won it. The late game scaling is real for this Complexity team, and they're in position to win this game.
And this is not something that Complexity is known to do. Usually if it's not their lead, it's the falter throughout the game. But now they are holding it, pulling it back 2K, well 1.3K in the lead right now. Things are making an impact.
And Complexity would need to go for this Dragon right now. They have mistimed it, but they might just run straight for Baron. They would have had the edge. There was a no Eve, Renekton, or Morgana ult for this one. And they could have fought, but they have just ended up outthinking themselves right here, and it gets checked by Ziggs. Would they go now? Would they go now? That would be really smart of them.
All the vision's gone. They're going to peel off that completely, knowing they also walk back through wards. Oh, wow. Probably took the low road. He's going to take some damage as well as everybody else took the high road, staying safe. It's coming down to the line here. 25 minutes into this one. We could actually still have a very long game to go with the amount of fights we're seeing. Onto the turret. Balls looks like he's trying to get some shots on with High on the backside. But it's instantly cleared out there.
Yeah, deep breaths. Everyone's got to calm down here, but they just go again.
Westrice dives in once again. Well, Balls was so separated from the fight. The rubber ducky's down, Bubbed Up gets hit up, and it looks like they'll be able to get some more off of that crescendo. Knocked away, unfortunately, and Cloud9 is on their heels now. They know they do not have the strength to win these fights.
And Yasuo wasn't in range for Yasuo off that Tristana because it would have been a multiple displacement shot. It could have killed them, but they're low enough. They're just gonna go.
Infinity Edge, Blade of the Rune King chunking this down as well. This should be out of there in just a few. Sneaky could get a headshot over the backside, but it's just too dangerous. The smite goes to Kez, a very close Peacemaker, however, from Sneaky. And Cloud9 watches Baron go to Complexity.
Yeah, the team fighting potential of Complexity is so high right now, and Cloud9 couldn't pull the trigger in time. Is Complexity Cloud9's kryptonite? Like, seriously, because this could be another win for Complexity over Cloud9.
Lemon Nation doing what he can to put ability power and a needlessly large rod under his belt. Will it be enough if the whole team's dealing damage? Because right now, they need to be outputting more. 2,000 gold behind is really all Complexity has needed to squash the lead of Cloud9. The uncontested dragons have been too much for Complexity to get. Slow movement right now, and Cloud9's not even off their side. Really, the wards placed to the bottom side of the map. See if they can get any picks, because nobody's really got the pick comp. This is going to be hard. Meteos can't even do flank-style ganks. It's all just in-your-face 5v5 fights.
And Complexity has actually been the ones initiating all of these. Westrice keeps flying in with Shyvana ults. Robert X. Lee is rocket jumping into Cloud9, and it's not
that's
being,
a little crazy.
It's not being punished. by Cloud9. They're not able to set up their damage in the right way. High's not able to land the poke. They're not capitalizing off of Dark Bindings. Sneaky now with the Phantom Dancer is in a much stronger point to maybe crush Westrice as he comes in. But there is so much dive pressure coming in from Complexity with the Sona ults, with the Tristana ults that are being used to attempt to combo with Yasuo.
Oh, that was nice. Oh my gosh, again, Westrice is just on full initiation mode. Sneaky doesn't even get a chance to breathe along with Lemon Nation. They're down instantly, and just off on the side, Meteos has to watch it all happen.
They had 5 with the Baron buff, and holy crap, Westrice ran in right there, and they pulled off the combo. Easy inhibitor, maybe the game.
Westrice's job for the past 3 initiations has been to attack things, get the ult up, and use the ult. They have consistently used it every time it's there.
Wow. That's really the way you describe this game. They now have a 5,000 gold lead, and as seen right there, can obliterate Cloud9 when they come in strong. Flashing over the wall first, and then just Shyvana ulting. Just from the abyss, Westrice comes in, and they wreck Cloud9 when they fly in there. They get the reset on the rocket jump, and the double kill happens for Robert X. Lee. Late game Trist is here, but more importantly, everything is here for Complexity.
They are making moves right now. The train is on the track, and Cloud9 was also on the tracks during that one. 6-3 in turrets, looking to drop one more outside the base to have the map cleared out there, but they've already got the inhibitor turret, so it's going to be one of these side lanes we get on the pressure. With Baron down, the 50-50 vote starts to turn tide again. Complexity is going to be looking for bottom lane.
They have a minute left on the Baron, so they could actually get this one wave at the bottom of the screen you can see of minions, as well as this wave that Crawley is up with, will be reaching the turret at around the same time. And that's a big opportunity for Complexity to make another dive. Westrice isn't there and his teleport's not up, so it's actually an opportunity slightly missed. But they could have gotten 2 inhibitors down here. I think they're just going to take the outer turret for Westrice while the rest of Complexity postures.
Well, it's definitely not initiation. He's not there to jump in.
Yeah. Maybe they'll just use Robert again.
Almost a tell now, yeah, right? It reminds me of when CLG jumped in, or it's Doublelift jumped in the scrim and did the same thing with Trist. Yeah. Looks like it's a real thing now in competitive LCS play. 30 minutes into this game, the turrets are dropping fast. The last outer turret goes down for Cloud9. They are breathing deep inside their base right now. They're going to be able to get this last initiation in their favor. I don't think they expected this to happen at all, especially with the picks out of Champions League.
Yeah, another shock here, but I mean, Complexity did pick better late game things in every role, and Complexity, Cloud9 didn't beat them early game, so now they're paying for it.
So much power. 3 blades of the Ruin King doing % damage shots to you. Oh, and Westrice from the backside! He's coming from the base. Looks like they're going to have to
How did he get in there? He came from the mid lane, but he just surprised everyone and then missed an ultimate
dragon. He just swooped in.
They have the sustain of Sona as well. So he also did a substantial amount of damage for Sneaky, who with no lifesteal can't heal back up without really going back to the base. The siege continues.
Robert actually able to get a few shots on the turret. Even with Ziggs, they cannot keep them off the turret. Sneaky can't even be there as well. Beautiful plays from Complexity, and they are making this hard for Cloud9.
Yeah, really using the Sona sustain to their advantage and punishing Cloud9 for having none. Second inhibitor down for Complexity.
What a great play of the competition.
Oh no!
Going down, Elimination goes in. That's a great Soul Shackle. Is it enough chaos to create an opportunity for Cloud9? There's a kill from Meteos. It's going to be a very chaotic fight. Robert X. Lee, a dodge there out in the ace of the hole. Very nice shutdown coming from him, and it looks like it's High and Sneaky to clean up. Balls is still there as he home guards out.
So a very close fight there.
Get the inhib.
With probably going down, Complexity has 4 people. They know they have 2 inhibs down, so the game is in their control. Complexity has to make a monumental mistake to lose this one at this point. Balls, it was kind of a last-ditch effort here, but not synced up. Balls was falling back during all this because he was low, as Lemon tried to go in and create the initiation, but the follow-up is just not within sync. So much of these Cloud9 fights are them running from point A to point B instead of having targets that they actually need to focus down.
3 of 4 dragons, 1 of 1 barons for Complexity. Very interesting and not something we really would have thought from Cloud9. As we were saying, one of the teams that usually adapts faster than most to a new patch will be the one to turn the game on your head before you even know it happens. And they had a bit of a lead, but they thought that was enough. The resting on their laurels now has kind of hurt them.
As funny as it sounds, it all started with that uncontested Dragon. They had a 2,000 gold lead, and they just let pressure drop. No matter what they were doing in lane, they weren't necessarily coming together as a team, which is so much what Cloud9 used to be about. And it's the magic they have yet to rekindle in this summer split.
No joke, man. Dragon's worth more gold. Complexity takes it. They know it. And now Cloud9 is left to adapt on the strategy they thought would work coming into this game.
And even though Complexity has played well, they're still not playing optimally. There's been a lot of strange ultimates for Westrise, some great ones. Prawley hasn't played the cleanest Yasuo game, yet he's made a few big plays, and it's just the windows of opportunity. It's like Complexity's always taking shots, Cloud9's never taking shots.
Good ult across the team, getting about 1,500 damage between the members hit. Kai's still going to start charging out those abilities. And to look at this game, the time is kind of cresting the same thing we saw last time. Complexity got an inhibitor early at 28 minutes. It took them up to 48 minutes to win. So closing out the game still seems to be a little bit of a speed bump for them.
Well, we have an Infinity Edge on Prawley now. If they get a Shyvana ultimate that hits any squishy target on Cloud9, if we're looking at defensive capabilities of the main damage dealers, High and Sneaky, it's over. They're just going to be dead at that point.
Got the Locket of the Iron Solari on from Kez as well, keeping Robert actually that much more alive. He has been the focus of Sneaky's ace in the hole, and everybody's been trying to flash and do what they can to get in front of that. Static Shiv, Blade of the Rune King builds coming in from Complexity as they start to finish out the Randuin's Omen. Got the Zanyas on Lemon as we saw before to the Kale's Crucible. Anything to keep Robert safe.
Yeah, double Thornmails being completed by Cloud9 as well.
Wow.
Hopefully keep Robert X. Lee at bay a little bit, since his only lifesteal is that Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah. Not something that Triss like all that much.
No, but it does seem like Complexity has enough diving potential that they can kind of ignore the Thornmail users. That is at least the hope for Complexity as they go for this final standing inhibitor.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Westrise kind of holding off on using his ultimate.
Yeah,
like they're
just flash and use it. Let's go.
Definitely considering. Good spread here. They don't have the one that needs to be the siege clear on the turret. That gives Robert X. Lee some
shots. Might just flash and use it. We know he's a loose cannon, but
Cloud9 get initiated on. He's still not going. Get crowd controlled up. Robert X. Lee, they're letting Baron regen them a little bit. Full shot there. Oh, he gets knocked out. One more bomb over the wall, but he jumps the wall. Rocket jump keeping him safe. Baron now to be the assistants.
Now it's the Baron regen and the healing of Sona. It's just a little while that they wait there and they can get all that back, yet the ultimates are burned by Cloud9.
Oh,
so
what a
the
game.
Power of Sona and the disengage from Complexity right there.
9-9 here, Jat, as they approach the base. Again, they've been living here for the past 5 minutes. They got to get in one more time.
Lifesteal as well on the minion wave. Good as new for Complexity. The only ultimate they used was the Tristan ultimate. So now they go.
Field Doctor needs some help.
Oh, Westrise went over to
good satchel.
The other inhibitor.
Nice wall. That could have been a very big initiation. No! Robert actually forced to jump out there. He heals up in about 6 shots.
Westrise trying to take out this other inhibitor right now.
He's big.
Instead of the team going for it, but they have pressure on all sides. And Cloud9 does not have ultimates to initiate.
Complexity is walking their way into Cloud9's base. Oh. Sneaky gets rocked. The static Shiv proc as well. And an auto attack to come off of that, I believe, with some hits. We're going to see one more push here. Westrise able to take down the inhibitor by himself here, taking aggression from Balls and High at the same time at different points. And I cannot believe Complexity is having this much ease in the base.
3 inhibitors down. Cloud9 tried their initiation, they couldn't make it, and now it might be too late when the Super Minis arrive. Beforehand, the fight.
Almost one Nexus turret. Meteos can't even get in for a good Agony's Embrace. He's forced back to the fountain immediately. That's the ultimate, and the follow-up from Prawley once again. The competition easily comes to fruition for Complexity as they wait it out. They're going to be on the Nexus. A 37-minute game to take down Cloud9. They're getting hit up quite hard. A lot of chaos, and they cut off 8 minutes from their first game beating Cloud9 to do it again.
Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. What is going on here in the North American LCS? Complexity, man, another win over Cloud9 as they try and move up in these standings.
And they try new things.
Yeah.
Tristana Sona in the bottom lane, bringing back the Yasuo for Prowley.
Wow. If there was one thing that stood out in this game between both teams, it was their willingness to take risks. Because Complexity kept taking shot after shot. Westrise kept flying in. Robert Exley kept rocket jumping, flash initiations, and Cloud9 was just standing still, waiting for Complexity to hit them instead of taking their own shots.
And there were a lot of things that Complexity made you tilt your head at.
Yeah.
You never thought they would be able to come back from, but it didn't tilt them at all.
No.
They just knew they needed to get to that point where, as you said, Insect X Lee was jumping in with rocket jump and buster shotting people into the fight.
I mean, I got to give some credit, too, to a guy that a lot of people didn't know existed right there.
Oops.
Cloud9's analyst and coach, because they had a team composition and they withstood the historic Cloud9 during the barrage, which didn't really seem there in this game, and boy was their composition well synergized late game.
Lucian going through all the way on this one, too. An interesting champion select fact. Very interesting to see Robert X. Lee just pick that Tristana right out the gate. So we've seen 2 Tristanas now today. Both used pretty well.
Much different as far as the overall results.
The build, 2 Static Shiv first?
Static Shiv first. Trying to get early wave clear, but mainly accelerating the point at which he could get to his Infinity Edge plus his Zeal item. Something that it took Doublelift a really, really long time to get to, and something Robert got to at a much earlier time point.
Right, we saw him coming out kind of piecing the Static Shiv together, and they got that perfect kill on Morgana because, like you said, they had an inkling about Lemon Nation's roam pattern at that time, and that gave him a surge of money that I don't think he was expecting, especially as Tristana.
The kill especially, and then the uncontested dragon
twice
they were able to pick up.
Yeah.
And after that, he was even gold with Sneaky, even though the Caitlyn pick seemed to be bullying them in lane. I mean, how many times did we look down at that lane and a binding landed onto Robert X. Lee or Bubba Dub, and we're like, oh man, that lane's, oh wait, Sona. It's been a while since we've seen Sona.
We go back to lane and they're full health.
How many little sustain patterns is she going to have to just heal people up a little bit more and more?
So new is real. Definitely seeing some different things. I like it. Hasn't been the same as a lot that we've seen in Europe, but that's what we want is diversity. See what these players can do.
Tristana, not something other people have been picking up. Korea really threatened the Kog'Maw band in almost every game that we've seen. Right, Europe still super heavy on the Lucian, oftentimes Infinity Edge, but Blade of the Ruined King was shown to be very good in one of the games. Complexity with their own special little slice of change as well.
A lot of Caitlyn love for the AD carries as well, and we saw that having an effect up to a certain point. The 1v1 fights were going in Sneaky's favor, but Robert actually just got too big. It's something he's very good at, and it's something, you know, we say as Complexity has been kind of a team to falter, but now we see them grabbing a lead from being down and carrying it to a win, which it's kind of a new Complexity in 4.10.
Yeah, we got to see where they end up taking it from here because
that's true.
The North American LCS is stronger, and Complexity is getting better. But man, Cloud9 did not look like a top team in that game.
They do not. Complexity moves himself to 4-9 now, and we're going to throw it over to Freak, who's joined by 2 members of the victorious Complexity.
Is mine on?
Yeah, you're good, man. Thank you very much, Rave. It's time to welcome Prowley and Robert X. Lee to the desk. Don't worry, your headsets all work. We're going to be happy.
Okay.
So I want to actually bring something to your attention, Prowley. So you've now beaten Cloud9 twice.
Yeah.
The only team to have ever beaten Cloud9 twice in the regular season is Vulcan, and they went to Worlds. Are you ready to go to Worlds?
Yep, I think this means we're going to Worlds right now. Beating Cloud9 twice, easy. Now it's Worlds.
Now it's Worlds. Okay, so let's actually pull attention to the game in itself because you had a very interesting team composition. So you put the Yasuo together at the very end, but at what point were you like, Shyvana Tristana Yasuo combo? When was that the idea?
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't feel comfortable telling my strats, but I guess I could give a little secret. it was planned from the beginning.
Yeah?
As far as Tristana Yasuo, it's a very broken combo. Well, actually, we only got it off once that whole game. But we've been trying. I would jump onto the carries and just buster shot and try to hit a carry, and then that's like the delivery for Yasuo. And that was our main goal in the game, and swapping as soon as we finish a main item. And putting Tristana middle allows her to farm middle while farming the jungle, the Wraiths and Wolves, which is why I was able to get items earlier compared to Doublelift earlier on Tristana didn't get rolling and couldn't get his main items quick enough.
So I have a lot of follow-ups in this then, because there's a lot of things in there. So one, the choice of comp, once again going back to that one, was that saying, okay, against C9, was there a specific reason it was against Cloud9, or what was that for? You said you knew the comp, you knew you were going to run the comp coming into the game.
Funny story, the reason why we actually figured out that comp was because our manager was telling us that, because we were playing on our Smurf accounts and we were just figuring out lanes what to like troll around and have fun with. And he was like, yo, you guys should play AP Tristana and Yasuo bot lane. I was like, okay. And then we realized, like, dude, the delivery system on Tristana, because her jump is insane, and they made it so that her buster shot range scales with her levels. So you could potentially engage onto her backline within like 2,000, 3,000 range, and it's pretty insane.
Yeah, it seemed to work out really well for you guys, and of course Shyvana helped as well. I want to keep pressing you on the Shyvana stuff then. So, the Tristana stuff. So the static shift first. Talk to me about the reason behind that item. Was that to wave clear mid? Was that to make the jungle faster?
I learned it from, if you're familiar with the challenges scene, his name was Flappy Bearfish. He was
Flappy Bear God.
Yeah, that's where I learned
Flappy
from
Godfish.
this first item, static shift. Initially, I was like, man, this guy silly. Good save. Yeah. But I was like, this is questionable. But then once you realize, like, yeah, the components to static shift are awful for lane phase. But as soon as you get the static shift, you have the ability to shove, which synergizes well with her explosive shot. So you could clear out waves like almost instantly before even the minions even hit, and you can just walk away from the lane and just go farm jungle. And that's how I feel that you can avoid Tristana's weak mid game by accelerating the farming phase.
That's cool. It actually seemed to work really well for you guys, and as you mentioned, you got ahead. So probably I want to talk to you then about having to play Yasuo in a 1v2. You get thrown in there like 8 minutes in, and we're like, God, this is going to suck for him. Like, you're already putting his Ziggs. So what'd you do about that?
That actually didn't go as planned. We lane swapped, but we didn't swap when we had enough pressure. So basically Morgana just stayed bot and was able to basically dumpster me with a 2v1. Ideally, that swap will go where Morg has to leave bot lane to attend to mid, but they had a Ziggs, so Ziggs kind of shut that down a bit.
Yeah.
So we basically just lost bot turret for free, which wasn't a big deal, because the second our bot turret went down and I stayed bot, Caitlyn could never come to that lane and neither could Ziggs. If you saw at one point they sent Ziggs bot and it didn't work, they sent Caitlyn bot, it didn't work, because, yeah, basically they had nothing to get by being there, and then they could never fight me 1v1 in such a long lane.
Nice. So that obviously worked out for you. So let's actually get ourselves then into more of the meat of the game, because obviously you guys did a great job. Pull up our first replay. You had a lot of hectic team fights. I think this is actually the one where you tried to bust your shot backwards. This is a 3-for-3 in the mid lane. Robert, if you actually want to start this fight since you're the instigator.
Okay, so I remember Westray saying that he wanted to initiate. I think I wanted to jump onto high, but probably actually get the combo here. Yeah. Oh my God, this is literally the one time. It's like, oh my God, we actually did it this time.
Was that the comp the entire time?
that was the comp. Like, we actually did it. and I think it went overall.
Just see it again, just to make sure.
Yeah, so we get the combo. Renekton's actually sitting on my face, and I'm just playing back at this point. So we actually pushed her away, and I think I jump onto Sneaky right here, and he crits me. I get a crit on him too, so I guess it's fair. But he gets a crit on me on this last shot. I was like, oh my God, I'm so emo right now. And from here, I think, yeah, Bubba gets a kill. And overall, it was a 3-for-3, which is really good because our comp scales a lot harder than theirs just because we had Tristana. Tristana can 1v5 the game once she gets 6 items.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out really well for you guys. You had a really good score. You went 5-2-4 that game, so that was pretty impressive.
So did I.
No, you didn't. You went 1-4 probably.
Yeah.
That's not.
That was part of the comp, really.
Going 1-4.
Yeah. You saw when I ulted onto Ziggs and they all focused me. They're focusing an 0-4 champion. Part of the strat.
Be worth less gold. Get a bunch of death. No kill sprees.
Usually when you see a Yasuo like slashing on your carries, it's like, oh my God, protect our carries. But they kill him. I get free roam.
Oh, good job. Perfect. Yeah, and that worked
Planned
out.
from the beginning, right?
It's a really complex strategy. Now, moving on to the second replay we have, it's the mid-tier 2 tower dive. It's a flash Shyvana ulti here. Probably if you want to walk us through killing the backline as 0-4.
Oh, yeah. So West gets full props to this because he asks, can we dive this? And he says, yeah, and just goes for it. And he actually gets 3-man on his ult, which is really good because Morg couldn't black shield it. And then the second that happened, all we have to do is just chase them down. And then once they pass that inhib turret, it's like, all right, let's just back up and get that free turret now.
Yeah. So how do you temper sort of the self-control of getting sort of as much as you can from the fight while not being too passive that we're like just waiting for the late game comp forever?
It's almost like a guess and check. Like you have to kind of practice that in scrims, like going that aggressive and then realizing your limits. That was something we tried in scrims, is like diving, practicing diving. So that's why Wes made that call so perfect. And then the second we saw like Renekton was too far out and he was a tank, it was like, yeah, let's just cut our wins right there. We got 2 kills. Let's go take the turret and then play it slower. In solo queue, that's where the team would dive the Renekton and then they'd lose their entire lead. So this was our adaptation to solo queue. Like let's just go back and get the turret instead.
It's LCS, not solo queue. Don't make the same moves. I like that. It's a good choice. So then, also to think about this game, you talked about your late game being a lot better. C9 had a couple of early game leads. I think they got first blood if I remember properly. They did a lot of good things. Yeah, you died. That's right. Good job. But how do you sort of withstand that? Because they have this siege of like Caitlyn and Ziggs and like Renekton split pushing. Like, how do you sort of hold on when they're kind of at the gates the whole time?
I actually found it really easy. Usually you're like, oh my god, Ziggs, Caitlyn, they're an amazing siege duo composition. But with our Tristana, Yasuo, we can engage whenever we feel like, unless Lemon lands a bind onto you.
Yeah.
So that ruined our comp pretty hard. But that was our idea, is that if they try to force the siege, then we have hard initiate.
Yeah.
And that was why I wasn't too afraid. And if they don't decide to push, then we just farm. And it's either they push and we get a good engage and win the game, or we farm and outscale them.
Wow, and that seemed to work really well for you guys. So final question then. You guys face Curse tomorrow. The 3 teams you have wins over, Dignitas, Curse, Cloud9. Of course, you've now made that 2-0 against C9. Curse, you have a win against. How are you feeling against tomorrow's match?
I'm pretty good. I'm really curious if they'll bait me into picking Yasuo again, just so they can feed off of me. But I feel like Yasuo is probably going to be played tomorrow, and I kind of want to play against it or as it and see what he plays. So I think mid will be really fun tomorrow.
One final question, actually. How many more times will you mispronounce Yasuo?
Yasuo?
Yasuo.
Yosu?
Okay.
Yosu.
Thanks.
Yosu. There we go.
You're pronouncing it wrong. It's Yosu.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Congrats on the win. We'll see you tomorrow. We're going to move on to people who can speak English correctly. We've got more action coming up after the break, and we'll see how... Shut up! Oh my God. We'll see how you guys show us your North American LCS love. Then it's back into the games. Evil Geniuses versus Curse coming up next. North American LCS will return soon.
How funny would it be if we ban Victor?
Is that even funny? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Do it for the lulz.
For the lulz.
Kez puts himself in a good spot. A flash from Probably to save that. Tries to get the ult down. Last breath not working. The shots from Robert XP. Oh, he gets headshot on the way in. That was nice. Oh my God. Again, West Rice is just on full initiation mode. Sneaky doesn't even get a chance to breathe along with Lemon Nation. Meteos can't even get in for a good Agony's Embrace. He's forced back to the fountain immediately. That's the ultimate. And the follow-up from Probably once again.
everyone. Welcome back to Week 6 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Joining me now at the Telestrator to help sort through your Twitter responses is Joshua Jahat-Leisman.
Yeah, and it's been a crazy day. I'm glad to be at the Telestrator now, though.
Yeah, it's been a whole bunch of fun. So earlier today in the broadcast, we asked, how do you show support for your favorite North American LCS team? It was tough to narrow it down, but here are a few of our favorites. Up first is a fan who wears his TSM pride on his sleeve.
Yeah, that's not going away anytime soon. Definitely dedicated TSM fan for life.
And hopefully they stay in the LCS.
Yeah,
a little bit harder to explain otherwise. So, hey, they're top 2 guaranteed at the end of the day. So far, they're going well.
Yeah, the next one comes from @OMG. It's Corey, also a TSM supporter right here, from Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, it's okay. The original TSM house was in New York, so Bay Life can be East Coast or West Coast. I think it fits out.
It's not cheap getting those license plates.
Well, actually, it's from California. The plate, though, it's all kind of.
Oh yeah.
I like how we missed the giant
missed it
cursive red
entirely.
California at the start, but it's okay. We've got it figured out. Next up, Bianca Bernal proves that team spirit and fashion can go hand in hand.
Yeah, that is difficult, I believe.
Yeah.
If I were someone to do nails, but yeah, not done the whole nails though.
That's true. You should get at least 9 of them to be thematic. You can miss one, but that's it. So you got some work cut out for you, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Still pretty good.
@AsXLim writes, supporting COG while serving tea at work.
That is awesome.
Yeah, COG shirt, COG barista.
I think it's great. I always love running into people in real life, like at restaurants, whatever, who like play League and like recognize the players or like anything like that. It's so fun. It's just great to see people outside the game as well. Next up, Afro Circus sent in a snapshot of him sporting a Dignitas hoodie while cheering on Kiwi Pie.
Afro Circus helping Dignitas.
Traitors.
Yeah, a little bit of mixed loyalties right there.
It's okay. It just means he likes all the teams.
@LuxRixAddicts actually sent this picture showing her sweet support for TSM in the kitchen with a cake.
It's a good cake. I would eat that cake.
Yeah. Wonder if she would give to TSM. Would TSM eat that cake?
I hope so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, see if it happens. And finally, we have @Erica Hendel putting her artistic skills to work. And look at that one.
Damn.
Yeah. That is more skilled than I am.
Yeah, that is really cool. Is that charcoal?
I'm pretty sure.
It is.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No matter what it is legit after all.
Yeah.
Of course, you can still join the fun by tweeting us @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS, because all the cool kids are doing it in peer pressure is a good thing. Now, as we throw it over to Riven Kobe to set the stage for our next match, Evil Geniuses say they still need a little more time to break in their new lineup.
I think EG right now are getting used to their new players, Altic and Helios, so they have a lot of potential, but I think they're not that well coordinated right now.
Sometimes their communication can be rough. We try to talk in English all the time when we're at the house, and just like Korean when it's something really, really specific that he doesn't know how to say. Overall, it's improving quite a bit.
Helios has a lot of experience, so he can guide the team and make them do great stuff.
New players always mean new opportunities, and Evil Geniuses is definitely a team that can make that happen. We'll see if they can right now. We're on to our next game, EG versus Team Curse.
Now, these are 2 teams that are both looking tougher than ever, and they have improved, but with how tight the competition is in the North American League right now, they just haven't improved enough to climb in the standings. They have taken games off some of the top teams, but they've struggled to find that consistency that everyone strives for.
And for Curse, they've finally separated themselves from the Evil Geniuses and will be looking to build on that lead in the standings.
Yeah, Quas specifically came up big in their upset win over CLG last week. He's always had this interesting champion pool for the top lane, and with the new patch, there will be an increased emphasis on counter-picking as we may get more traditional 1-versus-1 matchups. Yeah. So fans may finally get to see Quas shine on some of those new champions, although I did ask him before the games today, and he said I would be disappointed. So that's
well, maybe he'll disappoint you on that and actually
it's a trick.
Get the pick.
The mind game.
As for the Evil Geniuses, they've shown improvement, but continue to be a work in progress, you could say.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses have been trying to reinvent themselves pretty much all split long. With this 4-10 patch shaking up the entire league, this is definitely a big opportunity for them. And one of the things that we've already seen Evil Geniuses doing, even before this 4.10 patch, is putting that extra emphasis on the early dragons. They've stopped some of the early dragons. That's a great strategy, especially now that the value of the dragon has gone up with the new patch. However, you actually have to execute it properly. We've seen a lot of teams now expecting this strategy and countering it. So the people who go try and stop it just end up dying, and it snowballs against them.
You have to counter the counter of the counter.
As soon as somebody comes out with the next move, then there's
believe.
always a one-up.
All right, let's get it right into this one and see who can get that first one up. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is Inox, Helios in the jungle, Pole Belter in mid lane, Altekade to carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it is Curse. Up top is Quas in the jungle. I will dominate. Mid Voyboy, AD carry Cop, and supporting X Special.
Both of these teams coming in, one 3-9, Evil Geniuses, 4-8, Curse. Both teams have had the ability to kind of take down top teams, but both are also faltering against the lower teams. It's a weird situation that they have. And then we see teams like Complexity beating Cloud9. Topsy-turvy NA system.
Complexity really impressed me that last game. The strategy that they put into this first game, coming back off of this
4.10,
all the changes, it seems to me like they have pretty much hit this patch just running. They have impressed me the most out of all the teams, and as far as adapting goes.
And who knows, this might actually be kind of that level up that EG needs. Maybe we haven't seen all of Helios' champion pool. He's only been in a few games for Evil Geniuses, and considering he's still a tryout for them. So we'll see what he can bring out to solidify that.
Yeah, and everyone keeps talking about how much of a veteran Helios is. However, that communication is definitely an issue. Being able to communicate those ideas clearly and quickly inside the game sometimes can be a problem. But the whole team knows that, and they've been working on their shot calling a lot together ever since they got him into the house. Pretty much, it's just getting better and better every single week.
And this was a pretty quick matchup last time we had it. It was a 28-minute match, Curse win. They were able to come out strong. At first inhibitor at 26 minutes, so you can kind of tell that after the inhibitor, they had full control. 2 minutes later was the win. We'll see if EG can stop that this time. See if they put up a little bit more defense. Picks and bans has been quite a variety starting out here in Week 6 on 4.10, so let's see what EG and Curse have done for homework.
Yeah, some of the biggest changes have been more utility and range-oriented top laners, whereas bottom lane supports have gone really, really heavily towards the sustained supports like Nami and Sona. So a lot of emphasis has been put there as well. Some cases, this has actually let through the top two junglers, Lee and Elise, which were pretty much completely banned out previous to this. But this time around, he does get one anyway.
There's Cop and Altek on your screen. Now the supports that will be right behind them offering just that, a little bit of safety. We've seen some great support picks today. Sona even getting into the mix. Seen that over a bit in Korea as well. As we finalize out the bans, Kassadin does find himself a blue side ban. What are they kind of forcing to get out of here on the side of Curse?
Yeah, interesting to see blue side Kassadin ban always. However, Kale being up right now, there's a couple of different options here for Curse. They're trying to decide which of these very strong champions they don't want to give up. They could leave up everything, go with a throwaway ban, but if you do that, Kale is pretty much right now considered basically the top pick. Right. If you have any single one pick, yeah, there you go, the top pick for that lane. If you have any single one pick, pretty much teams are always first picking this Kale. However, that leaves up so many more options. There's Lucian for the bottom lane. There's TF for the mid lane.
Lucian didn't even get picked last game. Crazy.
Elise for the jungle, with Lee Sin being banned out. That's definitely a very high priority. And Curse have also banned out the Nunu for Helios. So we will get to see a little bit more of that champion pool. How deep does it go for Helios?
That's interesting. Curse puts a lot on that, and Nunu does provide that map pressure. Curse knows it, and they feel that Helios can apply that pressure accordingly. That is a ban Nunu. For the last one, Kale goes over. Considering the power of those two, we know where Curse's mindset is. And they want to be able to control the game. They think the lanes will be all right. Really? Free.
Well, it's interesting that Curse go with this strategy of leaving Kale open, which is a very obvious first pick for EG, but then they wait a little while for their second picks there. Just kidding, we're back. Darkness.
Could be losing LP if we leave champion select now. Can't do that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Now Tristana and Elise locked in. We got a hover on Evelyn for Helios at the moment. He's just hanging out while we wait to get you back into the champion select screen. We're still going to paint it for you. A beautiful picture here. Some lovely little clouds. Beautiful mountains.
There's a few technical issues. And they are still going through
Eve
it,
lock-in. Eve has made her way down the stream here into the picture. There she is.
So the thing about Evelyn now, a lot of people used to build Randuins on her because as their first defensive item, just because it's an all-around amazing item. However, with the recent nerfs to her, I really favor just getting a little bit of health and then turning into a Frozen Heart rather than completing to a Randuin's.
Don't be a bonehead.
That's not going to happen, don't worry. Anyways, Frozen Heart now is definitely one of my favorite items on champions that can benefit from it, like Evelyn, because she thrives when she gets cooldown reduction. And the Frozen Heart attack speed reduction was not touched. It was just the Randuin. So we'll see if Helios goes that route.
Braum is picked up by X Special, so they're going to go for the heavy-duty support. Obviously, there are bans on the screen. They're just not shown to you at the moment. We'll see. It's going to be that Rise lock-in. Coming back on the 4.10. Alltech picks up the Jinx as well. Very interesting here. Void Boy is the final pick on that side.
Interesting solo laners here for Evil Geniuses, because you're not quite sure which one is going to go top. I definitely put my money on Kale right now because she would have a pretty good advantage over Renekton, but same thing with Rise. If they're able to abuse that range early on, then they can actually do just fine against Renekton. And then it's all up to jungler intervention, because that's easily turned around. Any range champion, yes, if left alone, you have that advantage over the melee. However, the melee always has that kill potential, the pressure on you, especially if their jungler comes. That's where it turns dicey.
I would like this Syndra pick, and he does lock it in. Liking that pick because it kind of makes the Kale focus on using her ult. Once that ult from Syndra goes off, you pretty much know you're dead. It's a call for the Kale ult right away, so you can kind of force that out.
Yeah, the thing is, if Kale is not stunned, then it's fairly easy to react and shield that target.
Right.
Because the Syndra ultimate is not instantaneous. You can definitely react to it. You have plenty of time as long as you don't get CC.
Yep.
So we'll see how well Inox can react to those once they get to the team fight stage. But you don't jump straight to the team fight phase. We'll have to see first if they go to standard lanes. Because that's going to be interesting. Braum, Tristana.
I'm excited. Tristana's always had a different support.
It actually has a lot of all-in potential. So
all the new for 4.10. While the team's load into the game, let's tabulate the votes over at lolesports.com. And right now, Curse is leading Evil Geniuses with a vote of 58%.
But as always, you can continue to vote by sending your hashtag EGWin or CRSWin to @LOLesports. Just keep on tweeting those, and we will keep updating.
That is correct. Check it out in the score screen down at the scoreboard, as well as the tweets throughout the game. So if you're tweeting kind of like, that was an awesome play, Helios is being a boss, Dominate's being a boss, that may show up, and you may be right on the stream with your name on Twitter. Social media is huge. And you get a lot of ads.
Everybody wants
tons
to
of
be
friends.
on the...
But the cool spot is being here if you make it to the studio.
Yeah, get a ticket, join the studio audience.
Yep. You get to see matches like we just had the previous two, especially for 4.10. You're here to meet the pros, talk to them about the newest things that they're trying, if they'll kind of give up what you want to hear. You know, we always try to get it out of them on the interview desk, but it's here or there. Sometimes they give us a little bit.
Yeah, plus you can get them to sign your face if you want to.
Absolutely. Right across the forehead. Doesn't cost a thing. Just bring a permanent marker. Loading onto the Rift, face-to-face. About to be a grueling matchup. Evil Geniuses versus Curse. Game 3 is locked and loaded. We are on to the Rift. Poro stash.
Plus you have the opportunity to get yourself a Poro.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Sweeper coming out from both junglers. Sweeper starts. Interesting. We'll see if they do go for those jungle invades. That would signal some lane swaps here. We'll have to see what Curse want to do since EG have 2 ranged solo laners.
Very interesting as I look around these champions played by Evil Geniuses. Pobelter, I'm not too surprised about. He last split had the most, or one of the most unique amount of champions played. But Alltech here in 4.10, the first time he's bringing out Jinx. So he's got something up his sleeve, and we know Alltech to be an out of the laning phase team fight killer, bringing his KDA up very high. Usually only dies a few times due to his positioning, so something to keep an eye on. But there's a lot to keep an eye on in this game with the picks we've had. Bit of a pressure start here. The Dark Binding hits, but Xpecial, he's big and he has a mustache. It's all right.
Yep, there's Sweeper number 1. Curse do go through with the invade. Looks like they will claim this side of the map for their own.
A lot of defensive wards going down. It was a good binding by Krepo. Doesn't get caught. Doesn't have to burn any summoner spells for himself.
First time we'll really get to see what this utility/ability power top lane matchup will be like. We've kind of had all tanks going face to face today, but this has been the bird's the word. AP tops, what's going on?
Well, let's see here, because Curse have actually claimed this side of the map. Usually indicates that their AD carry and support will go top for that swap. And then the question arises, what happens with this early dragon? Because Evil Geniuses have been the ones that have been trying to stop it, but they're the ones who actually have control of it for the beginning of this game. And it's up to Curse to actually make something happen. Usually it's been a roaming support to try and come deal with that early dragon, because it is worth more money. You don't want to just give it away.
Oh, see what they do. Like you said, worth more money if they can make some quick moves in the game. Because we had a pretty late dragon, I'd say, last game, but that also was attributed to the standard laning phase. A little bit of movement here onto either side of the jungle. We see that Helios is making his way in with Inox right now. The buddy system back in for 4.10 still.
Yeah, and it's funny because, yes, Kale is an amazing top laner, but Kale is also used as a jungler fairly often.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Definitely at home in this buddy system jungling style that has come up. Plus, she has great utility even if she doesn't get that early farm. Yes, you'd love to have your late game Kale,
right,
have the extra very high source of damage. But even if she has a slow start, as soon as he hits level 6, is going to have that very big impact, as long as the timing is there for the ultimate.
Doing a great job of keeping each other up in HP and kind of microing that damage back and forth. Could be towards the bottom lane, but yeah, we got pings towards the middle.
Coming up on that 3-minute dragon here. So what is going to be the response from Curse? EG actually don't even try to start it up. A little walk down here. This adventure by Xpecial halfway down was enough to scare them off. But once he shows back in lane, they know that they have a tremendous advantage down on that bottom side of the map.
So interesting from
Numbers
Krepo.
definitely heavily in their favor.
Krepo just back and forth through mid, soaking up experience. This is solo now for Altec in the bottom lane, shared by Cup and Xpecial. See how they use this. That could make, you know, Altec bigger if they try to go for Dragon, but he's not really the one that's diving in.
Yeah, so far for Evil Geniuses, when they've been winning, Altec has been hard carrying for them. He has the highest KDA for any AD carry in the entire North American LCS.
Yep, third most kills.
He performs extremely well, and least deaths.
That's
where that KDA comes from.
Yep.
He performs extremely well in those team fights specifically. So they're very happy, actually, to have that trade. Jinx and Tristana both scale very well. It's not going to be too much of an issue there. But the real surprising thing is that Evil Geniuses haven't gone for that early dragon, even with Xpecial showing back up in the top lane. Now that he has left the top lane, Pobelter has to play a lot more safe, as you can see, hugging his turret, and this 3-man squad of Curse just wastes a lot of time there. Doesn't get anything done on him except zoning him away from creeps. So they will delay as well the scaling of the Rise, which is always what you want to do when facing him.
Both teams have a bit of scaling, so they're happy to get to the late game. Cop will be there on Trist, Pobelter will be there on Rise. Not a push by the bottom lane or the top lane, so these AD carries are looking to farm for a while.
Yeah, Evil Genius is playing extremely safe. They don't want to risk going for the early dragon because, yes, it's a great boost of gold and it will get you off to a really good start. However, it's definitely dangerous, and we've seen a lot of teams get caught out doing that. You pretty much have to juggle the aggro of the dragon back and forth so that you don't take damage from it this early on because it does so much. They do pull the trigger here, timing it with the back of Syndra. This is where Evil Geniuses, they're still playing safe.
Yeah.
Now they have the confidence to go for this, even though they are messing up the aggro jungling a bit there. They time it with the back of the mid laner so that they're 100% sure that it's a safe move.
Well, they're remembering last time when
Patience
Amazing
pays off for them.
Came in and started getting kills. Xpecial, he gets hit by the binding. That's a very dark follow-up there. There's no vision on that other side. Right now they're getting that vision, and it looks like they can keep going by their rights. They start to back out. A little false sense of security here as Voidboy. Very nice damage across Krepo and Helios for just the scout of the week.
Yeah, that was just a taste. of what Syndra can do to this team. Very nice
and that
grouping up of that stun. However,
45 to 25.
Evil Genius is finally pulling the trigger, playing that safe and steady game here. Now they do get that boost. They'll have the timer. Both teams should actually have an estimation of the timer for the next dragon, though. And we'll see if Curse can actually get in position quicker for the next one.
And who can make himself more useful out of that top lane? 14 and 6 CS right now. It's going to be rough. It's what we usually see. But how are they going to work it in 4.10, especially for Quas on Renekton? It's different for Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton, he doesn't have an ultimate that's pretty much all utility. However, he has an ultimate that provides a lot of combat effectiveness. Whole bunch of HP, even though it was nerfed early on, the early ranks of it not providing as much as before, it's still definitely beneficial for that team, whereas Evil Genius is going to have to rely on blocking damage rather than soaking it up.
Let's see what Dominate can get out of aggression here. Something we've seen, not a lack of, but definitely less from Helios. The standard lanes have kind of put him in the buddy system, but usually Helios has been in the face of somebody already, making something happen.
Yes, especially on the games where he is Lee or Elise.
Right.
He has not hesitated to go fight the other jungler over and over again. Evelynn is actually a very good champion for doing that as well, because she can get the initiative when fighting in the jungle. She has the advantage over pretty much every jungler if you find your opponent fighting a camp, because they're using their spells on the camp, and that means less damage that will be available to them when they fight you. Let's see how this circle around mid goes, though. 4 versus 4. AD carry is still farming Sard lanes.
You see what kind of pressure Voidboy and the rest of the composition provide there. Just scatter the weak, puts Rise, or rather Pobelter, back on his heels, and they can't even get close to dominate Cocoon, and the rest of the team's ready. Here's Helios with that aggression, finally.
Yeah, so this is actually the opportunity for Curse to get 3 buffs second time around. Quick smite there, is able to snag it. Helios does not let get his smite off in time.
So EG still trying to make moves. Top turret could go down quite soon, and that would mean Cop is on the move.
Yeah, good teleport in here for Inox, trying to collect some extra experience. It is that time for him. Quas did the same thing, though. All he had to do was walk down to the bottom.
Ooh.
Prediction binding there. It wasn't as bad as it looked. He predicted a dodge from Voidboy. Just a little bit too far wide there from Crepo.
Pobelter feeling a bit of the pain with a Negatron Cloak. First buy in mid, 30 CS down there. And that's where you can see Crepo's been helping, or trying to help. Helios has been kind of in the buddy system and hasn't been able to help. And Voidboy, he's having real fun in mid now.
Yeah, the story here for Curse is going to be... Inox actually takes a good chunk from Cop, who is a higher level. So even though it's technically what would be a solo laner
that could have been
an
great.
AD carry, Cop definitely has a huge advantage here.
If they can get those concussive blows to lock on, Inox was not 6 yet.
Right, so this is why I was saying this is potentially a kill lane, Tristana plus Braum. Tristana can be an all-in AD carry, as we've seen from Complexity,
Robert.
Not hesitating to rocket jump into the fray. When you have this type of level advantage as well, should give him the confidence to do that. However, we always talk about how Cop is not the AD carry that's aggressive and will make those solo moves.
Right.
He's much how Reckless used to play, where Reckless, he said he would wait for his opponent to make a mistake and then capitalize on it. That's the same mentality that Cop has always had. However, Reckless is trying to change that strategy, and Cop as well, at times, has tried to change it and be more of an offensive AD carry.
You got to have that switch. You got to be versatile. Turn it on, turn it off. I mean, I think Cop out of most AD carries. Oh dear, that turret goes down a little faster than I think Quas thought. He uses one slice without the dice, and he's in safety.
So both AD carries, though, since they've been hard farming this entire time, have not gone back to purchase. They still do very low damage. So even though Quas does get caught in the combo, there's no items there to back up the catch, and he is able to escape safely. Since they also both got very easy laning phase, both of these AD carries will most definitely be going for the Infinity Edge late game build, trying to combo their early Infinity Edge with some crit. Oh, Tristana actually Cop fills a whole Blade of the Ruined King with his first purchase back.
Yep.
So maybe he will, changing up his style, because this is definitely has a lot more opportunity for Cop to make plays. Blade of the Ruined King is not the passive build. That would be the Infinity Edge rush, have a little more passive in the early game. Cop now definitely has the opportunity for those all-ins, especially since Jink has not actually been able to complete the Infinity Edge.
Scrying Orb as well from Altec, quite early on this one. He gets himself that vision out, looking to hit some rockets possibly in the end, or some good zaps if the vision wears off. Cobelter clears out mid, 7 seconds on the Dragon, and that is already foreshadowed by Curse.
Let's see if this build difference does really come to be a factor here. I guess it won't, because EG with their jungler top are conceding this Dragon. So they probably won't even fight this. They know that their AD carry is going to be weaker since Cop's got his Blade of the Ruined King. So they just send Helios top to try and trade Dragon for farm against Quas. The turret very, very high HP though, so it will take a very long time for them to actually equalize the objectives. Whereas Cursed wasting no time.
They've been in really good position every time they're moving down a lane. We saw them take mid and then take top right after. Just a few minutes later, they're putting damage on the second tier turret in the mid lane. They got 4 there to do it. Now drawing all that pressure back, they're getting collapsed on. I don't think Helios can do much with that, though.
Circling around behind is very dangerous at this point. Now, the difference between these squads right now is that Evil Genius have a lot less crowd control. Curse are bringing so many different options here to stun up the members of Evil Geniuses that are, taking time to build their damage. Helios barely gets his blue.
Fighting that out.
But yeah, especially Pobelter, if he gets caught out early since he was denied a lot of farm, right now he's in a very, very squishy state if he gets stunned up by really any of these options here.
And his backs really haven't not been the greatest, but he's unfortunately not had a ton of money. Always piecing things together. It's helping, but I know he'd love to finish one of those up. Item threshold of Athene's already reached out by Voidboy.
Yeah, still going with that item because they're against not only a double AP comp here with the Kale plus Rise, but also a hybrid jungler, a lot of ability power damage coming from Evelynn. So if Curse are able to focus Altec, and if they ever get one of these Syndra stuns or cocoons onto Altec, and they take out that physical damage source, they could easily just all itemize magic resistance, as we're seeing here. Very early magic resistance from Curse, and just focus their damage onto Altec, who's this very low mobility AD carry unless she gets a kill. If they take out that threat, then it's a very efficient build path that they're taking here.
Quite a slow game around the map, definitely playing in Curse's favor. Just 50 CS to the top laners at 15 minutes. Dominate, giving a little hell over to Helios with the smite out on the Wraith camp. And their item thresholds, head and shoulders above right now, if they can get a good fight for themselves. We'll see if they can get into that. Curse is moving down to the bottom lane. We still got quite a bit of time on Dragon, so this is for a bit of a push.
Yeah, so even though Jinx has finished the Infinity Edge now, really it doesn't start to become a big issue until he can combo that with another item. Infinity Edge really just ups the scaling, ups the value of buying crit on your AD carry. So the next item for Altec will be extremely valuable. Right now, can't afford to fight people.
Scrying Orb used out there just above them to make sure they are quite safe. And it looks like they don't have anybody coming in. So now EG is trying to repair this pressure, adapt to it. A third outer turret taken down by Curse as they build that gold lead. It's not too much just yet. Definitely something, or I should say nothing, a Dragon can't put back in order for EG.
Yeah, we'll see how well EG can hold on, because they would like to have their solo laners scale up here. Rise and Kale can become beastly, but they're not given any time here. Curse is doing a great job keeping up the pressure. This is a very strong rotation, an actual rotation from bottom up to mid here. They get another turret. Very good play here so far from Curse. See if they can actually keep up this pressure, though.
Yep. Sometimes something they get themselves into trouble with, but that's when they're trying to pressure from behind. Here it should be smooth sailing. They got the wards out. Got wards also in the inventory, a few pinks, a lot of greens, and they are looking to get more map control. Right now, it's actually pretty lit up for them to start. They just don't even have any reason to get into the side of EG's jungle. 2 minutes on Dragon. They already got that pinked out. It looks like EG's just pushing out their lanes to prep as well.
And Curse are doing a good job too. I like how they're building a lot of cooldown reduction on their crowd control members. Both Special and Dominate, even Voyboy with his Athenes. The more cooldown reduction, the more of these stuns that they can throw out, mean that they can lock down these really good scaling, but actually quite squishy in the early and mid-game champions that Evil Geniuses are running.
If you get, like you said, if Jinx doesn't get a kill, Rise, Jinx, and Crepo on Morgana are quite immobile, so stick after stick, it's going to be very hard to get away from.
Yeah, we'll see how on point Crepo can be with his Black Shield.
Yeah.
Because those will be crucial.
It's always a fun little mid-game.
These CC teams have become even stronger in 410 with the increased cost of Mikhail's Crucible.
Yeah.
A lot of the supports taking way longer to get that Mikhail's Crucible nowadays, so much harder to get people out of picks. And thus, the battle over vision has increased in importance as well, because that's the only way to avoid getting picked off nowadays.
That was a good fight. That was a good back and forth. I definitely put their all into that one. We'll see. It looks like it may just be that Infinity Edge coming out after for Triss. Zerk grieves as well. Quaz buys a quick Banshees to get himself saved up. A little bit of Inox harass, keep this lane pushing and not be worried about getting knocked out. 10-9 in that lane. There's been Inox getting a little bit of the lead in CS, so you can see kind of how that plays out, but they didn't get matched up, so it's not really the truthful matchup.
Kayla is actually very strong at split pushing as well, so Inox is going to be pretty happy with the situation of the game right now. See if this 4 seconds on Dragon, looks like he's just going to walk down. They're going to try and burn the teleport of Quas since they were able to shove the lane so quickly with Kayla's AoE. Take a quick advantage here.
Good move with Cop on Dragon and a Blade of the Rune King. That thing should go down quite fast. Actually not even able to get to it. Helios finds Cop. There's the Blade. That's the kiting that he needs. A few more shots. That's the Mikhails. But now do they have enough to turn the fight? Not with Helios that low, apparently. Pobelter's going to get up. The jump in. The first blood going over to Cop. Turning Trist into that carry earlier than usual. Inox is going to be the next one. His Kale's ultimate of intervention is already down. And Crepo just tries to get a few more bits of damage in as EG heads for base.
Yeah, great catch by Curse there. Pobelter did not get to use a single spell before he went down here. So, Cop, as we said, he comes up big with his Blade of the Rune King build. Very, very effective early on versus Helios there. 1 versus 1 with jungler. Yeah, Helios opens up on Quas here, or on Cop, but then he takes a lot of damage in return. What have I done?
And then the Kale's
huge mistake.
The intervention's out.
Yeah, intervention down just means we're going to stun you up with everything that we brought. And Cop does jump forward, playing aggressive on that Tristana. Special, yeah, he misses one there. Wow, cameraman slowed it down just so he could see.
Those blades of grass are really big. Sometimes you just can't see coming out of the brush. 20 minutes on the clock. Looks like the blue buff easily transferred over to Voyboy. These guys having a great time right now in this game. Curse up by 4,000 gold in this matchup now. 4.10 has not been nice to teams that are down in gold. Not at all. Once you have that lead, teams have been able to carry it quite good.
And we've seen how effective their chain CC has been.
Oh, man. The concussive blows was kind of just the cherry on the cake there. I was like, why isn't Rise moving? Never. Cocoon after, Scout of the Week. Like you said, Kobe, it's coming in great.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of get carried away with scaling, this scaling that gets thrown around a lot. And a lot of times they just think about how damage scales and not necessarily utility scaling. We'll see here, though, because Curse are also going to bring the damage now. Gold advantage translates into extra items. Voyboy gets a needlessly large rod, almost able to complete his death cap here. So he's going to have enough... Whoa! Enough damage, but not enough defense.
That was a hit up on both sides. We see Crepo went down a little bit ago. Looks like a Room Prison into Altec's attacks was able to take down Voyboy. They're slowly moving themselves.
So,
into
Crepo goes down for that kill, by the way.
Right, yeah, he did get it, yeah.
I think it was a flash in for an...
Oh, he
so
hit it
binding
right
into
over the
flash
minion.
ult. Yeah, okay. So binding into flash ult sacrifices his life for the mid laner. And you can see that reaction ult from Voyboy. If you're going to take me down, I'm taking you with me.
It's a big Altec right now. 203 with an assist on top of that. Tristana already getting more of that crit and attack speed, so that's only going to hurt. Doesn't even really need any armor pen just yet either, because nobody has armor on the side of Curse.
Ooh, see if this bush gank works out, though. I don't know if all this success has gone to Kop's head. How far will he push?
Well, saying if you can get a good zap on, let's start
Not
off a
too
nice hit. And see the movement of Kop as well. He just wants Wraith. He's not going to come back for any silly 1v1s. The gold gap closing just slightly. Just slightly.
Yeah, and if Evil Geniuses can hold on, they still do have all these champions that are going to be great later.
And tough, but
I mean, we've already got Infinity Edge. He's starting to build those second items. He's piling on a lot of crit now to back it up. Plus, Ryze has completed both of his scaling mana items, so those are slowly ticking up. Evil Geniuses, the curve on their power graph right now increased very quickly.
Pings out, trying to get control over Dragon. We'll see what Pole Belter can do with his team coming in here. We saw the intervention used out last fight on Helios. Immediately, his aggression brought him to Kop. So we'll see if the chaos can be kind of toned down by Evil Geniuses if they get pushed into a next Dragon fight. Right now, both teams just soaking up experience, getting ready for that next fight. Not much to push, Kobe. The lanes are all evened out.
Pretty good ward coverage as well here for Curse, deep in this blue side jungle. We'll see if they want to continue to control the respawn of these blues. Definitely want to keep that away from any double AP team. Also, side benefit of controlling the Baron area. Great for baits.
Yeah. Doing a great job trying to dictate something in their favor. Really cause EG to be the one to dance around. Good positioning for Curse. Not a whole heck of a lot of damage. The Blade of the Rune King would help if they went onto Baron, but a little too risky. So they stay off. Helios just on the outside, scaring off Kop. A little bit of a stalemate. Nobody wants to make a move. Usually, as I just said, Curse, when they're kind of ahead, will push themselves into something that seems a little dangerous. Okay, never mind.
Baron Pit is a little dangerous.
It's a little dangerous.
Dare Curse to go for this, though. They send down Kale bottom.
Baron's
this
only
puts the crunch on Curse.
75%.
It makes Curse have to make a decision right now. They commit to Baron, but deals so much damage.
Out of the fog of war, you see how much damage Dominate took. They weren't really giving the damage back and forth. Altec's on the outside. A flash from Quas tries to shut him down, but he flashes and nobody else can get that kind of gap close. It's Altec on the backside. What does Altec do in fights? He crushes with the rest of the team. He hits the stab. He flashes in for the double kill. Altec going crazy this fight. A triple kill? Yeah, it's going to Pole Belter though because he's a good guy.
What a move from Evil Geniuses. Inox teleports in with his intervention on him. We always talk about the timing for this Kale ult. He's right in the middle of this Curse team, but they all have to run away because he's invulnerable. What a move from Evil Geniuses, forcing Curse to commit to something by sending Inox bottom. They're rewarded with Baron on top of it. Beautiful play.
Wow, 24-minute bring it Baron.
Here comes Inox, right in the middle of the whole team, but he's invincible. Kop is shooting at him, 0 damage done. Quas actually had to soak up the damage, and he goes down fast. Zap into flash here from Altec. Tip of the cork. Nabs dominate, and they're easily able to chase him down. The speed of both Ryze and Jinx. What a beautiful collapse from Evil Geniuses on that Baron.
What a turnaround. Curse is trying to clean up the bits now, clear out the wards on their side of the map. Evil Geniuses, many items completed there. Looking to get the Seraph's Embrace up on Pole Belter quite soon. That Rod of Ages close to nearly stacked, if not already. Rod of Ages on Inox. A lot of burst and power grabbed up. You can see the Blade of the Rune King is going to be next for Altec as well.
Yeah, he's stacking up some lifesteal now.
Right.
On top of his crit plus Infinity Edge, because he knows he is the target here for Curse. With Curse putting a lot of money into magic resistance defense here, they know that Altec is #1 target. And since he's very low mobility with Jinx, he's going to have some sort of survivability. He's going to rely on that life steal for now.
Rest of Curse really need to start getting some kills if they can. Voidboy is the one to hold 2, and he's been quite a big focus. Also allowing Helios and Pole Belter within this last fight to get Negatron cloaks. Almost nullify the fact that he can zero them out. It'll still be a lot of damage, but EG is just getting themselves every little advantage possible as this game goes on. Pushed off of this, so Curse still has the siege stop potential.
Yeah, and there is a bit of weight on Altec's shoulders right now. He knows that if he does not mess his positioning up,
2,000 gold,
and he stays safe, then he can rely on Rise and Kale to just get out of control here. Their damage is going to go off the end of the deep end here pretty soon. They keep up the pressure with this Baron buff. See how much they can actually take with this purple buff advantage.
All-Tech, good focus on the turret. EG with no problems getting another outer down, and all they have is top lane outer turret. They'll be right into the base. Very dominating game fight. Evil Geniuses here, seeing a lot of different things in 4.10. It seems like it's suiting them quite well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, double shields on top of Jinx late game. Sounds like a good idea. It's up to Crepo and Inox, though. Keep him safe.
And All-Tech really coming through with consistency. The fight phase breaks out once again. He picks himself up some even flashy kills. They're never just kills. And he's doing it for his first time on Jinx, and it just looks like he feels so comfortable.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely no surprise that Evil Geniuses have this much faith in All-Tech.
Yeah,
after how he's been performing. I mean, when he doesn't get the top KDA for AD carries and second overall by, you know, any person in the league, by the way, for North America, by playing risky. So definitely well-deserved position for him.
He's got the CS to prove it too. About 50 up in that range, 2-0-3. And the team even feels comfortable moving up without him, knowing where the wards are, knowing where they can clear. Really, they don't have to worry about anything. Curse doesn't have the wards to attack at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty much the main thing EG are looking out for, a curse pick.
Yeah.
Because any curse pick can easily result in a kill. They've got plenty of damage themselves. So they can definitely catch someone if they get out of position. Tristana as well, nothing to scoff at late game here. Range increase
Apparently
is going
not.
to be really, really big for them late game.
She's been picked quite a lot. Slow moving is EG. Going to go ahead and back. Locket of the Iron Solari could be finished up on 2 members here for even more shields. Or the 2 shields as well. Saris Embrace will then be on Pole Belter. He'll have his own, and these guys can really start to work some dangerous situations. Some they've already been putting themselves in with the Baron attempt at 24 minutes. But it's all working out for him so far. Good wards, forward wards as well. And Curse caught. Going back now. He does have a few items, not really game-changing items, though. It's going to be tough for Curse in these fights.
Yeah, he's probably looking to get some extra crit before their next fight. He does get a Negatron cloak for himself because of all the magic damage. And then we see the power spike. As we talked about, that really, really big Baron fight right there. That's what going for the Baron and losing out will do to you.
Dominate and the rest of the team cleaning up what they can. So at least it's not Evil Geniuses. It's only making them bigger that they can farm every lane uncontested right now. It's really just Curse holding their breath, hoping they don't get picked off inside their jungle.
Yep, it's all that ward coverage. Evil Geniuses feel very, very confident right now. They don't have to shove in towards inhibitor turrets yet. A little bit too risky. All they have to do is just soak up all the extra money on the map that's available to them. Good stun by Voyboy. And chain onto All-Tech.
All-Tech gets hit right out of that one quickly. They don't even use the Locket of the Iron Solari.
No damage there. That, though, was very close.
Yeah.
Because you could see, if you miss time, don't get your shields off on All-Tech. If there was damage here from Curse, that would be disastrous for the EG team.
Fortunate for him, he does have that Blade of the Rune King finish, so he can heal back up, and they give him the blue buff as well. Keep the chase on, keep the zaps coming. Keep the switches on his rocket as well. Yep. Slow moving from Pole Belter, pick up the blue. EG setting themselves up for a pretty nice push, or what should be coming up here. Voyboy, he fared well in mid lane, but he's not able to use any of that power with the amount of, you know, how far the other lanes fell behind.
Yeah, I think it is looking pretty bad for Curse in general right now. You know, not even just Voyboy, because this late game Kale is a split pushing beast. Inox with teleport. He can shove a lane so fast, and he's so quick with the scaling move speed of his W since he's gone Rabadon's Death Cap instead of the Runon's Hurricane. He's extremely quick, as well as doing all this splash damage.
Yeah, you can't even bring the party to him.
So, yeah, Quas can't handle it. Even though Quas went all this early magic resistance, he's had to transition into a Randuin's because of the power of All-Tech. so he can't really handle Kale anymore. There's not much that Curse have to deal with a late game split pushing Kale who's already got the core 2 items. And it's going to be a very, very tricky maneuver for Curse to get back in this game. Dragon and Baron both up. Now it gets dangerous.
Yeah.
They're going to be forced to make a call for which objective they want to give up. Because they can't defend everything. They can't defend Kale and Baron at the same
split
time.
Push already drawing Quas down, but the teleports are there. And they're slowly going to make their way towards the bottom side of the map as well, knowing that Curse not exactly going to be going for that Baron. Like you said, both the objectives are live. A turret just going down, or Dragon rather, going down along with top turret.
Ooh, Altec getting some defenses now too. Red Elixir plus his Negatron Cloak. It's going to be hard to take him down even if they do catch him out. Takes a pretty easy Dragon for himself there. Extra gold here for EG. And the story gets worse and worse for Curse.
This is kind of the situation Curse falls into. They even say it themselves. The calls kind of aren't followed. They'll make them, and they're unsure if you want to follow. Silence in the late game is chaos, and if a team falls into that, it gets quite hard. Right now, they're still remembering to ward, keeping the little things in mind, and now trying to prioritize getting a mistake out of Evil Geniuses, something they've been consistently not making this game.
Yeah, and right now, they even have top lane pushing for them with just minions. So everything right now, perfect for Evil Geniuses. They get the Inox versus Quas matchup. That's easy for Inox to kite him with. They've got the top lane killing itself on the turret. And the opportunity to try and Baron bait here.
Quite a different game from the first one we saw. You said that was 28 minutes with Curse taking down the first inhibit 26. So after they were in the base, it was quite over. Really, EG can't crack the base open just yet. They're trying on the bottom side. A good push in middle. We'll see if Inox can pull Quas away. See if they can do it this time.
And after last week, you know, last week was a game where Curse made a mid-game mistake, yet they still recovered from it.
Right.
Which is something that we hadn't seen from them in a long time. And it gave a lot of Curse fans hope. Good catch on Pobelter.
They get the flash out. A nice soul shackle from Crepo is able to slow and lock down a few. Contact missing that one, but they get a nice shot and crit over to dominate. Turrets going down to the bottom side as well. Helios and Inox going to work there. And it looks like EG has finally broken the ice on Curse's base, and they're having fun.
Yeah, even with Curse getting that pick, they lose a man.
Helios just walks away from this. Inox is saying, all right, let's fight. I got my intervention out.
He's resigned himself to his fate here at the hands of...
Whoa! No way! No way!
Oh, so close. Special walks away. Quas has yet to finish off Gale and almost lets him down. Okay, though. We were about to make the point where, you know, last week, Curse were able to recover from one of those mid-game mistakes, but this time, the mid-game mistake of the Baron doesn't look like they can recover from it, just from the sheer power of giving away these picks. The Kale plus Ryze plus Jinx is just too much to deal with, even with a Tristana in your back pocket.
Right, and that's been plateaued. The Negatron had to come in. It's not continuous damage coming from Tristana, and with her kind of coming out of her power curve right now, that's when you would expect the damage to be, not defense.
Very desperate Baron here for Curse, but they're taking it down quickly. And EG do not have Altec. Altec, the key member, going to be very far away. We'll see if they can actually do it.
Very big plays. Baron's down to about 4K health, 4,000 immediately right now. Still looking to fight this one. That's a pretty healthy Baron considering 4,000. No smites are going to go down. Dominate straight up into Repel. The entire team of Curse is now backing off. They did follow this call, but it seems like EG already had it in mind.
Yeah, Baron number 2 start for Curse. Baron number 2 not killed for...
Oh! Whoa! What a great combination. Awesomely played.
Whoa! Great bot lane accuracy
alley-oop
there. Crepo and Altec both dead on with the skill shots. That is pretty much the nail in the coffin here for Curse.
That for EG, that bottom lane, I think, has exploded as a new bottom lane more than any I've really ever seen. They have some great results when they are on fire.
Yeah, they really do, showing up extremely big this time around.
There's the first inhibitor. Like we said, when the first inhibitor goes down, the game goes quickly after. It's only 10 seconds on Dominate. They got spawns coming off the Baron, but they still have the Baron, so they'll be right back.
Yeah, and 2 inhibitors down means that you get 2 lanes of super minions buffing each other up. Pretty much Evil Geniuses just have to walk in there.
Yeah, the waiting game.
And throw a parade for the super while they take down next.
Rain on Curse's parade. Like Cop said, somebody always has a lead. It's usually your opponent.
Ouch.
See if they can change that around. It looks grim right now for Curse, but anything can happen. 11,000 gold lead is really what EG is just going to flatten Curse with as they make their way into the next base. 2K, 404 on Altec, consistently bringing through the cash out of the laning phase and into the fighting phase. Looks like it might be a Mercurial Scimitar for him as well.
Yeah, because of the Mikhail's changes, a lot of people have been going to get that, but you know, now he's got Mikhail's, plus he's got a Quicksilver Sash. Plenty of options for Altec now. There's not really much hope for Curse bringing him down in the back lane. Man, look at this Kayle though. Talking about making it hard for them to bring down Altec.
Right.
A lot of Kales have pretty much just given up that Runon's build. It's not that popular anymore.
Okay.
Pretty much everybody's gone back to this ability power build and maybe picking up the Runons as either their 5th or 6th item. And just for the end game splash. Right now, though, he has that point that's extremely scary with Kayle, where he has so much burst.
Right.
Blue Elixir on top just means somebody's going to get a hurting.
Scrying Orb being used out. The damage coming through if EG is to get into range. Looking at the mid lane, you know, we talked about a little earlier that Curse kind of excels one at a time, never in the same game. Voyboy, 332 to 250 with kills in the mid lane. He had a good time there, but like we said, couldn't revolve around the rest of the team. Not doing so well in the lanes. Right now they're trying to pick up the slack, stop the inhibitors from going down, but it is a stranglehold from Evil Geniuses right now. Taking control, 38 minutes. They're trying to dictate this last inhibitor turn.
Yeah, Curse missing their mid-game opportunity. Now it's going to be a very difficult road.
Slow hits. They're
back to the other side
They'll get
of the
it.
map.
Here's these minions we were talking about, Kobe. It's going to be so hard to defend everything at once. Curse looks to turn the base into shambles, or keep their base from being turned into shambles. I should say, that's one shot. Carries the binding with him along the room prison, rather, and they continue into the fight. Next special, he is doing some good defense for his team, but goes down in the end. They're going to be cleaning this one up. Altec with a few more kills. A triple kill to end out the game at 7-0-4 on his first Jinx play in the North American LCS. The last shot, he gets double lift on the fountain. Going for the penta. He gets the penta kill. First play on Jinx in the LCS. 13-6, 39 minutes. EG wipes out Curse.
Altec with the pentakill ending. Evil Geniuses coming out so strong here. They have wanted to separate themselves from this bottom 3 pack for a while now. Bringing in Helios, coming out with a very strong showing on 4.10. They're making a pretty good case for themselves so far here.
A lot of teams that would make 2 changes during a season would be crushed, crumbling, trying to find a way to get the communication going. But with the change at AD carry and so far a tryout at jungle, things seem to be going the right way for Evil Geniuses.
Definitely say that again. All members performing very well.
Coming out very strong.
Timely interventions from Inox, Black Shields and Bindings from Crepo. Good job by everybody so far. Curse, yeah, they're definitely gonna rethink that mid-game Baron there. It's a little bit rough for them. Kayle teleporting into the middle, invulnerable as soon as she arrives. Yeah. Very, very scary.
Really great play. EG kind of dismantling the entire map. They were down, I believe, 2,000 gold at 1,400 almost, probably. And then they were really able to switch it around after that dragon fight. Hey, what happens when you get Altec a few kills? He goes off. He just goes off. New champion this game, unique pick on Jinx for him, and it just played out well. It's not even like Crepo felt uncomfortable in that lane.
Yeah, that was Altec with just Infinity Edge, boosted up to Altec with Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv, and he just went crazy after he got that damage.
And we actually didn't get the standard lanes this time. So things kind of faltered out for the top laners, and we saw how much more that hurt Renekton this time, how much it kind of gave Kale the upper hand, and then you can't do much when Kale's up like that. We saw Quas just getting pushed out in the split push.
And EG played that early game very safe, too. Even though they had control of bottom, they waited until they saw the mid laner go back. They were completely sure that it would be a safe early dragon. Then they decided to take the money. And the early gold pool there helped them get through this early game that was going to be rough.
And it was different of them a little bit as well in the form that Crepo was kind of all over. Jinx was, Altec was free farming bottom lane, and that's not going to do much before level 6. You're not going to get huge, but Cop was sharing that farm with Xpecial on the top, and they weren't having a free farm support roam mid, keeping pressure off, helping the team out in the jungle if invaded by Dominate.
And impressed with Pobelter on Rise, handling that mid lane very safe as well. Yes, giving up a lot of CS early because of the pressure from Curse. However, he stayed relevant. He was just Rise in the late game, was able to keep up in farm after the initial deficit early on and claw his way back into the game.
Something 4.10 is kind of done, I think, is teams are closing it out when they have the lead, a little more being definitive. But like we said, once a team has that lead, 4.10 seems to be a little unruly, and it's a little harder to come back because you have that Kale in the top lane. If it's been picked, hard to come back on if Kale gets a lead. And EG worked that very well. Found their lead, found the win.
Yeah, a lot of teams are saying, no way are we ever going to get Kale.
Right,
Very rare pick to see get through draft phase. And Evil Geniuses definitely punished Curse for letting that one through.
So 4.10 has shown us quite a bit of Tristana coming back into play. Definitely been making
a lot
an
of different
impact.
options
Wins,
there.
losses. Yeah, different
Cop went the early play of the Ruin King, and it worked out well for them at that Dragon fight
Static
because
shift
he
first.
could easily handle Helios 1v1.
It worked out. Small things in the favor of Curse, but then big things like the win in favor of EG. And for the straight story on EG's win, let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? Joined by Pobelter and Crepo, now of Evil Geniuses. Guys, congrats on the win. I got to say, the game ended really interestingly. Pentakill on Fountain, a good way to close out a game. What do you guys think about that one?
Johnny was actually like so overwhelmed by it that normally he would be sitting here. We asked him, but he wasn't feeling too well. So I just decided to replace him for now.
Well, we wanted him up here, but yes, he said he was feeling ill. I want to take a look at another pentakill, though, because it seemed a little... Let's look. And maybe have you guys walk us through how awesome this pentakill
I didn't even notice the pentakill was going on.
Yeah, he got a few crits on the Nexus or something. Let's take another look at this. Roll this one.
All right, Pope, what's going on?
All right, we just pushed the turret. I went for the flash route, but she got the jump off. Inox KLLs me right here, I think, when I start backing out. So that's a little bit of miscommunication. But right now, we're basically just so fed that we're just tearing through their entire team. And then the resets start to happen, and triple. And then I didn't even realize he was going for the penta. I was just tanking it out so he could get the kill for for those fantasy points.
It was insane the amount of damage he did.
I was at the Nexus Tower trying to finish the game. I'm like, guys, why are we diving? And then suddenly I see like a penta on my screen. I'm like, okay, fair enough. That works.
And Pobelter, you're the great enabler right there, suiciding yourself to the Nexus.
Yeah.
For your friend.
I think the real big takeaway is that Scumbag Crepo's trying to end the game and deny the pentakill from his AD carry, so I'm glad.
Come far away.
Yeah.
Focusing on objectives.
Objectives, that's good, that's good. And of course, you guys did a great job this game. In fact, you guys, the objectives were a really big part of this game, actually. You guys got first Dragon, if I recall properly. They lane swapped, actually, which we've not seen almost at all so far in the patch. Talk to me about that.
I was trying to figure out why they would lane swap. I felt like their lanes would be fine against us, and scaling generally was in our favor. The fact that we had managed to pick up that early Drake was really good for us, because if you saw how the game evolved during like the early mid game, we kind of fell behind. They had so much better early game champions than us, and we just kept losing objectives after objectives. But because we had that one Dragon, and then later a pick on Syndra, that's what kind of kept us in the game. And then, they overreached a little bit by doing Baron twice, and then, we came back.
Yeah, the Barons were really interesting, actually. One of our other replays is that first Baron fight, if we can pull that up on the screen, because they kind of go for it, and they're in the fog of war. You guys have to kind of face check into them. But talk to me, Crep, if you want to do this one, your thought process on checking this Baron.
Well, at this point, like, every time you want to face check, and then you want to get vision out, and every time, like, they started, so you have to fight. So right now, we know they're off it, so we are a little easier. We're just trying to kill the front line. At this point, Renekton dives in very far, but he only has magic resistance, so no armor. So he gets shredded by Altic, and then at that point, like, team is going nuts. Like, Altix gets excited, everybody's jumping left and right, just trying to chase, and Yeah, he just shows up like this game. He just once he gets that initial reset, he's so comfortable on Jinx that he just keeps going and going, and he's winning all these fights.
I don't know, you actually came by earlier today and talked to me for a second that 4.10 wasn't necessarily the best for you guys, but you've got one of the best AD carries in the league. Seems to be like that role's been buffed in this patch. Do you still think it's weak for you guys?
Well, I think on any patch, Johnny will perform. I just don't like the way sustain is being shifted from AD carries onto supports, because like they like rushing these like iEdge, or they just don't want to do the Bork every game anymore, or the BT, and then you're stuck with playing champions like Nami more, or just like these save range supports. In 2 weeks we'll be seeing Sona again.
We saw our game previously,
yes,
actually.
and they won.
Yeah,
So therefore Sona 100% win rate so far. I don't know, man.
Nami lost today.
Yes.
You played Morgana. You didn't heal anybody.
Well, I heal myself with my passive.
Come on.
Okay, sorry. It's still a sustained support.
Pobelter, you had the Rise pick. That's actually an old pick of yours from mid lane. Why break it out now, especially against a laner as strong as Syndra?
So we picked it blind because it does pretty well against Yasuo. So that was what we were anticipating them to pick with the Tristana and Braum picks. We thought that they would go for a setup and then go with Gragas and Shyvana top.
I think they actually did, and then just decided like Rise.
Yeah, I think he saw the Rise and then said, no, I'm not going to go for it.
The preemptive counter pick.
But yeah, I realized that Rise is actually still pretty good in mid when Dade actually has been playing it over in OGN. So I said, hey, I'll check this out. And then Helios was able to get in contact with him and ask him some things. So that's been really helpful.
Wow.
And even though the lane was just like absolutely horrible, I was down like 4 CS and there was nothing I could do. Later in the game, I just scaled back.
Yeah, and you guys are this really fascinating team to me now because you have so many really young people on that team. Yourself, Altec, and then Crepo, who's still young but 24, and there's a big age difference, especially with Helios. How are you mixing in your personalities? Because you seem like all these kind of older veterans and then a lot of new guys, but it's starting to work. How's the personalities meshing?
How are we mixing?
I don't know. I think we all have really similar personalities. We're easygoing in real life, but we're serious about the game. And so even though we're far apart in age, our personalities are pretty similar, so it doesn't pose much of an issue.
I mean, and if there's any issues, like, we just bring them up. I mean, every team has their own problems at one point, and then you just try to bring them up and fix them. That's the good part about being a veteran. It's like you've had plenty of issues already, so you're used to fixing them and talking about them, and that's just what we try to do.
Sure, I guess you've played with 17-year-olds before anyway in the first place, so I guess it makes a bunch of sense. You guys are actually a team of players from 4 countries as well, which is pretty remarkable, and that all seems to work out. I don't have a question, I just wanted to point that out, really. But what I wanted to get back to, actually, was you talked about the fact that you got to listen from Dade, one of the best Rise in the world, about how to play mid lane. And I wanted to ask you sort of how many styles do you guys bring in? Because, of course, Helios been playing in Korea for like ever. Crepo, of course, you played for years in Europe as well. Where are all your influences coming from?
I think we just try mainly to learn from other NA LCS teams and watch OGN from time to time because OGN is like the top competitive league in the world right now. And the NA LCS because we want to learn about our opponents, so it's mainly those two.
Yeah, I don't think my knowledge or my history in Europe is as relevant, Lando. But yeah, like, I mean, I played there like a year ago. By now, the meta has changed so much and so far, and when I was playing there at the end, I wasn't performing too well towards the end of the season, so I don't think we should take from that period of time. Let's just look at the Koreans. Put on Silky style, Monocrystal.
I mean, you guys are now 4-9, but with the victory brings you into a 3-way tie, actually. And I remember talking with you guys a little bit previously saying you really need to make a move to distinguish yourself from those teams. But with Complexity also getting the win against Cloud9, how much do you guys actually have to win to distinguish yourselves?
Well, if you look at long term, like short term, you want them to lose, and you want to be above them and get that 6th place. But long term, if these bottom teams keep taking games off the big dogs, eventually maybe we'll come to like a 4-way tie for the bottom 4 places, and you can slowly move your way up. Just depends where your ambitions are. Like if you want to get that 6th place or maybe get somewhat lucky and end up 5th or even higher, I think you just have to take it one game at a time.
Well, speaking of taking it one game at a time, you're 3 games behind Cloud9 right now. You play them tomorrow. Of course, they lost to Complexity today. What are you thinking about tomorrow's match?
Go ahead.
Okay.
What do you
Yeah, Crepo talked enough.
We did really well against them last time. Yeah. And wait a second.
You beat them.
Yeah, we did win.
Yeah.
We did win. So Complexity was able to take them down today. I think that we'll be able to form another similar upset against them. And hopefully that will help close the gap and then start moving us up into that 6th place spot. And then from there, maybe we can look at going even further from there.
Cool. Looks like you guys are doing pretty well. So then one final question then, as you're talking about trying to climb up the ranks, we had a sort of pregame sort of package from you guys talking about kind of your synergy coming together and whatnot. How long until you guys become this top-tier team where you can make the run at the playoffs?
I don't think at this point we can really say, okay, in X number of months we're going to be the best. But I think it's
one
just,
game at a time.
Yeah, one game at a time.
Okay.
We still had plenty of issues this game even. Like there was this period where we were behind again, and yeah, we play a scaling comp, but I felt like we fell a little bit farther behind than we would like to, and we got lucky in the sense that we got a good pick, and then some Baron contests. But we could have technically lost this game, so we just need to fix that and then fix all the rest, and then hopefully learn from those Koreans.
We're also going to have a closer look at Pobelther's potential later in the show tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. That'll be good.
Tune in tomorrow, guys. But of course, keep tuning in today because we've got to take one final break before we kick off our last battle of the day for first place between Dignitas and LMQ. Don't go anywhere.
Cold, I hate cold. Oh.
But you should cha-cha.
Do-do-do-do.
It's Altec on the backside. What does Altec do in fights? He crushes with the rest of the team. He hits the stab. He flashes in for the double kill. Altec going crazy this fight. A triple kill? Yeah, it's going to Pobelther though because he's a good guy.
Baron number 2 start for Curse. Baron number 2 not killed for...
Oh! What a great combination. Keep their base from being turned into shit. I should say that's one shot carries the binding with him along the room prison rather, and they continue into the fight. And special, he is doing some good defense for his team, but goes down in the end. They're going to be cleaning this one up. Altec with a few more kills. A triple kill to end out the game at 7-0-4 on his first Jinx play in the North American LCS. The last shot, he gets double lift on the 5. Going for the penta. He gets the penta kill. North American LCS in our final match. Team Dignitas versus LMQ. Good old-fashioned battle for first place with CLG's loss to TSM today. One of these teams will be taking sole possession of the top spot.
And with Dignitas, we've seen a trend where they play fairly sloppy in the last game of the week. And this was evident most recently in their decisive loss to Complexity. In that game, pretty much things went wrong all over the map. Zion Spartan overextended early in the top lane. In the bottom lane, both Kiwi Kid and Crumbs had a couple of failed flashes. And then in the mid lane now, Shifter didn't necessarily make a lot of mistakes early, but the team was getting pushed around so hard that he didn't get to use his first Shockwave until 25 minutes into the game.
And we've talked before about how Dignitas plays fast and loose, but Xiaowei Xiao has talked about LMQ's preparation, saying they come into each week with a plan for every single game.
And LMQ will definitely have a plan ready for Dignitas because these two teams have been neck and neck all split long. Yeah. They've been fighting for that first place, and last time that they met, Dignitas were the ones who were able to hand LMQ their first LCS loss ever. Now, the plan for LMQ used last week versus Cloud9 was along the lines of the old Gambit motto, see hero, kill hero. They brought several strong AoE ultimates to create a good teamfight comp, but then they didn't even wait to use their ultis for the team fights. Most of the time, they just saw somebody out of position, they used their long cooldown of AoE only on a single person just to get that advantage by taking them off the map, and then they were able to get the objective afterwards.
Yep, and LMQ is known for their early game full court press. It's a high risk, high reward strategy that can backfire and give their opponents an opening to take control of the game.
Last game we played on the queue, we ended up winning in a very convincing fashion. We snowballed off level 1.
This is a really good timely invade.
They're going to be able to hold this bush. Oh my god, no name! How about no HP? That was instant. 2 minutes in, first blood.
我们在面对第二季的时候，由于我们在一级团上的失误，然后他们对面就利用这个时间点一直在滚雪球，对我们线上就是每一条路都进行了干扰，然后我们并没有找到任何机会，所以当时我们输了。
They look very hard for some sort of early advantage, and if they don't get that early advantage, they fall behind because they put a lot of resources into it.
他们都让 Sharp 选一个清线比较厉害的，然后就拖了我们整个队伍的节奏。
They really like to starve their top laner and have him run around and make plays, and usually they just let Xiaowei Xiao farm up and everyone else just tries to make plays.
We have an idea so what they're going to do in the early game, so we'll prepare accordingly. If we beat them through there, then we should win.
Very good words from each team, but I don't think it's really going to be enough that kind of pulls one or the other ahead. We've seen each team win, we've seen each team lose, and if they really think it's up to Shifter, then there should be a lot of bans for that mid lane coming
there's
from LMQ.
A lot of tension between these guys. You can see, whenever you see that replay of a jungler at level 1, you get invaded at your first buff, and he panic flashes into the wall. That's just the worst feeling. Like,
is it though, Kobe?
It's the worst thing you can have.
Let's get into this one, our final LCS game of the day, and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Dignitas. That means it's Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie in AD carry, and Bully Kid on support.
Bully Kid. On the red side, it's LMQ. Up top, Ackerman. In the jungle, no name, mid, Xiaowei Xiao. AD carry Vasily, and support more.
And that takes us to our featured matchup for today. I'm a Cutie Pie versus Vasily.
And there should definitely be a lot of action in this bottom lane because both of these AD carries have shown that they are not shy and they will go aggressive in 2 versus 2 matchups. And with the new patch, there is less sustain, so it could draw the attention of junglers as well very early on. And Cutie Pie especially should be very happy with a few of his go-to items like that Ghostblade getting buffed. He was one who picked up Ghostblade on Lucian even before it was buffed up, before anyone else in the LCS. Meanwhile, Vasily, not only does Vasily also love Lucian, but he also plays Caitlyn, who benefits from the 4.10 itemization changes as well, and may open up a different strategy for LMQ.
And we're about to get into Champion Select on this one. Looking at the last game, 29 minutes, 26-minute inhibitor from Dignitas. They took the win, and Dig's kind of been on the up and up, and they usually do play better against top-tier teams, ones they know they have to put themselves under pressure for, and a little more aggression.
Yeah, and talking about aggression, LMQ, they have the most average kills coming into this week of any team in North American US, but also the second most average deaths. So they just like to fight a lot. This is not taking into account game time length, But
yes.
Dignitas also have the least amount of deaths of any team. So interesting clash.
Very coordinated in
between
their
these two
executions. A lot of times we'll see Dignitas with very high kill scores, namely Shifter in that mid lane. Something they said, you know, he likes to focus the wave clear champions, something that they said shuts them down quite hard. LMQ's preparation, a little bit on Shifter, but also can they shut down Crumbs, somebody who's kind of a lead shot caller on the team. You kind of take that guy out, things go a little slower for the entire team.
And we'll see how they do balance the early game with the late game, because we've seen if you pick an earlier game composition of champions, then you cannot make that mistake. If you're going against a team that just will naturally outscale you, then you have to take your open windows and push your advantage early while you have the upper hand, or else you run into a team that's a late game Kale, Ryze, and Jinx who pentakills you inside your fountain.
You don't say. Looks like we got some mids being banned out right now. The Kale gets thrown away from Dignitas. The last ban as they go through very fast. Crumbs grabs himself the Lee Sin to keep mobile. Pressure on the jungle. He feels very comfortable with that first pick.
Captain early game reporting in here. Lee Sin, number one challenger for that spot there. He's definitely a very good start. Crumbs not only loves this champion, but he's very strong and plays in the Crumbs style of putting down a lot of wards because he'll naturally pick up that Sightstone. So this is just such a strong first pick here from Dignitas. LMQ definitely will have been expecting this though. Leaving Lee Sin up on the table, Dig will almost always take it.
Looks like a utility safety crowd control team so far, LMQ. Xiaowei Xiao's assassins have kind of been knocked out of this one, so he goes back to Oriana for the possible lock-in. Italy is fallen out of contention for these guys with this recent changes, so I'm sure there's a sad face there for some people. But moving on to new champions, so get to see some variety. This was seen quite a bit in Korea in the top lane, and Gragas gets locked in for the first time today. Hasn't even been banned either.
Yeah, let's take a look. We'll see. I'm going to keep a close eye on the build here, too, from Gragas, because...
Are you expecting anything?
This is another balance between tank and damage.
All right, so just in general.
A lot of guys will go too heavily to one side and sort of be irrelevant later in the game.
Okay.
Gragas is great for top lane, though. He does percentage health damage, so he's great against any of those tanks. However, with top laners trending more towards utility, we may see a different pick here from Dignitas.
Yeah, they took
Lulu
both
and Kale
out.
both banned. However, there's still other options. Grom coming in here is going to be big for them because if they don't want a traditional tank up there, then Braum is one of the best supports for you to pick up. So he can tank from the bottom lane.
Good words to live by. Looks like Dig has that Braum for Kiwi Kid so far. Xiaowei Xiao slowly locking in the Morgana as Vasily waiting and thinking. We always see that Moore is the one to pick for Xiaowei Xiao, but they got first pick for mid early. And this Renekton being hovered over as well.
LMQ going to go full Korea here with both the top lane Gragas and the jungle Rengar. Now, jungle Rengar, really big fan of the high cooldown reduction builds on him. A lot of people have been trending towards these very high cooldown reductions because that is pretty much the best way to scale him. Just getting off more abilities means you get more empowered attacks. And the empowered attacks are full power regardless of which ability you're maxing. So the more of those you can get off, the better, as well as he provides a lot of lane pressure. Similar to Evelyn coming from
Full Korea works. That was
exactly.
That's a good way to put it, Kobe. Kog'Maw definitely seeing a lot of love in the Korean play for OGN. See if he gets locked in here. Still saw some scary play yesterday as well. Candy Panda couldn't get into a safe position. He was kicked all over the place. Kog'Maw is facing another Lee Sin. Could it be that bad? We'll have to see if Vasily can get himself in a better position, but awesome picks coming in here on the side of LMQ, and we get to see Zion on Jax today. Haven't seen the Jax back out.
Yep, meanwhile, Dignitas going classic here.
Right.
The Zion, Spartan, split push Jax. Now, that being said, Jax has recently not had a lot of success, and also getting hit in this 4.10 patch a little bit with the itemization changes might be even harder. That being said, Zion Spartan is a master at Jax, one of his favorite champions, and he will still be very at home on that champion.
So that's good. You look at the wheelhouse champions, the at-home champions, and Dignitas has picked up quite a few of those, as well as having Lucian in the bottom lane. So as the champs are now locked in and the game's starting to take shape, let's see how you guys have been voting over at LOLesports.com. 63% of you are calling this match for Dignitas.
But now that you have actually seen those team compositions, you can update your vote by tweeting the hashtag DIGWin or the hashtag LMQWin to @LOL Esports.
And keep updating it. You can just tell your friends you were right the whole time. It's easy enough. 8-4, both of these teams looking for sole possession of first place. Like we said, with Team Solo Mid's win today, it kind of shuffled things around and allowed for, not the first time we'll have just one person up there, but our ties have not ever been at the top. They've
Gotta
usually sit
say,
in the middle.
I wasn't
Great
expecting
season.
anything less than the start today. Complexity is now 2-0 against Cloud9. That's
Yeah, I woke up saying that too.
Yeah.
No, did not. But great games, great plays. The stretch of the summer has only allowed everybody to get that much better, and new things are being tried.
Yeah.
And the champions coming out, we're seeing not a few new ones, but definitely in different areas.
And you can also see teams trying new things. A lot of teams, not only are a lot of teams getting a lot better in general, but there are games where a lot of these teams are just playing a lot worse. A lot of these top teams are having some very, very poor games where they completely just make mistakes all over the map. So it's that in combination with everything else at the top of the standings has really thrown North America through a loop here. Very hard to predict nowadays.
Yeah.
Because pretty much any given team, even the top ones, are not consistent anymore.
It's always like a team has the other's number. Very interesting. I don't know who's got whose number here as we start.
Well,
right now, Kiwi Kid looks like he's giving a call over to Moore.
However, Moore gets extra gold for hitting his skill shots there. So
game over.
Early advantage to LMQ.
Almost got it.
I have to say, though, picking up Rengar, this is the perfect champion for LMQ. Because Rengar no longer loses stacks, and he just gains stacks for kills and assists. So no matter what happens, as long as they're fighting, he's going to start his snowball. As somebody dies for Dignitas, then No Name will continue to stack that up. And I'm very interested in his build, as a lot of people have been going Pharaoh Flare into cooldown reduction and tank. But some have even been selling the Madreds and going with a spirit item.
At what point would that happen?
So you can keep the Madreds for a long time and get the spirit item. It gives you a lot of jungle camp control. Cacao, I think, did this first.
Wow.
But then Madreds is actually one of the most efficient items to sell. You get 70% of the gold back that you paid for it when you sell it. So you can just sell it later and not even have to create the Pharaoh Flare if you don't like that item. However, a lot of people do like to complete it because it gives you that ward.
Yeah, wards are cool.
Always good for junglers especially. We do have the lane swaps here coming out, and the semi-standard double jungle going to commence. As usual, we will keep an eye on that 3.5-minute dragon, see if Dignitas try and force it, and what LMQ can do to interrupt it. We have not seen very many successful ones as of late. So it was really just that first EG attempt that caught everybody off guard.
Something we got to point out is in their attempt to get Shifter off a huge lane push, they actually did, putting him on Syndra here, and they're already trying to focus him with a little bit of pressure, so they won't be kind of countered by all that Shifter pressure this game with lane sieging.
Yeah. Shifter, I mean, Syndra. Syndra, she's no Ziggs, but she does have a decent wave clear of her own. Thing is, both of these mid laners were also hit by the Athene's nerf, so they'll be on fairly even footing. This matchup didn't change too much, except that overall, with less magic resistance, the kill pressure is a little bit higher. So a little bit more dangerous if a jungler does come around.
Or two
will be receiving, we will be receiving a lot more damage.
Look at this mirror.
Yep.
Easy peasy. Like you said, when this happens, usually you take over the other side of the jungle. The river just becomes the midpoint of that. You can see hovering on both sides, deja vu.
Also, we do have to note this ward by LMQ down at that dragon. So LMQ will be alerted if Dig go to start it. They know that they're moving for it now. We have a recall from Moore, but it's good. It would take him so long to get down there. I think they're going to give up on interrupting it. And now it's just up to How well can Dig juggle the aggro of this dragon to avoid damage? So far, doesn't look like very well.
They're just
taking
putting
a
the
lot
higher
of
health
hits.
bar on it.
Yeah.
It's really just putting the HP in there.
That's just brute force there.
All right, that's good though. 10:02. We'll be looking at another dragon to come up. They have the time on that. It'll be quite after the buffs, so it's not really going to coincide with what happens on any of those objective engagements.
And that is a pretty substantial, 900 gold now.
Really.
Pretty big pickup for them. LMQ will be alerted, though. We talked about that ward. They'll know when the dragon will come back up. Rengar's just trying to get to level 6, by the way, as quickly as possible. A lot of kill pressure once Orianna is 6 in lane. Middle is very easy for Rengar to gank. It's all going to be up to Shifter.
Yeah.
Quick reactions. He'll have to land a good stun if Rengar decides to go for that mid lane for his first gank.
First back for the mids. We'll see what they come out with. As we've said, the 2v nuns kind of put those mid laners on an island, so it'll be up to them to really harass each other down and keep the rotations from coming out of mid lane. 5 minutes in, so we've got the matchup, but it's the Zion Spartan and Kiwi Kid and Vasily and more on the other side.
Kiwi Kid trying to get some CS for his buddy over there. Does have the Targon.
A little quick chat with Shifter. We'll get this situated. Both teams pretty much kind of even Stevens right now as we come into the game. A little bit of that gold lead because they're Dragon, but not much has been pressured due to that. Dignitas has been able to use that gold to pick up the pink wards, which will start to lead into their map control.
Yeah, 3 pink wards right now. And by the way, there aren't any on the map, so those are the only ones in the game. This is true to the reinvented Dignitas that we've seen this split. Very, very heavy vision concentration for them. A lot of emphasis put on that very early on.
Shifter's key bindings are off. We get those coordinated quite quick. It's a little different when you're hitting something you don't flash or ignite. But who knows? It may be something different. Each player has their own way of playing. I talked to an 80 carry the other day that moves his camera with WASD.
Weird.
Yeah.
Nothing else to say about that.
Destroyed me. He's practically challenger, so he's pretty good. Everybody has their own way of doing things. They're actually talking about it over in OGN today when somebody's mouse went out. They kicked it out and couldn't get it to work. And you're like, if those settings don't all come back the way you usually play, things get tough. And it's pretty hard to get back into the game.
Especially
drivers aren't always
the
the nicest thing.
The mouse is key. If you don't have the correct sensitivity that you're used to,
right?
It feels like playing a whole nother game.
What is this? Still in the same one?
Am I playing CSGO right now? Yeah.
We're still in the same game. However, Dig versus LMQ, game 4 here of week 6. And we are back 5.5 minutes in. Still no kills, but that dragon towards Dig we were talking about. And instantly as they get the chance, they place those 2 of 3 pink wards onto the map.
Sneaky little move here, though, Crumbs. Not only do they have Jax Braum, crazy stun combo, but adding Lee Sin damage in here. Very volatile lane here for Vasily. Let's see how dangerous this does get. Everybody coming to the party. All right, pink ward's going to see him, though. This will be a 4 versus 3 if they can catch someone. Can't catch anybody. Good pink ward. Does get taken out, though.
All right, so no real gain here nor there. That didn't stop Vasily from farming, and Namacutie still free
2 versus
in the
3
bottom
deep.
lane.
Deep.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get a fight out of this one. 3v2, no name. That's going to be a concussive close lockdown. Ackerman, the body slam over the wall. Scuttle weak onto Ackerman, and that's going to be a black shield that may help, may not. The crowd control's already been used, so the damage hits through, and it's going to be a shield save. Wall the flash! That's going to be a hit. There's the burn. He uses an ability to try and get the regen, but it doesn't work.
That was just a very poor call from LMQ.
Close.
See, they forced everybody back out of the lane from Dignitas, but that's still 3 members, and they're going for a 2-man invade. Top squad there, Vasily and Moore not really reacting with the invade. So it all falls apart for LMQ. This is the early game that we talked about, early advantage. And we talked about these stuns coming in big. Counter-Strike hits both, damage from Lee Sin, pretty easy here. Now Shifter, the knockback hits, but the ball didn't touch him. So it wasn't a stun, just the knockback. However, Shifter gets 2 more balls on the ground right behind him, and they're still in range for his ultimate.
Oh.
Those 2 extra Syndra balls on the ground just behind him there, adding enough damage.
And they're even able to buy enough time. 20 to 30 seconds in the jungle. Last time we saw him, it was 6:40. They're going to pick up the blue as it respawns.
And that slow move by Xiao Xiao over to try and help Ackerman because he was CSing in the mid lane. Yeah, he got a few more CS, but cost your top laner their life. Scrog's going to have a hard time getting back into this game.
Good play there to get themselves back over. The knowledge of that being stolen, though, is there from the pink ward. He walks right past. He's going to go ahead and clear that. Looks like he knows it's there, though. No, he does not.
I wonder if LMQ ever got vision of Crumbs even in that bush.
Ah.
Because that would be the
They
only
seem a little
reason,
headstrong running in there.
It would be the only reason that they would go for that invade. And even then, 2 versus 2 in that jungle versus Braum and Jax would be risky. Regardless, though, that was the early game that they were talking about trying to take advantage of LMQ. And once again, they've done a good job. They've got an early lead versus LMQ. This is exactly the situation that you want to be in. We'll see how LMQ actually react to this one, because in the past, they have just continued to try and make moves and keep up the pressure. We'll see what they do once they get this level 6 Rengar.
Yep.
What you want to do, fully stack your Ferocity, and then probably go gank your Orianna lane, because Rengar jumping in, you can time your Shockwave right as he lands, easy land the snare, and you can actually have 2 snares. All that damage in the time of the CC will probably be enough.
Could work out for them quite well. We see the back from Xiao in the mid lane. He's only got CS up on Shifter because he took Wraith Camps just now with no name. That's usually how Xiao gets himself in that high CS gold situation. Crumbs and Kiwi Kid hovering this spot right here. Crumbs liking the spot when he just wants to pick apart a team, and they make sure they don't get any of their objectives or any map movement.
Yeah, they were trying to prey on the blue buff handoff, but Xiao already has his blue buff. Wasn't going to pick it up, and a little bit of a mistimed attempt there, but not going to cost him. Here it is, the mid lane. Let's see if they can pull off this combo.
Looking Shifter, he gets warned out. Not going to be enough. They throw the Shockwave in. There it is, the finisher. The kick goes up, but No Name doesn't really go anywhere. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill they wanted. Like you said, Kobe, waiting for 6, and it worked out.
Yeah, a little dirty, though. Being alerted there, he had to jump to the minion and then barely got his empowered snare off. No Name escapes by the skin of his teeth. Good ultimate from Xiao to pull Shifter back into range. Close call here. Crumbs tried to get that counter gank off. But again, as we talked about LMQ, they continue to try these moves. That one pays off. Gets them one step closer to back in this game.
Let's see what Dig can do, trying to set something up. They know they're calling over I'm a cutie pie for this, so they're waiting for anybody else to make a wrong move. Looking around the map as Dig picks up some more gold. Zion Spartan starts a double Doran's Blade start to Ackerman's double Doran Ring. A little different from top laners, but we also haven't seen Jax or Gragas in the NA 4.10.
2 dragons in a row for Dig is really big. With the increased gold value of that objective, you really can't give them away as much as you used to. Crumbs especially has been very vocal about how much emphasis you should put on the dragons nowadays. He is definitely very, very happy with how this early game has started out, as should be the rest of Dig.
Dig remains this consistent in the game. Usually it becomes quite a fluid game for them. They're able to follow up on a lot of the aggression, and the communication looks stellar throughout the entire time. Blade of the Rune King now finished up on Cutie Pie. Be able to just use that to farm in lane. There's really no objectives to force LMQ into right now. So Crumbs, he's going to go looking.
Yeah, Cutie Pie definitely going to go with that Rune King into Ghost Blade build. He's very happy about the increased duration for Ghost Blade active.
Smile from ear to ear when he heard that guy was back.
See if they can collapse on this invade.
Looks like they're coming out of base. Ackerman and No Name wouldn't really be able to do much to solidify a kill between those two beefs of Crumbs and Kiwi Kid. So it looks like they make it out safely, but they split. They are being a little bit dangerous.
Well, yeah,
in
they're
their
trying
movement
to bait right now.
Yeah.
No Name was trying to stay out of vision, so they could actually collapse if Crumbs decided to come over. Doesn't happen for them. Normally it's very dangerous to invade Rengar's jungle because he has so much mobility inside his own jungle, being able to use the bushes to his advantage. Xiao gets collapsed on.
Oh, only one hit of concussive blows. No follow-up there from any auto attacks. 2-1 in kills, both teams respecting the power of each other. And LMQ is really keeping it in mind that they got to get Vasily big. He hasn't really seen any dangerous situations yet. LMQ's playing the game they want.
Yeah, let's see how long top lane. Whoa, here goes the ulti.
That's Kiwi Kid. He grabs a lot. That's the ulti as well from the Shockwave. Crumb's just on the other side. He is toying with fire right now, sitting on top of a ward, and he knows it.
Yep, once again, multiple ultimates by LMQ used on a single player, just the support there to get them the man advantage on the map. Now they really want to contest this blue.
As long as he keeps blue in between goal side, he can't catch a Dark Binding, but they finally pull it back over to him.
Better get it in the bush. Crumbs might try and smoke it.
Oh!
He baits him in with that.
It's going to be worth. Living Artillery coming down. They still have vision from that, but it's not full range from Vasily yet. He's only got the rank 1. This is going to be big. They get out of the explosive cask, and it's going to be the hit. Blade of the Rune King comes off. Flashes the binding. Cutie Pie just at the last second.
Now, they weren't able to get a kill off of that, and they left top lane alone.
Right,
this
that teleport
is a
was
Jax.
big.
Yes, Jax got hit a little bit with the changes, but he's still a beast in the late game as far as split pushing goes.
Getting that Sheen, he's going to take this down quite fast as well. So hits there. Crumb's quite hurt, so he won't be coming out of the jungle after this. You can see him blinking on the screen. Sion's going to need at least one more wave, and he may actually be pushed off of this. Going to see Ackerman coming top. So Dig is kind of setting up. They know they have themselves a gold lead, and they've been pressuring it quite well. Crumbs may have gotten himself into a scary situation there, but they pulled out of it.
Yeah, and this, on the other side, this Rengar here in the jungle, he hasn't gone for some very early cooldown reductions. See if he upgrades his boots to Boots of the City or not. A lot of people have been getting the Kindle Gem rather than that giant spell so they can have more offensive capabilities with the lower cooldowns. What? He actually is trying to get an early Randuin's Omen. That item was hit so bad in the Fortnite patch.
Well, if you're an 80 carry, then you're smiling.
Yeah, it's great for you guys.
For all the tanks, it's an item you got to put in your pocket now. We're not seeing any Sunfire capes just yet early either, but the top laner is not really ones to build. See the early Triforce going to be in the hands of Zion Spartan. We talked about the Sheen coming out behind Ackerman. Going to see a kick to the fat man on this one. The double, if he can hit this, great. There's the one. Oh, the concussive blows goes on. That just means he's going to be locked up with the extra damage on top. They lay down the cherry. Who's going to get it? Who wants it, guys? That's what they're saying right now.
Well, they definitely want Jax to get it.
It's going to be no focus. As long as LMQ isn't getting anything out of this, they're good. Crumbs will take it. Not too bad overall. Great pickup there. Crumbs with the Sightstone as well. Also on Kiwi Kid, they're utilizing this. Free moves through the jungle, getting him kills like that.
Yeah, I was wondering how bad did they want to put that money on Zion because he had Flash. They don't want it on him that bad. An assist will be just fine for him. Crumbs can take that money. Maybe Crumbs can use that to further advance their mid-game here with Lee Sin. He has hit his main two items here, the mobility of the Sightstone plus his jungle item already. What's that? I can't hear you. Jax is beating on a turret.
Kiwi Kid always adding aggression. And he's toned down his...
pretty early here.
Oh, dear. Got in range. LMQ trying to pick off Shifter in the mid lane. They still see him as a very big threat, and why not? Taking down the damage dealer, the front-end burst on your team is no easy task and would easily give LMQ mid-turret. Now they're forced to sit back and let Dig ward their side of the jungle again.
Interesting, dangerous invade here. They don't have too deep of wards because LMQ have set up some defensive pinks of their own. But man, they are just holding on by the edges here.
This is
jungle battleground.
This is pretty taunting.
Quickly
play,
going to Dignitas' favor. But Vasily gets one there.
You're farming right in front of the enemy. It just kind of puts him on tilt that
no
much
teleport
more.
For Ackerman here. So another Dragon going for Dig. Will they just go for this anyways? It's pretty late.
Oh, the Culling's going to be right up front. Not actually used just yet. He holds it. Now hitting No Name. No Name splits off to the left. A two-man Shockwave not doing all that much damage, but Ackerman comes in to disperse the fight and give them the section off they need, taking down Zion. Oh, the hit from Crumbs. He comes in, taking down No Name. A little bit of jungler love back and forth there. And it looks like they're going to have the aggression in mid.
Yeah, LMQ not in position in time, so they pay for it. Not only Dragon, but also No Name going down there and answer. It was a great ultimate from Ackerman. Got to give him credit there to pick up the Jax kill. But even with just that, it wouldn't have been an ideal situation for them. Dignitas just skyrocketing out of control here.
A great start, too.
Yeah, great initiation there. Shifter not hesitating, pops off the ulti. Yep, perfect job. That's exactly what you want to do when you have a Gragas ulti, is knock everyone away except for a single target that you're trying to kill. Shifter, beautiful stun over the wall while Crumbs is going for the kill. This time around, good coordination from Dig, and they've had that Dragon timer down pat. 1, 2, 3, and that's where most of the gold does come from for the team.
The Dragon's been controlled, the map has been controlled. The first pick, Lee Sin, came in, and he's got full kill participation, 3-0-2 in the 5 kills of the game. Crumbs getting Lee Sin is not an easy thing to play against, and that was their priority pick.
Yeah, it's going to be harder for LMQ now because Zion's getting out of control. See if he can save these.
Such a badass Kiwi kid.
Save these minions for Shifter. Does get the Targon execute on Cannon Minion.
Yeah.
Cutie Pie's almost got his Ghost Blade to go along with his Blade of the Ruined King. Just waiting.
It'll be close. They all laughed at him before. Not anymore. He's not the hipster. 19 minutes coming up on the clock. A 6,000 gold lead. It's been a while since we looked towards the top of that scoreboard, but Dignitas has definitely given themselves a lead where they can make some errors, but they've been playing very consistent and haven't even fallen into that realm. 2 turrets in their favor right now. Still looking to drop mid, but that's LMQ. When they know to set up defense, it's going to be a little bit harder to get past that front line.
Yeah, you can see pretty much they're just fighting over their own jungle right now. Dignitas slowly encroaching on LMQ territory, throwing down the ward. Zion gets caught.
Boom! Back and forth. Actually hits him into it. I think he should just let himself die there. Smart move. Can't really get anything out of that. The turret goes down to mid lane.
Multiple 4-man ganks right here. However,
not expecting that.
Dignitas, they're able to perform their 4 versus 1 at the turret, so they get an objective with the kill. Whereas Zion just dies in the jungle.
Time on that. Oh, great.
Good shockwave, but he gets locked up.
You can only do so much, even if you have a shield to speed up and crowd control. There's a nice stand behind me, and Unbreakable coming in from Kiwi Kid pretty much sets up a riot shield for the rest of the team to fight behind. Looks like they're going to relax on this one. They have some gold to spend. They're going to go ahead and go back and do that. We could have a Rabadon's very soon onto Shifter. That's going to make one of the highest damage ults in the game hit even harder. We see Cutie Pie, like you said, very close. That Ghost Blade. There's the Rabadons.
Yep, Dignitas really don't have to worry too much right now. They've got Zion with his Trinity Force. He's already got everything he needs.
Yeah, that too.
To take anybody 1 versus 1. As we've seen, it takes multiple people to take him down. So if they decide to go for Zion, which they can do, it's going to cost LMQ multiple resources. Yep. And Dignitas are okay with that. As he's saying, they've taken the trade. Zion sacrifices his life valiantly for the good of the team, as Dig are able to get more out of it than LMQ.
Very smart plays, even if somebody's dying or they're taking a bit of damage to start it off. Zion still trying to go hard in the top lane. Like you said, that Triforce rush coming in from the Jax seems to still be working on him, but he's not against the Kale or a Lulu top lane, against the first Gragas of the NALCS. So far, 111 to 102. And also mid lane, have to mention. Oh, maybe have to mention. Crumb's getting hit up, locked down there. That's another time the ultimate's been used by No Name and nothing comes of it.
Yep, not able.
They're trying to get these picks.
He wasn't able to get that snowball rolling early with Rengar.
Just speaking shortly about Shifter and Xiaowei Xiao. 217 to 214. Usually Shifter's the one to fall behind in CS. Oh baby, teleport on the backside. He stops that. He said there's a little bit of distance between you and them, and I think I'm going to stay top lane.
Now, what they've done is cause Ackerman to
walk
back and forth inside the jungle.
It's only so big, Kiwi Kid. It's only a big shield. You can get out of there alive. Wow, he does stay alive. They use so much to try and kill Kiwi Kid, and they have nothing to keep it going.
That was a non-Ghost Blade aided culling as well, I believe. Not even popped there from Cutie Pie. Able to zone off the team. No, they get 1 kill, and that's just... Not only is Zion Spartan going to be able to bully top lane, but also the 4 versus 3 now.
Yep.
Hard defense for Xiao Xiao. See if he can pull it off. Does get stunned.
Okay. Oh, what a flash just in time. The fast fingers of Xiaowei Xiao. He's able to throw the ball out as well and counteract that. The turret's going to go down, but is there a reinitiation? There is not.
Ackerman roams down to mid, though. That means they sacrifice more up top. Extra farm for Zion Spartan. Can he get to the turret? Might have to back off after that cannon minion because No Name's coming in hot.
Rengar ulti
doesn't have
not
his
up.
ulti.
Yeah, not too hot. It's more of a waddle. 7-5 on the clock. They're going to be going back for Dragon. And Cutie Pie Vasily, featured matchup coming into this game, 201 to 164. Lucian finally getting picked up after going through 2 champion selects without even really seeing any play. A lot of people said he's the guy to be grabbing with that build, the one that Reckless also put out in Europe in the LCS, and he seems to be working it just as well. Kiwi Kid getting hit up once again. He is no stranger to being on the front line. Morgan shot one more time. Cutie Pie actually is not inside the shockwave, and he's free to relentless pursuit inside the Baron Den. Acathian Surprise does not take him out. Kiwi Kid follows up with the Winter's Bite and chomps down right onto Ackerman.
Whew. LMQ did get the Dragon,
yeah.
but at least they secured one without their jungler. However, they just lose way too much map control here. Dig probably going to steamroll right in. Oh, Zion gets 1 hit on the turret.
Yeah.
That local goal is actually really important. A lot of people forget.
Leave.
Yeah, they forget that there is local
leave.
gold. If you leave that to the minions, you're losing out.
Slow ward. Good counteract on the slow. Coming up on 10,000 gold in the pocket of Dignitas. LMQ wishes they
Short
had.
hop.
Nice. That's such a crazy combination, because if it was Lee Sin, he could have done the same thing.
It's really hard. Have you ever thrown Ebola? Those things are really hard to aim.
Sounds like user error, Kobe.
Yeah, probably. I like how Zion put down a ward in front of it, too, to try and block, like he used to be able to do with Rammus and stuff.
Old school. This fight one more time. What a move from Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie and the rest of the team flanking down from the top. Like you said, Dragon was grabbed there, but Dig just seems so sure of themselves in these fights.
Yep. They were able to re-collapse there. Shifter has pretty much been, he hasn't had much pressure on him at all, and he's been able to just fire away from the back lines with his Syndra. Lands a great stun there, followed by another ultimate for a kill, and he's already got 5 kills.
Right.
Once again, leading the team in kills. Going to become a very, very powerful force.
That's crazy. Finally getting to use that power. Zanyas is almost finished, so it won't even matter if No Name's going to be in range. He's going to have to go for someone else. Cutie Pie's got the Blade of the Ruined King to keep himself alive, too, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and even though LMQ, they're still trying to go for things. They run at the Dragon, even without their jungler.
Pedal to the metal.
You can see how desperate they are. No jungler, don't care. We got 4 people just trying to get down the Dragon.
Yeah.
And even though they get it, they still lose out in the end. This gold lead is getting kind of out of control for them. But they are still willing to try everything, throw everything that they have at those objectives to try and get back in the game. There is bonus experience still, comeback experience on Dragon. So it does help out the team. Everybody who's around there when they take it.
Dignitas definitely going to have to put their foot down soon. They're doing it slow right now, as should be. Zion Spartan pushing the bottom lane, can teleport in. They'll have to bring the fight to him. Kiwi Kid been huge on initiations this game. It's like he's loving Braum. It's like a Flash Annie you can stand still with. Just hit those Qs and the whole team's there.
He's been fairly happy with that situation. He's only died 1 time too. Pretty good showing there for Kiwi Kid. Now LMQ, let's see what they do to answer this. Zion Spartan has switched lanes that he's split pushing in, getting really deep in that bottom lane. Plus he's got all this ward coverage, so not only does he get a whole lane of farm, but he's taking jungle farm. Already you can see the Cutlass is completed. He's working towards that ridiculous power. Blade plus Trinity Force, and they use him to draw up as much as they can to that top. See if he teleports in for this Baron, or if they just get it without him.
That shockwave so big. Kiwi Kid's taking the most damage from Baron. He's going down, and that's going to be a kill for more. That last spittle from Baron.
Shockwave Shao.
Thought he had the shield.
Shockwave on the only Kiwi Kid gets so much damage there. He's able to take somebody out. No Name wants to follow it up on Crumb.
Oh, the Banshee's Veil just comes up for him. Oh my gosh, the timing. Wow.
Uh-oh. Ackerman, though, just gets chased down by Zion.
Yeah, could be bad. That would be a slow from the cask. He'll be all right, though. No, he gets bottom lane to push, though. Nobody can still pressure him. We see that the split push completely in Zion Spartan's favor. He lost 0 HP during that.
And slowly for LMQ, this Kog'Maw has got his double attack speed items scaling pretty well, but he's going to need that big boost of the Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
For 3rd item.
Living Artillery.
You should not, in this situation, you definitely should not get a Last Twister for Kog'Maw. Not only does it do a lot of magic damage, but also nobody's building armor for Dig. Boom! It comes up. And the first one gets blocked. But
that's crazy.
Hit the second one.
And Banshee's Veil seems to be a good buy for Crumbs this game. It would have been 3, 2, and 4 coming out of that. Clears from Kiwi Kid. He's not worried. Nobody's been able to stop him yet. He's taken everything that LMQ has to offer and still gotten out alive. The plays are only getting easier to make for Dignitas as they gain board control.
Yeah, they've got plenty of control around Baron. Dragon's coming up in 1 more minute, so they'll get... they have that available for them if they want to just take that. Ooh, setting up here, though, in LMQ jungle.
Holy moly! Oh, it's like a full team kick. Oh, he just got 2 there. Somebody flashed out, but Xiao Wei Xiao obliterated immediately. This is what an 11,000 gold lead looks like. 2 go down instantly. Dignitas, 42 seconds on Dragon. Baron's up. They have everything to toy with and grab if they want, and they can make LMQ dance to their tune.
Let's take another look at this. Crumbs comes in, hits 1. More dash, gets the kick onto Moore into Xiao Wei Xiao. Oh!
It's just like being bobbled up and down. I don't think it touches the ground.
Yeah, there's no way for LMQ to actually venture into this Baron pit and get vision. So at this point, they've only got their lives to lose. Nothing to gain here.
Everybody's got a dash, a jump, something on this team, and Kiwi Kid can follow that up too. He'll be right on the front line with that dash or jump or the defense peel.
And hey, it's not the end of the week. This is the beginning of the week. Dignitas looking good.
Yeah, that's right.
They usually come back really strong at the beginning of the weeks. See how they finish it out.
We saw Skara on Kiwi Kid's headset in the beginning, kind of chatting to the team, talking stuff. Most of the chat was with Shifter. Maybe it was something different, saying you're going to get focused. I don't know. It seems like he's taking control of that. 5-1 and 2, 309, hitting out over 20 CS on Xiao Wei Xiao. Not something you normally see, especially coming from Shifter, one of the lower farmers.
Yep, he's had a very solid Singju game here. His roam over at the beginning, when LMQ did their ill-fated invade with the 2 Ackerman and No Name, was very, very timely. Adding an extra kill for Dig. And it's kind of gone to plan for them. I mean, they talked about how much they were going to put into the early game, and it's the key to taking down this LMQ team. Pretty much all going according to plan, and they've executed very well since then as well. Dragon after dragon after dragon. Only that 1 for LMQ that actually cost them 3 people's lives.
And LMQ is waiting right now. They're saying, where's Dig? We're just farming. Our lanes are super pushed out. But is this where LMQ kind of starts to put themselves in the positive defensive position? Because they banned out all of Shifter's Siege, so it's going to be a little harder if they can't dive under the turret. It's hard to dive a Gragas, hard to dive a Morg.
Well, it's actually going to be pretty Oh, here we go. LMQ getting pretty desperate. They force the fight.
Dodge. 14,000 gold behind. They're doing what they can to get this fight on, but Dignitas knows they have the cash. There's the hit. The Winter's Bite just missing. And for what it's worth, that was just more going down. The turret may take some damage here.
So they forced the fight because they have nothing to deal with Zion Spartan now. Zion Spartan, he's the strongest 1v1 on the map.
Won't matter.
Nobody can go deal with him, so they just force the fight to try and get the TP and hope that they can kill somebody before the TP completes.
So it doesn't even matter about getting to the turrets. It's about spreading LMQ thin. So far, 1 out. Moore's back in 1 second. Still very low in levels. This is almost where LMQ loves to fight, when they can keep returning to the fight and keep it going until they whittle you down. This time, with such a gold lead, Dignitas can make errors and still be in the lead here. Back to Zion Spartan and the split push. They're going to start spreading LMQ thin on their own baseline.
Yeah, they like to fight, but they like fighting fair fights. This is kind of like LMQ are wielding a spoon and Dignitas have an AK-47 as far as gold is concerned.
Damn. That's a rough fight.
That's a rough
fight.
fight.
A rough fight. We'll see what they can do with this spoon.
All right, let's see. Mind over matter here. There is no spoon. They can do.
Well, that would suck because they need it at least.
They need something. Go for the eyeballs, probably.
There you go. Get the gouge. We got it. All right, plan in action. See if they can set the priority straight. Going on to the mid turret here. Coming up 32 minutes in this game. There's the ult. What a Kiwi Kid. Unbreakable. Very nice. Looks like they're going to be able to do this. They feel pretty comfortable being this close. Looks like No Name is just eating the culling from Cutie Pie. They're onto the turret now. And Cutie Pie with the Infinity Edge as well. Gotta be very careful here. Without Zion Spartan on full, well,
Yeah,
he's
what's
still
Zion
on
doing?
full split push. It's
Classic
just
Zion.
LMQ doesn't care. Turret goes down. He's in a 3v1 right now. Moore's gonna have to soul shackle this guy. It's not even gonna matter. Zion Spartan trying to go hard. He takes 4 members. He takes down 2, and the rest of the team's gonna start clearing out the base. Dignitas opens up their present. They're gonna see what's inside finally.
Yeah, Zion reminding the rest of the North American top laners what a Fed Jax can do late game split pushing. Able to take advantage, and they crack right into the base. 2 inhibitors down. Let's see if they wait for Zion or go to finish it.
What? Crumb's going a little ham on that one. Gets himself all the way in under the Nexus turrets. It's all right, though. Like we said, errors can be made, and that wasn't even an error. They're just doing what they can to have fun right now because they're so far ahead. It might be one of the really bigger gold leads we've seen in the LCS Summer Split.
Zion stacked up, max passive attack speed, got his ultimate rolling there.
Poppy on the head.
Who gets that last kill? Shifter comes
Shifter
in.
gets, yeah.
To take that one.
What's up, Shao?
Yeah, he's just walking around the crumbs of his base.
Yeah.
The rubble.
On fire right now. They even have the pink wards laid down in their base as well to make sure they have all the vision and none of it's cleared out behind any of those little trees between the inhibitors. About the same time on Dragon and Baron really would only be stats to help Dignitas get in the base. I don't see it being a problem for them, even if they want to go toward 5-1 and 4-1 and 6, 7-1 and 2, and 2-0-7, the core of that team in the middle. And Zion Spartan's able to take out anybody at 1-3 and 8.
Yeah, he's got a Banshees on top of his Merc Treads. Really difficult to keep him held down because when you are dealing with a late game Fed Jax, pretty much your only hope is to keep him crowd control. But he's got not only tenacity, but he's going to be blocking. Kiwi Kid, or Cutie Pie there is calling in the airstrike, but they missed.
A little off to the left. That's all right. Slow moving here. Right through the uprights. And on the other side, too. Onto the turret. Last one for Dignitas to take down. There will be so many minions. LMQ is going to be running scared for the hills. They won't have enough to stop this all. Looking for Vasily. Where's his positioning? He did get some good living artilleries and some bio-arcane shots off last time. But Zion Spartan raking hell over here.
Yeah, he's soloing Nexus turrets here while the rest of the team, he just really commits to split pushing. He's never joining up with the rest of the team.
Yeah,
he's going all the way to Nexus.
Still trying to go in. LM No Name gonna go down. LMQ No Name, I should say. Moore is there to get into the fight. That Soul Shackle's not really able to clean anything up. Rengar goes down. That's No Name. And it looks like all of the Dignitas members staying alive. Kiwi Kid, a sliver of health, is going to help the team as well get this finisher. 35 minutes into the game. Dignitas is going to take down LMQ. Very nice game.
All right, guys. Jax is not dead.
Not dead at all.
Zion wielding him very, very effectively in that split push game.
The split push game, the 2v none in the beginning, definitely helping Jax in the jungle to not get hit up. Would have seen an awesome matchup, Gragas Jax in the top lane, but with the way it happened, Zion Spartan got his way many times over, as well as the rest of the team. The Syndra pick at 9-1 and 3 coming in for Shifter.
You're right. Not only was Zion a beast late, but early on, that Counter-Strike on 2 members of LMQ in the jungle invade, they just decimated No Name and Ackerman.
Cutie Pie, as many thought, would go for the Lucian. They were able to pick it. A lot of Lucian was passed up today. And you can see the power that outputs as well. Cutie Pie talking with Kiwi Kid right now, just how awesome that was. Kiwi Kid as well. Just the brute force he came out with in Braum this game, soaking up 3-4 ultimates in a fight, somehow seamlessly getting away, and then the team cleans up.
Yeah, last week had a bit of a blooper, but that has never deterred Kiwi.
Nope.
He will go right back to any champion. Remember when he started with Annie? He flashed Tibber. There were several missed flash Tibbers, but he never gave up on the champion. He kept playing it, and eventually he mastered it. Same thing with Thresh. His Thresh in the very beginning,
yeah,
a lot of bloopers. However, he keeps at it until he masters his champion.
It's kind of the same thing he said when he went into top lane. Yeah, he might have had the most deaths at one point, but top lane. Yeah, he might have had the most deaths at one point, but he got better, and he always said.
And he transferred down to bottom lane.
Yeah, he always said, I have the potential to kind of just be the best. I've been given that position. So he takes that up even at support as well. Good guy, Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, I think the best thing that Kiwi Kid ever did was going down to support.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. You always
so
need a
much
smile
best
on the
stuff.
support. Keeps things on the up and up. Right now, actually, we're going to send it down to Jat, who's standing by on the blue side.
I know.
Hey guys, thank you very much. Crumbs, mid-conversation right there, an unfortunate kick in mid-game, but really, overall, the game went much better than it did last week. What do you guys do in the off week or in the split you had to prepare for this match?
I think we actually managed to figure out a way to make our practice be meaningful, so we're actually getting good improvement in our practice. So we're thinking about our shot calling, our warding, our picks, pretty much really focusing on making our LCS play be the same as our practice, and that's been the focus throughout the last week, and it's shown.
Yeah, and I mean, this is another time you guys have beaten LMQ fairly handily. What has been the key for you guys to actually defeat these guys so well both times?
You know, I think the game was going pretty slow at first until we got the first dragon. So we saw them in another place. We got the early dragon, got a little bit of a lead. And then they pretty much, since they had 2 people top, it was kind of safe to assume that they would kind of invade our blue side, because we know they started blue. So you typically want to invade a blue when you have a 4-man advantage. And then we double warded that with a lot of pinks. We put a lot of focus in that, and then they just walked right straight into us, and we killed them there. And from then on, it just snowballed out of control for them.
With this win as well, you guys gained sole possession of first place, actually. Yet Complexity won against Cloud9 as well. What do you think is contributing to all these topsy-turvy and amount of upsets in the North American LCS?
Well, I think it's this team's improving, to be honest. You know, at first you'd be able to say, "Oh, Complexity is not a good team," but now in their play, you could see that they actually have their picks solidified. Their strategy seems really solid. So I think that they're no longer a team to be taken lightly. And same with pretty much all the other teams so far. They've really been able to step it up, because you don't want to be left behind, right? You don't want to be the team that everyone's trash talking and all that stuff. So everyone's just really looking to improve as much each week, because it's so neck and neck. It's not about who's better; it's about who improves faster.
And I have to ask you the final question. With CLG coming up tomorrow, and your outspoken comments in the past, how difficult will that game against CLG be for you guys tomorrow?
You know, they had a really rough game today. They didn't look like the CLG that we all know at all, so I really don't know what to take from that game from it. And from what I've heard, apparently they've had a rough week of scrims, so they may be struggling right now, but there's still no one to take lightly, because they were in first place, basically tied for the past 2 or 3 weeks, so they're still a really good contender. But I think that our performance today really outshined theirs. Even so, though, you can't say like one poor performance from a team is going to determine how they play forever.
So no easy game anymore from you right here.
No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you very much, Crumbs. Congratulations on the victory and best of luck tomorrow. But for now, send it back to the guys at the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jat. Let's go ahead and pull up the standings to see how things look in the North American LCS. Alone in first place, it's Dignitas.
And 1 game back in second place, it's a 3-way tie. CLG, LMQ, and TSM, each holding 8 wins. And sliding down into 5th place is Cloud9.
At the bottom of the table, it's another 3-way tie for 6th place with Complexity, Evil Geniuses, and Team Curse. We'll be back tomorrow with another full schedule of matches, starting with Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. That's followed by LMQ battling it out with Team Solo Mid.
And CLG faces off against Dignitas, and Curse will take on Complexity. Then stay tuned for our coverage of the North American Challenger Series, round of 10 planned.
That's right. The action gets underway Sunday at noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And finally, a quick broadcast correction. The LCS preview show next week will be hitting your browser at 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Be sure to update your calendars and tune in. You won't want to miss it. It's going to do it for us today. So for myself, Kobe, Jat, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. See you back here tomorrow.
Okay, we can turn. We can push them in. Push them out.
He's gonna go in. He's gonna go in. Double lift. Look at double lift. Got it. Double lift.
Double lift.
Good job. Look at Seraph. Seraph. We can chase. Link Seraph. Link Seraph.
Go. Link.
Bombs away, mateys.
That was nice. Oh my gosh, again, West Rice is just on full initiation mode. Sneaky doesn't even get a chance to breathe along with Lemon Nation.
Turtle shell.
Oh.
But you should cha 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 cha.
Baron number 2 start for Curse. Baron number 2 not killed for.
Oh! What a great combination. They're going to be cleaning this one up. Altec with a few more kills. A triple kill to end out the game at 7-0-4 on his first Jinx play in the North American LCS. The last shot, he gets double lift on the 5. Going for the penta. He gets the penta kill.
Go over my role. All right, Cutie, your job is not to flash for the AD carry. Please, I'm serious. Please don't do that. You're the most valuable player on the team.
Oh, the Culling's going to be right up front. Not actually used just yet. He holds it. Now hitting No Name. No Name splits off to the left. A two-man shockwave not doing all that much damage, but Ackerman comes in to disperse the fight.
Setting up here though in LMC jungle.
Holy moly. Oh, it's like a full team kick. Oh, he just got 2 there. Somebody flashed out, but Xiao Wei Xiao obliterated immediately. This is what an 11,000 gold lead looks like.